You're about to watch the culmination of over 60 hours of Castanor gameplay for Anbennar, EU4's fantasy total conversion mod. There's a good chance you've already watched this series as it released, but since this is the biggest project I've ever done on my channel, I wanted to re-release it all together as a single video. By watching this instead, you're getting fewer ad interruptions, more consistent audio quality, and some guest appearances not included in the previous release. So, if you enjoyed today's video, please consider leaving a like and maybe subscribing for more Anbennar content in the future. A long time ago in Escan, Castanor was the greatest empire of humanity. It is basically the Roman Empire of Anbennar. I'm sure in the 21st century of the Anbennar timeline, there are probably humans on the Anbennar internet posting about Castanor even to that time. So it is difficult to summarize the entire history of Castanor and just how important it is to the playthrough since we're going to be reviving Castanor, but we do get a pretty good idea here. So, a few thousand years ago, Castanor was just kinda chillin', then eventually had enough, internal strife, civil war, broke apart a little bit, just enough for Castan Ebenfrost to reunify the empire and found Black Castanor. Fun fact, you can actually do that if you play as Urviksten, which is these guys over here. And then the 52nd Castan, which is the name for, I guess, king or emperor, was made a puppet by the Sorcerer King Nishmer. Sorcerer Kings or Witch Kings are very infamous, very powerful mages who rule entire countries and or continents. Usually what makes them so infamous is that they tend to dabble in a little bit of necromancy and have undead armies. Fun fact, you can do that too in this mod. And Castanor was saved by the arrival of the elves who had to flee from the magical disaster that happened 1,444 years ago. Just to give you a little bit of context about how long ago we're talking. The Sorcerer King dies, Castanor fractures for like 1,000 years, and then just 20 years ago, the Green Tide happens. That's when millions of orcs united by a Corgus Dukanson rushed out of the Serpent Spine, which is a giant mountain range to our east, former home to the Dwarven Empire. The orcs burned and pillaged everything they could get their hands on in Iscan, until a girl by the name of Corin was killed in battle, then revived as an avatar of the fallen god Agrados. Afterwards, literally the day before we start the campaign, she kills Dukanson, but unfortunately dying in the process. All of this stuff is pretty important. There will be callbacks to this stuff that we just read here throughout the mission tree and our journey, starting as Count's League. For the first time ever in one of my Anbennar videos, I will not turn on Great Conquerors, because even in the best outcome, it still delays the outcome of the mission tree. And we have our first event, which we might as well give a read. As the sun entered its descent, Carleon Blacktower continued to trot around his recently attained estate. Its palatial nature would have allowed many to be distracted, the previous bickering owners for one. Those who had all but destroyed the last hope of Castellir with petty disputes even as the kingdom lay in ruin. But for him, the air of the place tasted strange in his lungs and prevented finding such peace here. The deal that they had made to keep this place weighed on him. Truth of why they had always been so patient, hiding in this sanctuary amid the ruins of what had been all of their homes. He remembered the flight across from Ebenmark, all the members lost along the way as they fought to join the nascent beginnings of this resistance where the minor nobility had gathered after the major died first. Carleon looked back to a time when his only worries were the sordid history of his forebears, the disrespect of chivalric Escan, when he could breathe and smell the apples they grew back home. A place all but unknown to his daughter Callista, somewhere he might never see again if he failed in leading the people of their redoubt. Larian had saved him. His constant bulwark, she kept them from joining the ranks of the sour and dour among those who had survived the Green Tide, only in that they remained breathing with all that made someone alive drained by harrowing experience. Larian and Callista kept them from feeling that same pull. The arrival of Corin's circle had revitalized his friends, more so when he came to them with the plan to remove the incompetent and scared prior hegemon of the League. Rescuing Lothane had been a welcome bonus, Carleon taking a liking to the half-orc, finding in Lothane's normalcy hope for all their future. The messenger pigeon had come with the news of the previous day. Its contents why he had taken time to consider by his lonesome. A newcomer to the court she would be, but like the Silver Dragon, she had not stayed long. She had redeemed Agrados, of all beings. There'd be hope yet for those inheriting a loathsome pact. He wheeled about and cantered home. He still lived and still had a beautiful daughter. Old he might be, he'd see Castanor Castanor restored in full yet. We will get another event in a year, and Carleon is our current leader. He is a 245 strict leader, 53 years old, and supposedly he has the strength to live coming from his will to restore Castanor for the sake of his wife and daughter. That means that as long as we don't make him into a general, he's not going to randomly die. How long does he have left to live? Who knows? We are the remnants of the Castanorian kingdom in the north. When the Green Tide happened, a bunch of the minor counts in eastern Castanor moved to Old Haven, and as we can see from the description of this idea, made a pact with the hags that had inhabited the region for quite some time. So for the past 20 or so years, we've been using their help to make sure that the orcs can't even find where we are, which puts us in a pretty unique situation in Iscan because most of the polities here are adventurers or hordes. Meanwhile, we and Marhold are the only two remaining actual kingdoms. It goes without saying, but we are, of course, humans, which means that we do have our own little special things. They aren't that special though, we just get all power cost reduction and culture conversion cost, which is very powerful, but not all too special when you compare it to the kinds of buffs and nerfs that other species get. As for the military, we just get 5% morale. As for our religion, we are Regent Court, probably one that you're very familiar with if you have played any Anbennar at all. But for the sake of being thorough, the Regent Court is a pantheon of many different gods. Some of them are elves, some of them gnomes, some of them dwarves, and many of them are humans. That makes it a very tolerant religion, which is why we get our +2 tolerance of heathens. It also allows us to prioritize a deity, which we are not going to do to start off, because our first mission requires that we follow Corin, who will herself end up being deified very soon, and we need to colonize a province. So we're going to go ahead and grab native repression policy for the +20 global settler increase, almost doubles the amount that we get, and then we'll throw down this colony. As for the estates, now normally I would take all of our points, but because we're not really going to be annexing anybody or getting a lot of crown land from wars, I'm only going to take the military and the Diplo power for now. That will seize land and figure out everything else. Apparently it was the 11th, not the 10th, that she managed to slay Corgus Ducanson, but lose her life in the process. The next 50 years we get yearly tax income, which is 2 ducats per month, plus 20% settler chance increase. We have the 10th Pantheonic Council, which has basically decided that Orin has redeemed Agrinos' failures. We don't have to get into Agrinos, don't worry. But basically that she should take his place as the deity of war in the Regent Court. So either way, she becomes unlocked as a patron deity for every follower of the Regent Court, and we will of course adopt her as our deity. However, we are first going to boost stability up by 1, and then we'll do that because we get our free second one. This allows us to finish 2 missions, starting with this one. The old leadership was more interested in hiding away from the Green Tide, and so after the coup that took place just before the start of our campaign, we've decided instead we're going to start reclaiming this area. So we lose 1,000 manpower and 25 crowns, but for the next 10 years we get 50 local settler increase and half cost colonies. Compared to the other houses, Black Tower was not really that important. In fact, our current leader used to be called Carleon the Inadequate for his lack of magical talent, yet here he stands, the leader of this small fledgling reclaimer nation, and his story will mark the beginning of a new legacy for the house. 20 years we gain legitimacy, although that's not really that impactful, and the heir gains a Diplo and mill point. It seems that the deal we struck with the hags is starting to cause a little bit of an issue, mostly in the form of people suddenly disappearing overnight, and although this is the pact that we made, we're going to have to do something about it. We've capped out our relations with Corintar, which allows us to finish this mission. The guy in charge of Corintar is actually a half-orc, and before the coup that we had was also held in a power prison over here, but after the coup he was released and sent back to the adventurer band, which is of course what allowed them to help Corin beat Ducanson. So we become mutual historical friends and we get 20 trust. I've gathered enough favors with our 2 allies, Marhold and Corintar, that they will help me in my conquest against Dog Eater. They are an orcish clan, with apparently an idiot for leader, but they are allied to Clouded Eye, which means that it wouldn't be easy for me to handle on my own, thus the allies. That is really not a great event to get right now, because I can't just press the bottom button. Although, there is a chance I can wait 6 months and then take the bottom option. We'll see. Oh yeah, that's a great start. What is that, for 1 year having less tax, less manpower? That's fine actually. Okay, tragically, no, we just had to spend all the money. It's a really good start. What is that, like 7 loans? Nice. That's really cool. Okay, now I'm gonna go out on a limb, and I'm gonna make a little bit of a guess about this upcoming mission that I have to do. I'm gonna go ahead and actually vassalize Clouded Eye. Gonna take all that money, of course. I'm also gonna make a really bad decision by moving a colonist over here very briefly, which does give me the coring range for this other province that they have. Gonna take money and, in theory, war reps. I guess they're just gonna like move around, probably. Never mind, they disappear. Perfect. Marhold, after doing absolutely nothing in that war, decides to rival me. Very cool. Thank you. Gonna dev this up to 2 to make these guys a little bit happier. Now we can summon the Diets, do whatever makes these guys happy. We can also take a little bit of land back. We're gonna use that so that we can actually make the adventurers completely loyal by giving them generous quest rewards. We actually don't need this colony anymore. We'll just get rid of it. We've defeated the Dog Eater clan, but there aren't very many Castellarians left who can help us wield arms, especially when we must also allocate human and material resources to the repopulation of our lands. So we must take drastic action. Clearly we don't have enough people to fully restore the old economy, so we're just gonna have to use the orcs to help till the fields. Hard to think of a less convenient time for you to do this. Who are you at war with? These guys? Do you have other allies? Just me? Really? Sure, fine. Okay, so to finish off another mission, we're going to have to develop Nathwood to 10 development. Be simple. As you can kind of see, we have been mostly expanding along the walls on the map here. First of all, really cool that they make 3D models for this, but also if we reclaim all of the walls, then that kind of gives us a better claim to all the stuff in the center that doesn't have a wall near it. At least that's the idea. So we get an additional colonist for 30 years as well as a free start on this province over here. For our second colonist, we can just send them right here, because fortunately there is nobody here to fight us. I'll briefly send a colonist over here just so I can actually turn that into a state core, then we'll get rid of it. I've been gathering a few allies and currying some favors to make sure they can help me in my subjugation of Bladebreaker. Okay, we can piece out these guys over here. Our ally is kinda cooked. It is what it is. I don't actually need to subjugate you yet. Just need money and war reps from you. I think for this reform, we're going to ask the nobility for more taxes. Okay, war is finally done. That took 3 years. I'm gonna ask for subjugation, of course. Can have a slight coalition. Doesn't really matter. It's literally 2 countries. Can ask for that money, see what I can get out of it. Really not that much, but oh well. Of course, that means we can hand out our Strong Duchies privilege, and I'm also going to actually sell some titles and take some land back, and that's because we need to build a castle. Doesn't matter where, just needs to be somewhere along the walls of Castanor, just like all of our provinces. In terms of positioning, I think it's best to build the castle here, so we're just going to take out 1 more loan and get started on that. We'll take this, of course. Okay, now you guys know that in most of my playthroughs, most of my videos, I just kind of let this happen. But in this case, it's like really lore important that she stays alive, since it's stated that it's like one of the only reasons that Carleon decides to continue living. So we're just gonna roll back on that one a little. Ooh, what do we have here? Former inhabitants return home. Very nice. We gain 6 development, a little bit of reduced unrest. The religion in a few provinces changes. That's nice. Having completed that second fort, we can finish off this mission. Upon reclaiming the land, we found the white walls to be unguarded and the wardens nowhere to be found. Nonetheless, with our steady resurgence in power, we can begin to garrison the walls once again. So it says in Old Haven that we get 2 workshops, which doesn't make any sense since, you know, we do have to build 2 of the 2 castles. I imagine it's supposed to put a workshop in both, which does appear to be the case, which is good. Glad that's not bugged. Here's a new problem. For the last 2 weeks, everyone in the country has been getting barely any rest because during the night they hear screeching and cackling. It's obvious these are the consequences of our pact with the hags in Old Haven, and despite the nightly disturbances, at the very least it doesn't seem like they're doing that much trouble, but it is a little bit worrying that it spreads across the whole country, not just the province of Old Haven. But surely this isn't a problem. More inhabitants return home, very nice. A bunch of production, manpower, some tax. Let's quickly see some land back before we go to war, because we do need to fight Flunghead in about a month actually. Shouldn't be a very difficult war. After all, they have Tech 3 and I have Tech 5, even if they do have a war wizard. Probably not a big deal. Wow, that was easy. I expected at least like some kind of a difficult fight, because I have literally 0 shock on this guy. And they had get 10. So I expected at least, you know, something. I guess that was too much to expect. Could be a bit of a tough fight, actually, because they do have a bunch of shock, but actually, no, that was really easy. I kind of thought you were stronger than that. Okay, well, I'm gonna ask for war reps, full money from you, just a bunch of prestige, I guess. They did fully surrender, but very quickly, I'm just gonna loot this province. It is free money. Then we'll take everything. Went ahead and hired a Diplo advisor and improved relations guy, because that would be kind of helpful for some of our missions, including this one. We're very grateful to the adventurers that came to help us stop the Green Tide. On the other hand, they haven't left yet, and it seems they have no plans to do so. We consider this to be fine for the most part, but we are going to have to demand their fealty. So for the next 30 years, we gain an additional diplomat and +2 diplomatic relations. To enforce this fealty, we're going to need to improve relations and trust, or for the countries it's not possible to do that with, we are going to have to insult them. What do you want exactly? Corentar, ally, declare war on Bloodgorger? That's actually kind of fine. We will pick up the text even though I would have preferred to get the institution first. It is a little bit expensive, but at the very least, we do get some innovativeness, so that's something, I guess. Plus, Tech 6 is kind of important. That was a fast war, okay. Why do I get 25 of these ducats? I sieged the capital in like all the provinces, but okay. Interesting move there. Okay, cool. In Ardent Keep, we're also going to go for a marketplace just because it's one of the only other buildings I can make right now. We'll also deal with the separatists because I can't be bothered to wait for them. Ooh, champion of the joust. I would love a really good general. Hopefully we aren't disappointed. Okay, passable, I guess. It's interesting that Pioneers Guild is going after Bloodgorger. I think I'm just going to let them finish what they're doing here. Should be a very quick war. Maybe they'll full annex them. I don't know. It might make my life a little bit easier. A Crownland kind of sucks, but it's not that big of a deal. I've had people in the past be like, no, the Crownland, it's too bad. The autonomy's going to go up. And then I look at the autonomy and it's like at 10%, 25% at most in one province. Really not that much, because being at peace counters that completely. But anyway, you know, you get more money the less crown land you have. I don't know if you knew that, but yeah. So because we have 17, we get more money than if we had like 27%. And it's noticeable too. Anyway, we finished building our second building in the capital. Not the capital, soon to be capital. We're going to throw in an encourage development edict. I'm not going to wait for prosperity. I can't be bothered. And actually, I am going to exploit development. We're going to throw in 2 more developments. We're going to turn this into a level 2 center of trade, make it a little cheaper to develop, and we'll throw in just enough points to get to 15 development, expand infrastructure, and then make that 16 development. That finishes off this mission. Ardent Keep is suitable to build a new capital, being far from the cursed land of Oldhaven. Well, not that far, really. We lose 100 Diplo power, it becomes the new capital, and it has a chance of producing either cloth, glass, or paper, which are all better than the livestock that it is currently creating. And we get glass, not too bad, because I think that gives us a chance to get faceting. Now, for that to happen, we are going to need more prestige, and we are going to need to embrace the Renaissance, I believe, for that to actually happen. But seeing as the price of glass has not increased, I think that we do have that chance still. Oh, and you know what? At this point, I just realized I don't think we need to have Corin as the deity anymore. Also, not sure what an aligned personality is. Anyway, we might go with Castellos for the monthly admin power because it is the best one until it disappears. And spoiler alert, it does disappear. Oh, right, I can't forget. I do need to give out religious state at some point. Okay, I'll try to remember that next time. For us to finish this mission, all we have to do is, I think, insult you. Is it regular or scornful? It just says insulted. Okay, we'll insult you, and then we will insult you as well. That should do it. The mission says we must turn our thoughts and prayers to action and restore the realm that Castellos' avatar gave his life to protect. Not sure who Castellos' avatar is. That could be the first Castan, actually. Maybe. Anyway, we get war goals to vassalize the nations we have insulted, and our allies will get events to willingly become our vassals, which will cost us admin power. All of our allies in this region have 200 opinion of us and at least 60 trust. I'm hoping they accept. I actually don't know if they have the choice to not accept. We'll see. Okay, it looks like everyone has accepted. Perfect. Now, they aren't exactly loyal subjects. After all, they are quite sizable. I expect that they will probably downsize their armies a little bit, maybe. We've expanded our dominion, especially within the White Walls. You know, more or less, we have a bunch of subjects. It's not everyone, but close enough. The dream of Castanor is that of the feudal continuation of the power of antiquity that was Castanor, and we have kept it alive and well. Just as we survive, the center holds. In 10 days, we get an event.
Cementing the silver banner. Our flag has flown for a while now. The decision to adopt a different symbol, while the symbolic task of restoring Castanor remained unfulfilled, seeming more and more hollow as we get closer to the task. The old white dragon flag is seeing more use as people do not feel they might be cursed by bad luck or that our survival is premature. The task remains ahead, but to see the old flags flutter in the wind is a source of pride for those who remember the old kingdom. It may only be a physical item, but to see them mended and put up is something that is a reminder of what had been lost in this interregnum and what can be restored if we are fully successful. Our banner will expand, and soon the internal flags of our vassals shall be replaced as they are integrated into our whole. Castanor survived with us and will be restored in full.
We get 20 years of Diplo annexation cost reduction. That could be a problem, actually. I kind of, for some reason, thought that it would just annex these new subjects. Maybe I was being a little too hopeful, because yeah, the subjects have a lot of army power, and they don't like me because of it. Really not great to have all of our subjects be very disloyal, right as we get them as well. Fortunately, for the time being, we can actually alleviate that issue a little bit. We're gonna keep on hiring mercenary companies. It's not like we have professionalism anyway. And I think some of these are still technically cheaper than regular units. Not for long, but a little bit. Okay, this might have actually had a secondary effect. So because we have a bunch of the adventuring companies, I presume this is because we have them as subjects now. It seems that the problems people were experiencing from the extent of the hag's power has diminished a little bit. People feel safer with the adventurers now solving many of the issues in the area, and so there are fewer disappearances. Things seem to be doing generally a little bit better. To finish off this mission, we just had to put an infantry unit in each of these provinces. The Nath River seems very important. I presume it's this very large one in the south here. Provides security, power projection, logistics, supplies, all that stuff. As a reward, all those provinces will become Castellarian and Regent Court, and if they were already, then we instead gain manpower development. I think most of them actually are Castellarian. That's nice. I don't think I've ever seen this event, and I can't tell if it's like a base EU4 event. I mean, it has to be, right? There's like no flavor text here. Thanks. I mean, it's free stability. Cool, I guess. Gave Bladebreaker a little gift just to get him to above 50 opinions so I can finish off this mission. Although I don't think it'll be that useful considering how bad the Liberty Desire is, but we'll see. The orcs came to Iscan driven by Corgus Dukanson to destroy chivalric Iscan as we knew it. The orcs clearly led campaigns with the intent that only orcs would remain, with all the others enslaved or put to flight. Now, we are reminded by the existence of Lothane Bluetusk and other half-orcs that the orcs are not inherently evil, but they have to atone for what they've done. Both of our orc subjects lose 20% Liberty Desire, and we get an event. I suppose actually they get an event in 10 days, which I think improved their relations with us, maybe? Oh, wait a second. They changed their religion. Yeah, that would definitely do it. That's pretty useful. The only thing is, again, it's not really that helpful because the Liberty Desire is just really bad right now. I think we can fix it. It's gonna be annoying for a bit. I have been advised, though, if I want to do a good Castanor run, I'm going to want to consolidate a scan by like 1500, which seems insane to me. I don't think I'll be able to do all that, but we do need to continue going to war. Age of Monsters, what do I want for this? You know, normally I would just say, obviously, higher developed colonies, right? We do need to colonize things. On the other hand, rapid consolidation, kind of going to need justified wars, right? Although I can probably get that pretty easily by the time I actually need to start conquering. After all, I did only recently gain this, and we will be embracing the Renaissance and hopefully controlling centers of trade. So maybe we can go with higher developed colonies. Oh, you know what? Wait a second. Why do you like me? Oh, because I got an event that's like improve the quality of exports. I didn't actually like read the event. Turns out that actually is kind of useful. Now, we are at a war together, giving us the plus 25, but I might be able to use that actually. Okay, we're going to ask for full money, both their provinces, war reps as well in theory. At least that gives us prestige. I fully expect they'll just move, or maybe not. Okay, never mind. Okay, this time instead of selling titles, I'm going to give the clergy our point privilege, and then I'm going to take some land back. Again, we do just kind of need to keep on expanding. For a few reasons, I do desperately need to become a great power, because that gives me the great power interactions, which means I can get an additional 25 opinion with any subject. It's going to be super important because I need to annex both of the orc subjects at the same time, I think. So we're just going to invade these guys in the south. Actually, you know what? I might call you into this war. Forgot my subjects are disloyal, so they're not going to help me. Yeah, there's not really too much we can do with any of these guys. I'll just go for money, war reps, a little bit of prestige maybe. Same thing with these guys. I really just need prestige and money for the most part. And then of course we will go with a, well, I would say full annexation, but we technically can't because we can't core this province, so we can't take it. We also can't use colonists. So I'll just ask for war reps, those two provinces, and some money. Okay, so I'm going to do a few things here. I'm going to bump up a little bit more development in the capital, maybe get this to like 30 dev. It's not quite at the Renaissance, but at least it's like close enough. Okay, we are the number 5 great power, in fact, and I'm going to use that to my advantage because I only need to have 140 opinion with these subjects to annex them. Oh, but I have loans to repay first. Seriously? I didn't think that mechanic still worked like that. That might be an issue because I have a lot of loans. Shoot. Yeah, that's pretty bad actually. We do need to continue taking stuff, so I'm going to use my anti-monstrous conquest to deal with a blood gorger. Lucky for me, they don't have any allies. Now, I am losing prestige every year, so I think I'm going to preemptively spend a little bit of it, just to make sure that it doesn't decay too much. Clouded Eye and Bladebreaker are the most important countries to placate right now. You know what, if I have to prepay these loans right now, either way, what I'm probably going to do is just take out a regular loan. These are the 1% ones. Maybe a second one, that's fine. And maybe, I mean, if they're 66 crowns, yeah, I'll pay them all back. The main point is that I'm going to ask the merchant guilds for the better loans again. This time they will be larger, so I can repay the smaller 4%. Oh boy, okay, this is something I was really not expecting to deal with right now. Okay, hold on. Wait. So first there were no more disappearances. Sounds great, but actually it's not great because that means that the Hag of Oldhaven was in the endgame. And that seems to have taken the form of charmed mobs of people, those who were disappeared, being charmed with the masks that they were forced to wear. And this is actually quite serious. We can also see that the hag herself is conducting a dark ritual, and all of our hedge mages can feel it all across our land. This is actually really bad. We lose 100 legitimacy, lose 2 stability. We get a whole bunch of rebels, but we get a really nice general, a 3-5-4-5. They are the ruler, and wait, no, the only way he can die is through battle, so hopefully he doesn't. But most importantly is that if the charmed mobs take Oldhaven and keep it for a year, then it is literally game over. So let's deal with that, I guess. I have a sort of series of events I need to deal with first, because I really wasn't anticipating this. So let's start with the first phase of the plan that I was going with, which is taking out yet another loan, and I'm going to hire another army, the Adventuring Company. I am very briefly going to abuse EU4's mechanics because I can keep this window open for a few months, and that's kind of important because you notice how it said like, oh, we're gonna lose 100 legitimacy. That's kind of game ruining for me at the moment. There you go. That allows us to finish off this mission, where once we were on the brink, now we can see something approaching where we can claim the mantle of what was lost in full and not be laughed at as pretenders by the other Canorian powers. I mean, sure, yes, but also, let's save those words of encouragement for a little bit later. We get a core on the entire southern white walls of Castanor province group. We lose 30 admin, and in 10 days we get an event. See, the reason I wanted to do that is because I wasn't sure how many cores I would get. I was kind of hoping it would include Castanor, but I guess it's fine that it doesn't. The main reason I didn't finish this war yet is because I figured like, well, maybe I can get like a core on this and that would be nice. But I don't, and that's fine. Kind of gaming the system a little bit with this, but I think what I can do is placate this guy. I'm going to ask for all their money, war reps, break one of their rivalries, and remove one of their cores. That's because it gives me more prestige, which should be just enough prestige to put me at above 0. I guess we can rival Marhold, sure? Well, maybe not yet. We'll deal with that in a second. We can, of course, core those up up, and now that I have enough prestige, I can placate you, then go to Blade Breaker and say, hey, you know these cores that I have here? I'm going to develop them slightly, and it doesn't matter because they're my cores. But when I do that, it decreases your liberty desire. And then, okay, you're still disloyal for like a month, but I will be able to royal marry you. There we go. That's the event that we got from that one mission. Seems our house has troubled history, to say the least. Our founder was an acolyte to Nishmer the Sorcerer King, but we have the opportunity to redefine our house's history moving forward. Callista, our heir, who is, oh my god, she is like 57 though. Anyway, she gains an additional admin, and for the next 20 years, we get monthly reform progress modifier. Nice. Well, you know, I kind of did want to solve this before we have to deal with this whole issue, but I guess it's fine. At least I got the important thing out of the way, which was the legitimacy. And then we just need to go to, let's go to you. Don't have any cores in you, that's fine. I'm gonna drop a little bit of production into this gold mine. And then if we wait a day, you're no longer disloyal, no longer disloyal, perfect. Royal marry you, we already have 0 legitimacy, it literally doesn't matter. It's very kind of the rebels to split themselves up like this, it makes my life a lot easier. Super easy win over here, then we can just deal with these guys. And we have the Renaissance, that's nice. See, things aren't going terribly, they're just not going great. There we go, easy enough to deal with. Well, that was actually incredibly easy, and apparently we get the legitimacy back anyway. Against all odds, we beat back the crisis. Let's be honest, it was not that bad. Well, we get our 2 stability back, we get our full legitimacy and 200 splendor. We lose cursed land from Old Haven, and our national idea about having a deal with the hags will be replaced with new localization, reflecting us throwing off their vile influence. Nice. Oh yeah, I forgot to actually use Carlian Black Tower. Well, that's fine. Oh, he just dies. I don't know why that's so funny. He's just, you get him as a general and he's really good, and then he fights the one battle and he's like, alright, I'm heading out. I mean, he's an 85-year-old man who went into battle. Well, he dies, which presumably makes us lose a stability, and then we gain a stability, because, you know. Anyway, we have our new Countess, Callista Black Tower. Funny enough, I think that removes our royal marriage, actually. But more importantly, you know what we get? We get to choose a new deity. And this is kind of important, because we can stack, where is it? Minus 15% Diplo annexation cost. That's nice, because we already have that minus 15% from that one mission reward. And then you know what else we get to have? The integration policy for another minus 5%. It does make the subjects a little bit upset, but that's okay. So for Bladebreaker, we can just annex them starting immediately, pretty much. For Clouded Eye, we're going to have to send them a gift. 25 ducats should do it, but the main point is that we're going to need to start annexing both vassals at the same time. We'll annex you, and we will annex you simultaneously. It's great because our Diplo annex cost right now is minus 30%. We can get that to minus 35% with, where is it? The integration policy. Now the subjects aren't going to like this very much, right? They get a little disloyal, but that's okay, because again, at least for these guys, we just drop 1 development. It's already a core, so it will be free to annex. And for these guys, I don't mind dumping an additional Diplo for the Gold Province, since we will probably want to develop it anyway. Let's not forget we do need to continue invading these guys. I guess I could call in the Order of the Iron Scepter. The Cobalt Company is getting cooked. Actually, these guys are not looking too hot. We'll call you in, actually. This is fine. Third reform, we will go with decentralized bureaucracy. I think later we'll swap it, because I need to do a lot of culture converting in this run, but not yet. I do want to annex these guys relatively soon, so we'll come back later. I just don't want a super long truce, so I'll just take money and war reps. Nice, more military power. Again, we'll just ask for war reps, money. This time I will take just this one province. Just sort of happens to be there, but that's it. And then, of course, we'll take the rest of this stuff. Kind of expected at some point that I would get, like, I don't know, cores on that. Do I? No, I don't think so. Okay, never mind. Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have, like, sold titles, and then, I feel dumb. So I would have gotten a lot more money and crown land out of that. Well, that kind of sucks. Well, anyway, let's go ahead and take a loan out. I'm going to embrace the institution. That's not really going to go anywhere anytime soon. And I am going to start seizing land without selling titles. Because now that I think about it, I actually need to have like 40% crown land? Yeah, okay. Might as well sell it to all of my closest allies because they're going to get it soon anyway for free. Here we have the integration of our first subject, finally. We'll go ahead and state up all of that. So it's kind of weird. You have stuff in... I don't like that. Anyway. Right, well, there goes our previous count. Yeah, that's not great. Really not good when you're trying to, you know, unite Iscan this quickly. Okay, well, we're gonna continue using our Diplo annexation cost. Kind of important. Can I annex you yet? Yes, which means that the modifier lasts until when? Till a couple of years. Okay, that's not too bad. And the other subjects are starting to like me, so we can start integrating them. It's just that I think every time you integrate a subject, your other subjects don't like it. Maybe not in this case, actually. There we go, integration of our other subjects. Go ahead and do that. See, the thing is, we actually could finish this mission right now. I just don't want to. It instantly converts all of our green orc culture provinces to Castellarian. This is incredibly powerful. So I'm gonna wait on that because it's very easy to keep the requirements. You just need to not purge orcs. That's pretty simple. But we can at least read it for now. Basically, the idea is that we actually don't want to exterminate the orcs. We have no intentions to do that. Nor do we have any intentions to expel them, but we just kind of need to like move them around and stuff. In theory, it's better for like long-term integration if we just break up the clans and move them around. Oh, a looming disaster, of course. I wonder where that's from. Okay, wow, this is kind of bad actually. As you see, to solve that, we're gonna have to dump like a ton of military points into this. Like a lot of military points. We actually don't gain legitimacy each year because I have negative prestige. Right. Looks like I was right. We can go ahead and pick up another one of these. It will be justified wars. Although the funny thing is we literally can't declare war. Like I don't have diplomats. I'm annexing all my subjects. I figured it would be a good idea for us to pick up the next admin tech just because we're so far behind. It is causing unbalanced research. Now, for this run, because Castanor is such a long and arduous run to get through, I have predefined all of the idea groups that I'm going to take with the help of some very kind people in the Anbennar Discord who helped me figure out what the best way to complete the mission tree without playing until the year 1900 would be. So, to start off with, we are going to take espionage ideas. Having annexed 2 of our subjects, and soon the last one will also be annexed, we can now actually finish off another mission. Castanor is ours once more. The patricians who run the city did survive through various different means, and now we're basically going to have to negotiate with them for much of the rest of the game. In fact, they replaced the Burgers estate as their own, and apparently we need to keep the influence below 80, otherwise I guess they have too much power and corruption sets in. It's actually really good for us because we do need a lot more crown land. It's also not that great because it just wiped out a good amount of our governing capacity, which is not good. Let's see, what do you have? It seems they are quite different compared to the Burgers. And see, I would like this monthly Diplo power, but for the time being, we can't spend any crown land. We can still take our debt out, which is good. In fact, it makes me wonder, okay, yeah, we still have these 1% loans, which is kind of funny. It means, actually, that I could take out more 1% loans, and I could pay off some of the 4% loans, which is nice. You know, I didn't think that expanding this much this early into the game would create an actual issue. In fact, I thought I was being really slow on the Iscan consolidation. Apparently, you're supposed to do it by 1550, not 1500, so I really didn't have to do as much as I was doing here. And there we have the last subject. Now, I can't really afford to have an army this large, so I'm just gonna mostly get rid of it. Can't forget to swap back to Castellos while he's still available. Just hired some advisors to finish this mission off. Basically, Carleon is gone, rip, but we're gonna do good in his name, surely, probably. We get a tier 3 government reform trust of the future. It gives us a fixed dynasty, as well as +1 yearly legitimacy, monthly heir claim increase, and no stability loss on monarch death. That's perfect, considering I really want our current monarch to die. Now, it isn't great that we lose some of our bonuses from decentralized bureaucracy, but I think I can live with that. And of course, later in the game, I very well might change this anyway to centralized to get the culture conversion cost reduction. We can also pick up our second idea group, which is going to be admin ideas. Now, at this point, if we wanted to, we could form Castanor. We're not going to because they do have a mission tree, but their mission tree is like ancient. Their mission tree is actually older than the Counts League mission tree because this got a rework, I don't know, like a few updates ago. But Castanor, that mission tree's been there for years, which means if we form Castanor right now, we will not be able to take this mission. It is an incredibly powerful mission, which I'm kind of holding off on first because I still want to invade these guys. I want to take as many Green Orc provinces as possible, so that includes like Deadfang. Since they have some more Green Orc provinces down here, then we invade these guys for their Green Orc provinces. And then in the end, this gives us very little that we actually have to culture convert. Finally, there's at least somebody we can rival. It's lonely here in the number 3 great power spot. Even Gawed doesn't count as a rival, but we are allied to them, so that might have kind of an impact. Speaking of being allied, hey buddy, do you want to give me money? Thanks, man. Also, what are Green Orcs doing? Leaving the Deep Woods. Hold on a second, buddy. That's illegal. You can't do that. Wouldn't you rather be killing some elves or something? Oh, what is this? Estil wants my help against who? Deadfang. Yeah, actually, we're gonna say no to that. We do get our next reform. Probably not going to worry about our unique one. It just lets us swap personal deities a little bit faster, every 5 years instead of every 10 years. It's more important for us right now to get religious unity and admin tech cost reduction. We're finally caught up on admin tech, which is really important, not only for the governing capacity, but because we can also pick up courthouses now. In fact, okay, we do have a lot of debt right now, but I'm gonna take out more debt because we kinda need to use it on courthouses. Like, it's really important, actually. The mages have like no power, so I can't even ask them for help. The buildings are just gonna be expensive. I am going to take some land back, though. What is this? You're going to war with Elikand? I mean, you're crushing them, so that's fine, actually, yeah. Like, they have literally 0 troops. I did get a tip from one of my spies that Bone Carver is planning to attack Wyvernheart, which kind of sucks, because I need to attack Wyvernheart, and I also just want to get rid of Bone Carver. So, we can call in Corintar, I think. They don't want anything from these guys, so what I'm gonna do is just make sure they don't change their minds mid-war. With Gawed, we just don't have trust, I guess. I think partway into the war, I could probably change that. Anyway, Anti-Monstrous Conquest, Orintar, and I think Deadfang. Yeah, we want a co-belligerent. Kinda sucks that the Orc warbands are just physically faster than we are, plus 20% movement speed. Kinda makes it annoying. I think the easiest way to deal with these guys isn't going to be through fighting, it's going to be through sieging. Because Orcs, I think, get, what is it, minus 20% fort defense. And we do have at least some siege ability. Or honestly, it might even be better, because I mean, look at them. They have like 1,000 people here. We might even just want to assault forts. So we can get these guys out pretty easily. That's 12,000 troops we can just kick out of the war. So we can just go ahead and barrage and assault this capital fort. There we go. And look who's willing to join, the Cobalt Company. Sure. Unless you're trying to take stuff, and then I might say no to that, actually. What if I just tell you that I sort of want this stuff? Let's be honest, they're probably gonna get killed anyways. Well, they'll probably make a good distraction anyway. There goes Corintar. Not a big deal, really. Now, I actually did co-belligerent Deadfang, I think. Yeah, they're co-belligerent. Okay. So I can take a few of their provinces. I'm probably just going to take the stuff that is Orc culture, and the other stuff I don't really care about, because that was the main point of invading this guy, is that I wanted the Orc culture provinces just so I can, like, get them converted easily and out of the way. I will still take money, probably not war reps, because I don't think they have that much, or at least they won't after this war. I'm going to do a little bit of a weird decision here, where I'm going to actually try and corral the enemy units towards Cobalt Company. I'm hoping that they can siege them down, which would give me the opportunity to have them kicked out, which would allow me to actually take the stuff that I want. Because right now, wait, I can only take these provinces? Yo, what? Why are these so expensive? Oh, it's expensive for you to take something because you're an adventurer company, and it automatically assumes I want to give this to them, which I don't. Okay, well, the main point is that's even further point, to be honest. I need them to just kind of like fix this over here, so these guys can continue to siege this. It's fine, it has a lot of defensiveness. Just gonna gently nudge the enemy armies a little bit. I'm gonna let them win these battles, actually. Even though this is a show superiority war, that is kind of okay. Because as I said, they did serve as a good distraction. They even got me the capital, which is very nice of them, I appreciate that. Unfortunately, I kind of need those provinces. There is a line that I won't let them cross though, and that is that I kind of need you to not be on the capital. If you would be so inclined as to to not be there. Thank you. They can go ahead and siege this down. That would be nice. New rivalry, that actually makes sense. Okay, they've sieged down the province. Perfect. You guys take forever to do your job. Okay, that just leaves us with one final battle. May or may not give us enough superiority to swap the war score, but either way, we do need to finish this war. Oh, that's not fair. Retreat into a province that I can't access? Hold on a second. I don't think so. It's really funny that they have like no people to fight with, but because of the way I've been fighting this war, they still have the war goal for show superiority. I don't even know if I can do anything about that. I might just have to wait for them to surrender. This is so aggravating. I have literally chased this army around this circle twice now. Hold on, I'm done with this. That's enough of that. Still don't actually have the war goal, which is funny. They have no army, by the way. They have been entirely defeated, fully occupied, no army, just one province left that's currently being sieged. But they won't surrender because they're like, guys, we won so many battles, guys. We did so well. There we go, they have surrendered. Now, I guess it's fine if we wait for this siege to finish, because 100 ducats is quite a bit of money. Just gotta clean up some rebels real quick. Okay, you are going to give me war reps and money and prestige. That's cool. Actually, I mean, if this stuff is free, I might as well. It is free prestige. Actually, yeah, I didn't even check if I could fully annex you. Which provinces do I need? Technically not that, but yes, this. I think that covers all the stuff that I actually want to take. Really just the orc provinces. The rest is fine. It is quite a bit of overextension though, so I might actually sit on that for a little bit. Alright, war exhaustion is gonna get pretty bad if I don't decide to end this war right now. It is maybe a little bit too much overextension, but it should solve itself pretty soon. We can actually upgrade our rank to a kingdom, which is nice. Gives us a lot more governing capacity to work with. I can also go ahead and seize some land. I didn't realize that the mages were upset. That's fine. Current heir dies. Wow, yeah, that's exactly what I need right now, actually. The average heir to die while we have this really bad king in charge. Really neat. I spent the last several years dealing with all of the rebels that were spawning as a consequence of this war. And I've also been half-stating everything so I can get at least some money out of it, while we still can't really afford the admin to fully state everything, or really the governing capacity, to be honest. I think at this point I would also like to take the Golden Era. I think that would be a good idea early on. So I'm actually going to take out a few more loans. I know, the loan situation is not exactly great right now, but I will fix it at some point. That gives us our control over centers of trade, allowing us to start the Golden Era. Maybe I should have done that earlier, you know, right as I was courting a bunch of stuff, but anyway. We can summon the Diet. Let's see if we can take some more land back. Oh, that's perfect right now. We can go ahead and pay off some of our 1% loans. Ah, you have to pay off all of them, okay, because we did have 10 of them technically. No, that makes sense. Kind of weird that Venomtooth's being guaranteed by Arborin. I don't know why they're trying to guarantee some of the orcs. Seems kind of thematically weird. Not a big deal though, I'm just gonna call in Gawed. I really can't be bothered, I don't even care. I know at the very least Gawed doesn't want this stuff, so that doesn't matter. From Arborin, we are going to ask for full money and war reps. I think Gawed gets most of this, but that's fine. They honestly should have not even been in this war. For some reason, I'm allowed to take war reps from these guys. Might as well grab as much prestige as possible just because I don't like them. It doesn't actually do anything for me, I'm at 99% prestige. But with that, we now own every green orc province in Castanor, or Escan, I guess. Don't think there are any that we don't have. Most of the other guys here have already done like culture conversion and stuff. So now we can press this button. There we go. Everything has been completely culture converted. Nice. I should give a big boost to our economy. That actually leaves us with just one country that we are going to need to invade, and that is Wyvernheart. So we're going to call in Gawed again. I know for sure they're not going to want to take anything over here. They have no way of coring it, of course. But I might need their help with Grumbar. It also unfortunately puts us at war with Newshire. And it's unfortunate because I've actually played these guys recently. Did a whole streamed campaign of their mission tree. It's rather long, actually. Newshire would be easy to annex in any one war, so I'm just going to take money, war reps, maybe break some alliances. Ooh, yeah, that works. This guy's now 53 and the queen is 48. Chances of having an heir are not great right now, so I will take that. Oh, that's interesting. I think I'll take the Diplo with a chance of additional admin. So, Grombar, we're gonna want... Actually, would it be possible to get a Humiliate? That would be nice. War Reps, Humiliate, and full money? That would be pretty great. That is perfect. Then we can just fully annex these guys, and we should be able to finish off the mission. Yeah, there we go. We don't even have to core it. Seems Anbennar is one of the previously owned estates of the Black Tower dynasty, especially after the fall of Black Castanor. Although the area itself is nothing really that great. We do get a free core on the whole area, which is very nice, and an event in 10 days. Anbennar was disputed for centuries between Voron March and Castellir, ultimately the land where the Black Towers lived for the past 4 centuries, and it was only with the Green Tide that we were sent packing. Even Carlian himself was raised in this area, and it seems actually that in the ruins, a distant member of the family reveals himself to us. A prodigal son with 534 stats. Absolutely no claim to rule the country, but he is pretty good. We get 20% local autonomy in the Anbennar area and 100 admin power gets lost. And you know what? I would totally accept this, because then I get the opportunity to also boost up another one of his stats. I think I'm going to actually go again with the Diplo plus a chance of admin. Just the Diplo this time, that's fine. Now, I was considering abdicating, but I think in this case, I'm going to wait until the claim is a little bit better. It does go up by about 4 per year, and I'm kind of hoping to bring it to at least like 50 or something, just so I don't have to spend a whole bunch of mill power boosting it back up to avoid a civil war. That's the main part. Anyway, since we don't need to have a bunch of crown land anymore, we can finally sell some off, get a whole bunch of money, and seize some land back. You have no idea just how painful it has been for me to not be allowed to do that. So much money could have been made, so many loans could have been paid off. We have additionally finished off the last mission we have as Counts League. I suppose to become Castan, you would have had to pass a couple of trials at the province of Trial Mount, but I suppose for the past 4 centuries there hasn't been a Castan. So we're going to have to put in some effort to restore the North Citadel which lies there. We get an event for our reward. The Trial Mount is the mountain upon which the first Castan met the Way Guide and was guided to the revelation that led to the refugee Castanites founding the greatest human empire. It is the site of the trials that each undertook and added to in kind. Across the different eras, this empire survived with Escan as its imperial metropole. That was until the Garudians came in a time of weakness and the Ebon Frosts seized the empire for their own. Black Castanor being born and the trials that made one the next leader now put under guard to only allow Ebon Frost dynasts to attempt them. This bastardization would end with Castan the Enthralled and the final death of Nishmer on the Mount, the devastation so terrible that the trials were destroyed and marred. Castanor itself was rent asunder, its constituent parts split into the kingdoms of Cast and Anor along feudal lines instead of imperial ones. The idea seemed gone, but then they united into Castellir, a continuation of Castanor's domain, finally reunited behind the White Walls. It was a beautiful dream, cut short by the horrors of the Green Tide before it had time to flourish in full when compared to those older realms of the Blade Marches, Adenica, and the Lost Realms besides those. But now Castellir is back at hand, and perhaps in time, Castan's empire will be too. It is much to ponder on as the current state of the Trial Mount is taken in and then finally descended from. So as our reward, we get minus 10% province war score cost for the rest of the game. We also get an additional colonist for the next 50 years, which I guess is really not that important since we have practically colonized everything. But we are able to form Castellir ahead of time without needing admin tech 7. We did, of course, delay the formation because it at the very least allowed us to culture convert many more provinces, saving us much hassle later on. But now that we have completed all of our missions, it seems reasonable to finally form Castellir, or really to reform Castellir. It gives us a couple of claims, not permanent, interestingly enough. We get new missions, 50 prestige, new traditions and ambitions, and of course our temporary increased centralization. I have to assume that these ideas are going to be better than Council League, although Castanor has not been revisited for quite some time, so I'm not really too sure. Taking a quick look at them, yeah, you know what, they actually do seem to be quite a bit better. We used to have stuff like prestige from land battles and like cost to fabricate claims, which is not that great. But instead, now we get a significant reduction to fort maintenance, +2 diplomatic relations, 15% cav combat, 10% aggressive expansion. The legitimacy is alright, I guess. The thing is, we get so much legitimacy. Like, we really don't need all this. -20% Diplo annex cost, very good. -20% culture conversion cost, very necessary. Discipline, national unrest, development cost, and then yearly absolutism. So yeah, I'd say it's quite a bit better. You can see we do also have a couple new missions. Again, these are very old missions. They do seem rather useful. We get a lot of culture conversion missions. I figure we're probably going to be able to go through a lot of these. We are the second greatest power. We do make the most income out of the countries that we are aware of. We're almost done with espionage ideas, and it's actually really nice when you consider that our aggressive expansion impact right now is -50%. That's going to be pretty useful. We're going through admin ideas to make it a little bit easier to fit all of Castanor under our belt. We started as Council League, a remnant state of the once great chivalric kingdom of Castanor, torn asunder by the Green Tide and occupied by the orcs and goblins brought therein. A man of the Black Tower dynasty, Harleon, sought to restore the kingdom of Castanor for the sake of his wife and daughter. Having succeeded in subjugating the orcs and uniting the adventurer bands into a new kingdom, his successors eye the rest of Escan, seeking consolidation and further glory. I would very much like to form Castanor, and to do that we're going to have to consolidate Escan. Fortunately, we do have 34 years to accomplish that at the very earliest. The longer we take, though, the less time we're going to have to actually go through the Castanor missions, of which there are many. Speaking of missions, we have quite a few that are already complete just by us forming Castanor, starting with Reclaim the Capital. Of course, it's expected if we want to reforge Castanor, we need to hold the territory that is deemed the most important to the concept of Castanor. The Imperial City itself, Castanar, and the Trial Mount. Our reward is additional development in both areas, as well as some permanent claims we can't really use, and some reduced culture conversion cost and increased local missionary strength. It was recommended to me that I actually should get started on converting things as quickly as possible, so we are going to start converting a few things to Castellarian whenever I have a little bonus for that. Now, these other missions are complete, but they do something very similar, and frankly, I do not have the Diplo power to go ahead and just do that for free super easily, so I will slowly redeem them as they become relevant. Gonna be friends with these guys because they do have the institution, and I could probably ask them for that. Certainly beats developing it yourself. While we still have our half-cost aggressive expansion, we're going to move into Marhold. They do hold some provinces that we need to take. The next Miltag is kind of expensive, but for innovativeness, I think it's still worth it. We can't actually fully annex Marhold, but we can take about this much, which will cut them off from Bugund Darach, while also giving me the provinces that I need and allowing me to take a little bit of money, because we can just come back in like 15 years and finish the whole thing off. This allows us to upgrade ourselves into an empire, especially useful given our governing capacity situation. Oh wow, Castellos dead. Wow, isn't that crazy? Shocking news. For context, Castellos is the ruling god of the Regent Court, as it says here, and also usually the one that I go with at the start of the game, because, you know, you get the monthly admin power, pretty useful. Turns out, he's actually been dead for like 1,517 years, and as you can imagine, that's going to cause a little bit of instability. I don't think anybody's going to mind if I just absorb this orc tag. I think I'm looking to finish these two missions first. Basically, we just need a buffer zone between Castanar and the western side. Same as before, we get a little bit of development and some reduced culture conversion cost, as well as increased missionary strength. I'll be taking that, and I'll give this away. Okay, now we have the Cornite Proclamation. That is going to be interesting because that's, you know, within the context of me starting to culture convert things, that could actually be kind of a problem. See, I also want to be Cornite. which means I should flip to Coronite. So we're gonna go ahead and actually save to see what happens. Having converted, we still see some culture conversions. Now we have yet to see if they will continue, which it looks like they are for some reason. Okay, sure, I can work with that. We do get to choose what our orders will do. The two that I'm really looking at are either the +1 innovativeness or -2 aggressive expansion each time you put one down. The -2 aggressive expansion can be incredibly powerful. They're both actually quite helpful the earlier you get to use them. But I think we're going to go with the aggressive expansion because innovativeness we can get through other ways. Aggressive expansion just slows everything down. Of course, we're going to use this opportunity to become the Defender of the Faith. It gives us an additional missionary which we can use to start converting things. Choosing our second order, I think we're going to go with the culture conversion cost and time reduction. It's mostly for the culture conversion time, which you don't see a lot of modifiers for, so I figured this could be quite useful. And then out of our 4 options for our final order, the military one, there seems to only be one option that I would consider to be worth taking, and that's the bottom one, because it says every time you establish one of those orders, you get 25 institution progress in the national capital, which means, in theory, we never have to spawn another institution. On top of that, if I were to put it in a sort of frontier province, then it removes 10 years of separatism for every province in that state. That means that we can start culture converting something sooner. I don't expect to have to use it, but for example, what we can do is put it down in the capital, and it looks like we just got our 25% boost. Not too bad. So similarly, anywhere that we don't really need a culture conversion, anywhere that is already fully Castellarian, we can take advantage of that. I should of course also mention the lore of Coronite, which is that you still believe in the Regent Court, but simply that Corin should be the one to lead it. Originally, because Castellos is dead, the idea is that his son would now lead the Regent Court, but the Coronites say no, Adion, the son of Castellos, is not fit to lead the Regent Court. Our core mechanic, other than our orders, is our Coronite Paragonhood. It acts in a way somewhat similar to Buddhism in base EU4, where you have different effects for different values, either negative or positive or neutral. In theory, you're going to want to stay in the middle or at negative, because at the very least you can get that aggressive expansion impact reduction for being neutral. Or if you are in the negative, then you get faster conversions, and most importantly, minus 15% war score cost versus other religions. That's one of the most important parts. We do also have a unique ability. It's easy to miss, but I believe if we have positive Coronite Paragonhood, then we don't have to pay any Diplo power for returning cores or releasing countries and vassals. Or that's how I interpret it. Maybe you don't even need positive Paragonhood. There we go, we now have colonialism in the capital. It should begin to spread, although not very quickly. Makes me a little concerned about actually being able to embrace it, but we'll figure it out. Let's go ahead and sell some titles before taking some land back. I forgot to mention that I handed this out to the patricians, that's why I didn't have that much crown land. But anyway, first thing we're going to do is probably repay those 1% loans because I can get much larger loans. So we'll go ahead and do that. Then we can start repaying these 4% loans. That'll significantly reduce our interest and the amount of inflation we get every year. Naturally, after we converted to Coronite, the country of Corintar has done the same and will accept vassalization peacefully. Partially, that's also because I finished off espionage. I do still need to continue expanding, however I don't really want to use admin because I think I would like to get my additional governing capacity as soon as possible. So we're still going to invade people, we're just going to hand stuff off to my subject. From the allies, I just need a slight injection of cash, so war reps and money, that's it. After all, I might need to declare war on them. And with the capital now sieged, I will take all of that myself. It's a little bit of aggressive expansion, but really nothing too bad. This event is actually perfect. I've been looking to get a stability, and I was going to wait until I could get cheaper stability, not just by doing a lot more converting to increase our religious unity and make that cheaper, but also, of course, by waiting for the idea, which I'll still do, but this gives me the opportunity I've been waiting for to actually abdicate, which actually does not reduce our stability, and I forgot about that because, yeah, we have a specific thing. That's literally what this does, and I feel stupid. Well, never mind. The area for this mission is actually already completely converted culturally and religiously, so it doesn't really matter that much. The idea behind the mission is to acquire more mineral resources. that's pretty much it. We can also quickly go through this one because it should allow us to convert these provinces religiously a little bit faster, and then we should be able to culture convert. Reasonably, we should want to control the lands around the city of Castanor as well, for both strategic and economic reasons. Ooh, not too bad, a 354 as an heir. I'll definitely take that. We can give her another admin point with a chance of another mill point. Just the admin, not a problem. We know both Argent's Keep and Old Haven are fully converted at this point, so we might as well just click this. And we're also going to need to build 3 forts, which is exactly what I needed the money for, so we're just going to go ahead and build those. We'll just wait for this to finish off. Raven March is going to take 2 wars to annex, so we might as well get one of those out of the way. Rogeria should be a quick annex if I ever need to, which I probably will, but you know, not yet. So short truce, just money and war reps, thank you. We are in the age of unraveling, which is really unfortunate because I was just about to sell titles. That sucks. Well, at the very least, we will get our religious wars. On the downside, that means we also get additional aggressive expansion, which is not great. Okay, and what do we have here? It's kind of awkward that this event kind of insinuates that Castanor is the favored country of Castellos, and so it would actually make the most sense for Adian to take the throne in our context. But we're just going to ignore that real quick and pick an answer. We can give ourselves 2 years of tolerance of the true faith, but on the downside, we will not be able to declare war, or we can get 5 years of reduced idea cost in exchange for reduced tolerance of the true faith and a little bit of an upset clergy. We'll go with the bottom option just for the reduced idea cost. It's a very short period of time, so it'll only apply to pretty much one idea anyway, and we only have one left. Anyway, I will still sell titles even though I'll get less money, and then we'll finish off this war. It's going to give us a little bit of aggressive expansion, maybe even a coalition, but I don't think it's that big of a deal. I will go ahead and excuse myself from this war because I can't be bothered to remain in it, and then we can also see some land back. My subject can have much of this stuff, including his core here, and the rest I don't mind coring. Now that we make some rather considerable money, I'm going to spend some on getting better advisors, including improved relations because that helps us to decay our aggressive expansion. Here we are, we get our additional 20% governing capacity at the end of that. We also get a pretty solid policy for minus 20% advisor cost. Oh yeah, I forgot to read this mission actually, my bad. It's mostly just about getting more farmland. As for this one where we just needed to build 3 forts along the White Walls, it speaks mostly about building forts along the White Walls. Anyway, it does give those 3 provinces a marginal increase in garrison growth, as well as giving us a couple of permaclaims. Free stability sounds good to me. Huh, you don't say. Well, that is one benefit to having espionage ideas. At least, I think this is from espionage. Either way, yep, that's going to be pretty useful because I have to go to war against the halflings. They only have 1 ally. I'm actually going to have to fight that ally multiple times. I do only have 20 years left to actually go through this entire consolidation, so again, I'm not looking for a super long truce with this guy. It's gonna be a whole 5 years at minimum, then 1 war, and then however long that takes, and then the final war again. So this will extend it a little bit, but I do need them to break their alliance with Alinor, just so I can actually attack Alinor, who are actually my ally, but I'm going to have to use that alliance to just kind of push aside one of their other alliances. Actually, I might get too much aggressive expansion with this guy, because I am going to be fully annexing Newshire. That could end up being an issue. We'll see. I'm gonna go ahead and actually repay all of my older loans. That's a good idea, because the new ones are 100 crowns larger. And if I didn't pay them, I'd be renewing them anyway. So we might as well go ahead and practically renew them. I think at this point, it actually would be worth it to go ahead and just grab this mission. It talks mostly about the forests of Eastern Castellir and how they're some of the largest in Canor, really good for logging and to export for countries that want to build a bunch of ships. We see this reward again for many of these areas. We don't actually need to do any culture conversion. There are a few where we do have to do culture conversion, and we actually won't be able to do them on time for that modifier unless I click this, this button, which I can, and maybe I will. So now I only have to wait 6 years. Well, within the time we have left. Anyway, you may notice that we do have more missions completed. The army of Iscan, we just need a large army for the most part, so we needed to have an army of 100,000 troops. That's why I expanded it so much, so we get a few more permaclaims. Having completed the previous regional missions, we can now finish the large one. We've reunited the historical lands of Castellir, and now none can reject our rightful inheritance. The time has come to absorb what petty kingdoms still remain by our grace alone in our rightful homeland. We get get Masters of Escan for the rest of the game, giving us +2 Diplo Rep and minus 20% Liberty Desire in subjects. Quite powerful. Then, having taken a few things from the halflings over here, we can now finish this mission. Basically, we should have that stuff because we're the true heirs of Castan. This video approved by certified Castanorian patriots. So we get our perma-claim on West Castanor. And if we want our claim on South Castanor, we're going to have to beat up some orcs, my favorite. Now, as much as I would love to do that, it would be a lot cooler if I could just nicely ask for that. And they say no, so we're going to have to kill that guy. In fact, now would be the best time to get that done because we can call in Gawed and all of our allies actually to help us push them back. Finally, the institution has spread to the entirety of Castanath, saving us quite a bit of money on embracing the institution. First age ability, of course, we'll be taking the Religious Wars one. Ooh, that's nice. We have unfortunately found ourselves in the usual gameplay loop where you're winning super hard, but your allies are not winning super hard and they get their stuff sieged. Or they will not understand what distance is, and they will decide instead of pushing up into the north because they're close to it, they'll decide to send all their troops to the deep woods instead of doing the thing that they're supposed to, which is guarding the northern border and making this easier for me. Now, I am still managing to drag us across the finish line regardless, but yeah, that was painful. After embarrassingly getting reinforced memed, we're just gonna end this war, I guess. We don't really have all day to play around anyway, so I'll take the provinces I need, a bunch of money, and war reps. Thank you very much. We do have a bit of a schedule to keep, so we can now push south. Reopening of the deep woods threatens to make the situation in the south even worse. That is actually an excellent way to narrativize what just happened. Like, yeah, it would be bad if we let these guys breach containment because their goal is entirely to spread the deep woods. Anyways, we do get our permanent claim on South Castanor, so we are in a perfect position to go ahead and conquer the rest of it. Now let's look at our truces. We don't have a truce with you, so we should probably go to war. For the next idea group, I have written down here that I'm going to go with influence. I think that's probably for the Diplo annexation cost, especially alongside admin, you get another minus 15%. While we're at peace, we might as well sell some titles and take some land back. With that, we're going to do a couple of things. I know that the inflation's really high, it's just going to stay high at least until the end of the video, but that doesn't mean we can't build buildings, because even if things are expensive, we should probably still build buildings. So I'm going to redeem this mission to get reduced construction costs for the next 30 years. Essentially, we just need to put the population back to work. And then, if you remember that we get 2 additional Diplo Rep from being Masters of Escan, that means that we can actually go to our mages and hand out reduced research regulations. That'll give them 36% influence, which we can then use for a medium strength spell, which I will use on aiding constructions. So all of a sudden, our buildings are actually cheaper to build than normal. And we're going to start off by building as many manufactories as possible, because we need them for another mission. Anyway, let's continue our expansion. I also don't care too much about our professionalism right now, and we do need manpower, so I'll go ahead and slacken. It would be nice to get that base tax, but actually I think I'd like to have the money right now so that I can invest it in things, like another one of these. Anyway, full annexation, does anybody care? Kind of, but they're probably not going to do anything about it. Also, we should spend some time starting to annex this vassal because it's going to take, that's a long time. Yeah, I didn't think about that actually. Okay, let's start on that. Oh boy, I'd really like the current heir to not die, but I will accept the outcome. That sucks, and we don't even get someone that's as good. Well, okay, increase that Diplo with a chance of admin. Hopefully it works. Just the Diplo, of course. Give myself enough time to rest and gain a little bit of manpower, but we really should start on cleaning up Marhold because we're going to have to fight Kuthir as well, which means we're going to be sieging 2 holds. Everyone's favorite. That was actually incredibly easy. In fact, I'm going to push a little bit more just to get maximum money out of the dwarves. Perfect. We have our war reps, maximum money, and they're going to break another alliance. That's pretty important for us to break. And then from Marhold, of course, we need full annexation. Can't forget to start building a couple of these as well, because despite the fact that I'm trying not to fully state every single province, we still have governing capacity issues. We do have ourselves in a bit of an unfortunate situation with aggressive expansion and the fact that we need to pretty much annex all of Anbennar. See, we're getting kinda close to getting a coalition that sort of matters. Gonna be a tight rope that we're walking, but I think I can still make that work out. Oh yay, the Crimson Deluge, right. So that's not great, but we do get admin power, which is cool. I appreciate that. I don't know what lore is confirmed for the Crimson Deluge, but it's basically blood rain. But it's not actually blood, it just kind of looks like blood. It's red, has the viscosity of blood, etc. I don't remember what it signifies canonically, but everyone has their own interpretation definition of what it means. So as Koronite, we're probably thinking like, wow, Koron is so cool, making it rain blood or something. I don't know. I mean, it's not a good thing. It does just cause a bunch of devastation. So this is where it gets a little bit awkward, because I would like to take all this stuff, but I kind of can't. So instead, I have a different idea. We're going to put a couple of these down. They cost 50 admin and reduce our aggressive expansion by 2, which means it will be expensive, but putting enough admin means we can just annex anything we need to. For the next age ability, I suppose we can go with institutional spread. We will be getting that soon enough. Also, this expires in a few months, so I'm actually just going to finish the war. If you're wondering, I don't think I need these provinces because they're not actually part of Escan or Castanor. So if I need them, I'll take them later, but for now, we'll just leave them be. Not gonna be a fun coalition, but it's totally manageable, I think. It is a little bit of overextension, but again, not something I'm worried about. Yeah, that works fine. Also, a new reform. Minus 5% aggressive expansion impact. Actually, not a bad idea. Here we go, the mission I was hoping to finish with those manufactories. We have to establish a national economy and become the workshop of the world. Although it's 1540, so I don't think that's really going to happen yet. Anyway, 30 years of increased production efficiency. It's not much, but I figured I'd get it out of the way before I lose access to the mission. See, for example, we have like, oh, here's an image of Koron painted in blood that was from the Blood Rain. So of course we interpret a lot of the Crimson Deluge to be something good, despite how actually destructive it is. Still earlier than 1550, so I wouldn't mind selling titles one last time and getting that land back. Also got some new rivals to take care of, very nice. Our 1% loans are up again, so we're going to actually repay these, even if I have to take out one additional loan to make that happen, because our new loans are 200 ducats larger, and while it is still worth it, we're going to keep on building a few buildings. Also, I think I completely fumbled the timing on trying to integrate this subject. I just shouldn't have integrated them. Should have waited until I had this and then integrated them, because then, you know, it would have been a lot cheaper. But it is what it is. At least we do get that stability back, that's nice. New Air 433, not terrible. We'll try and get more Diplo with a chance of maybe some mill power. Or actually, I don't need that much mill power. Diplo with a chance of admin. It never seems to pick the 50% chance. I think that's 4 times in a row. Eventually, it's going to get suspicious. Anyway, one last time, sell titles, take land back. Okay, we did manage to get the coalition to dissolve. That was the last thing holding us back from conquering the entirety of Escan. Fair warning, the way that I'm going to accomplish this is not going to be pretty. We're going to call in Rogeria, and we're going to call in Alanor, which means we're going to be fighting all of these countries, but we're going to bring in Corvuria and Gawed, so it's not a big deal. I do just have to make sure that I stake my claim on this stuff that I need. Oh darn it, you know what just happened? Yeah, they developed a new culture about 1 year ago, which increased the war score cost by 25% for all of their provinces. That's really cool, I like that. No planning in the world could have prepared me for a random 25% increased war score cost, so that's really annoying, actually. Yeah. Wait a second, we do have an opportunity, so let me just do all of my regular border cleaning up. We'll annex you, full annex completely. Actually, wait, do you hold territory that I need? Oh, you do. Hold on. Okay, never mind, we're cooked. Because someone simply could not resist the urge to ally a country all the way across the continent. Well, anyways, gonna continue with my current plans by fully annexing this country as well. Then you're the problem. But they are guaranteeing the independence of Ancardia, which means they might possibly still actually guarantee them. Anyway, I'm gonna fully annex this guy as well, just because I feel like it. Then with Arborin, we'll just take some money, it's fine. So, arbitrary modifiers, my favorite. Okay, we're gonna leave them with less than 50% war score in terms of their remaining provinces. This should allow us to fully annex them if they are still guaranteeing these guys. And they are. Okay, perfect. Oh my god, this is amazing. We're so back. I mean, we're still not going to get the consolidation, but at least I will not be thwarted solely by the stupidest modifier I've ever seen. If my plans are going to be made entirely irrelevant, at least it's going to be through regular EU4 garbage. But even though I don't think we'll be able to finish this by 1550, that doesn't mean we shouldn't give it a shot and at least see if we can grab these 2 provinces as fast as possible. Which means declaring for the most expensive province to decrease how much it costs to take and just trying to occupy as quickly as possible. Crimson Deluge is over, very nice. Okay, we might be a little bit bit cooked, but I don't think we're like super cooked. Maybe like a medium rare, not like a complete well done, you know? So we're gonna barrage that, and then we're going to send a whole bunch of disposable units, and we're gonna see if we can just burn this thing down as quickly as possible. I gotta admit, they do kind of have hands, but in the end, we can grab that capital. And we have the war goal, and I'm hoping that they're willing to give up 2 provinces very quickly. I do also have some spare manpower here, so if we don't get this siege tick, I might just burn it to the ground maybe. And we got the 7%. Are you kidding me? I also decided that you don't actually need to have an army. Full occupation, but they won't let me take 2 provinces. That is a certified EU4 classic. Okay, let's try and fix that maybe. Oh yeah, actually I do need to annex these guys. I completely forgot. I'm like, oh yeah, I shouldn't annex them because there's no point. Wait, hold on. It's holding up literally all of my cores. That actually is a big deal. Okay, wait, hold on. Fully stack wipe their army. -5. You have to be kidding me. This has to be a joke. I think I'm being trolled right now. No pre-1550 consolidation. Off by -3 reasons to accept the peace deal. That's unfortunate. Can't say I didn't try though. I mean, look at my country. Clearly I put in a little more than I should have. In fact, I did not have to do any of this. This is not required for the mission tree. But with this, we should have ownership of every part of Castanor. Anyway, at this point, I will begin to annex our subject Orintar, and I've got to deal with all these rebels. Oh, and the fallout of, yeah, it's gonna be fine, probably. Let's use this opportunity to change the mages away from their current guild organization to the state organization. It's a little bit expensive, but better now than later when they have too much influence. And of course, we need to take some of that crown land back. Okay, kind of weird actually that I can see so much of everything. Oh, and also, interesting. Silver Spite actually won the whole Kamriakval. I didn't think he had a chance of winning ever, but what do you know? Check out the Amion video to learn about why that is an incredibly easy thing for the player to win, but I guess it does have a chance for the AI to succeed with. Huge money, we'll take that. And actually, I really need to spend it on courthouses. This just in, apparently the bypass for the Ascani consolidation is 1560, not 1550. I got the date wrong and I didn't have to do any of that. Let's go. Turns out we're fine on account of me just being a little bit stupid. Which, you know, actually makes sense because I have not gotten an event yet. Did finally manage to bring that inflation down to a reasonable number. Okay, it's 1560. We have every single province we need. Just double, triple checking that. So we should get an event soon, I think. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. There's no way. You have to own more than Castanor for it to... Okay, I guess we're doing that then. Okay, yeah, no, that's cool. That's cool. Okay, yeah, no, I'll figure that out. Probably. Man, here I was thinking, good on me, I did the early consolidation. And like, in a way, I kind of did, but I kind of didn't. Because I own all of Castanor, but that's not enough to form Castanor. You actually need to take stuff from the Empire. That's fun. That's a really good time, I'm sure. Okay, well, I guess we're not getting the early consolidation. It went from being so over to being so back to once again being over, but in a completely different way that I hadn't imagined. All right, let's get this out of the way then. Okay, so that took a little bit longer than I wanted. We're just going to demand everything we can, which is just basically a lot of money. Actually, I'm going to ask for war reps because I can't have that stolen by Gawed. These are the provinces we need. This is the pain we're suffering. It's not that bad. Okay, good. Coalition is actually gone. Now I just need to fight the entire empire. Lovely. Let's take this opportunity to get rid of our old 1% loans and get some new ones. I can pay less interest. Also, let me actually move the capital to Lower Castanor. I'm sure it'll get moved somewhere in here anyway, but I'm going to do that right now because I want to spawn the institution. And all I have to do for that is press this button 4 times. There we go. And it should start to spread. Figured it would be a good idea to get all of my allies in this. No point in making this any harder than it has to be. Well, that's that. Honestly, not a very difficult war because they were a little bit distracted by the massive number of troops that my allies have. So pretty easy to siege down what I needed. Okay, so this is everything I need to actually bypass the Ascani Wars of Consolidation. Leave it to me to think that I fumbled something, but actually didn't, only to later fumble it for a completely different reason that I never anticipated. I think this bodes well for the rest of the Castanor run. Anyway, now we can bypass the Ascani Wars of Consolidation, giving us the event that you usually get at the end of it. Castanor began as a small power centered on the fledgling city of Castanor. Castan, the progenitor, was a local warlord at best, even if he had had the Waygind Seer to help him, and was sufficiently talented to unite the Castanites behind him. And then, within a generation, Castan II Beastbane was leading a crusade against the Deepwoods. A few more generations and Castanor stood dominant in Canor, only rivaled by the Gnomish hierarchy and the Demarian Republic. It seems another power in Escan has followed that path, Castellir. Rising from the ashes of the Green Tide by diplomatic dealings and military might, they have rapidly secured control over a vast swath of the region. Their rule over Escan is now incontestable, even if some pockets still resist them. One question remains: what shall they do next? Shall they follow the footsteps of wise Castan IV Realm Builder, bloodthirsty Castan IX the Quarreler, or will they be inspired more by Nishmer, the Sorcerer King? Only time will tell. Castanor once stood astride all Escan, all Canor. Then it fell, and in its wake petty kingdoms rose. Then those fell too, crumbled before the Green Tide. And all that was left was devastation, but no more. Out of scraps we have forged steel. Out of embers we have lit a wildfire. Out of petty adventuring bands and relic kingdoms we have created a power that dominates all Escan. And those few corners of the realm which still resist our rule shall fall soon enough. Though this has been true for decades, it has crystallized into an undeniable fact. Now it is time for us to expand our gaze, our ambition. Where shall we look next? We do get a couple of options. We can decide to fight for the Dove Throne, allowing us to usurp emperorship of the Empire of Anbennar, and if we were to win that war, immediately enforce ourselves as hereditary ruler of the entire empire. Doing so, however, would lock us from being able to form Castanor, which is what this option allows us to do. The other two options are permanent modifiers, the top one being for creation cost and province war score cost, and the bottom one being development cost and national tax. Naturally, we're going to be reforging Castanor. Castanor, the greatest of all human empires in Canor, prided itself on bringing civilization to the formerly wild lands of Canor. Under Castan II Beastbane, the Fey-tainted Deepwoods were cut in half, allowing human settlements to grow and prosper. Under Castan VI Giantsbane, the last of the murderous giants were driven off from the northern frontier. Later Castans would add more lands under their enlightened rule, the consequences of which are still felt in that much of Canor still speaks some variation of Common. Common, in this case, is a language similar to Latin in terms of its widespread effects and how common it was to use it as a language of commerce, and especially a language of faith. How could any nation possibly live up to its legacy? Akromar finds himself spending more and more time strolling between the marble busts and stone statues of Castanath's Pantheon Way. The relative silence of the district, employed by many as a refuge from the constant shouts of merchants and low murmur of conversations of the rest of the city, was instead deafening to Akromar, letting untoward thoughts and doubts rush in unimpeded. Doubts of the nature of rulership, of the direction of Castellir, amongst others. And so Akromar sought wisdom and insight while walking between forever frozen scenes of Castan's past. How did these near mythical figures forge Castanor into a continent-spanning empire? How did they ensure the prosperity of their people? How did they bring civilization to all of Canor uninterrupted for so many centuries, through myriad times of war and conflict, from the demonic Nolish Jazubin through the last death throes of the mighty Giantkin as they broke against Castanor's walls, and through the destructive advent of Zamalot the Black during the Dragon Wake, blackening Castanath itself with dragonfire? The answer to the greatness and longevity of Castanor, Akromar had come to obsessively believe, were the mysterious trials of Castan. Many specific details are vague, perhaps lost to the vagrancies of time, but accounts do agree on a few points. The trials were a tradition started by Castan II Beastbane, seeking to follow in the progenitor's footsteps. After summiting the trial mount as Castan the progenitor did, Beastbane added his own trial for every future Castan to complete, and so the tradition continued, with each successive Castan adding their own challenge to the mix. Only by proving one's worth in the ever more complicated trials could one prove oneself worthy of becoming the next Castan. All this ended with the War of the Sorcerer King and the final battle of Trial Mount. It is said by many that the magical energies and destructive forces forces wrought by the battle forever tainted the Trial Mount. At the very least, the battle rendered the mountain inaccessible for years after the battle. Stories of still active magical traps, pockets of dark energy, and even echoes of ghostly appearances of the Sorcerer King himself kept most out of the area, even as Castanor and Escan started to consolidate and prosper in the centuries after the war. For the average person, the Trial Mount and the Trials of Castan have long faded into history, banished from the public conscience by events such as the Green Tide and Wars of Escani consolidation. Akromar was not satisfied. Surely some of the trials would have survived. Surely centuries of time would have dissipated the worst of the remaining dangers of the Trial Mount. And most importantly, experiencing the trials would surely open Akromar up to the insight and wisdom of the greatest Castans just by following in their steps. In the meantime, Trial Mount was overgrown. Glory Road was in disrepair, many of the paths leading from and to the disparate trials had been swallowed by the hungry roots of trees, and the North Citadel was still a shadow of its former self without the old aqueduct feeding it. Before any could attempt the trials of Castan again, they needed to be reclaimed from time and the wilds. While this was happening, Akromar could devote all of his time to poring over every last detail of each of the Castans and preparing for the trials. That is expensive, but I don't think it's that bad. For the next reform, I will go with probably General Estates. The additional loyalty makes it a little bit easier to revoke privileges. Sure, I guess. I don't know why the AI does this. Finally, the restoration of the Trials of Castan were complete. Before Akromar could get too excited, however, a small contingent from the Castanath patricians, having gotten wind of the completion of the restoration, approaches. Certain patrician factions and families are more protective of Castanorian history and legacy than others, and this was clearly from one such family that took enormous pride in tracing their line directly from the very first Castanites. Proud and haughty as always, they quickly made their intentions known. They wished to dissuade Akromar from attempting the trials. They warn Akromar of the dangers posed by the trials, of the consequences of reigniting such a tradition in modern times, and above all, of soiling the legacy of Castanor. According to them, only those descending from old Castanorian blood can rule, meaning that only those who share the blood of the original Castanites can become Castan. They cite the proclamations of Castan, which states the following: "Henceforth, all those that have followed and endured with me shall be known as my people, Castanites, and our realm's successors will be of your blood and your blood alone." Akromar dismisses this out of hand, of course, for had not the proclamation been broken by Castan Ebenfrost and his successors, who were all Garudian? Good point. Not least because there's precedent set that it doesn't really matter, but also it's been such a long time that I don't think anybody actually cares. And even if there were somebody who descended from old Castanorian blood, would they actually have a better claim to create or recreate the kingdom of Castanor? Would that claim be any stronger than the person who's actually in charge and kind of reforged the empire themselves? Anyway, the patricians lose 5 loyalty, and we unlock the ability to take the Trials of Castan and reform Castanor anytime we wish. So, to revive Castan's empire, we have to prepare to attempt the Trials of Castan. Either we succeed and form Castanor, or Akromar dies, in which case I assume you just have to try it again. The Trials of Castan, a tradition and mode of succession unique to Castanor, was established in 618 BA. The near-mythical Castan the Progenitor, slain during the first Great Cleansing years after defeating a Nullish invasion headed by the demonic Jazubin, left behind an interregnum period fraught with uncertainty. The able Castan Beastbane would take up the mantle of Emperor after establishing the Trials of Castan, a series of tests designed to determine a worthy successor for Castanor. Each successive Castan had to pass the trials left behind by their predecessors, while adding their own test to the trials at the end. The trials continued on for centuries until the Sorcerer King brought Castanor crumbling down with his ambitions on the rest of Canor. His final defeat came at the Battle of Trial Mount, where a band composed of Free Realm heroes and their elven saviors defeated the Sorcerer King. The trials were irreparably damaged during the battle, its magic either drained, severed, or otherwise rendered useless, or so everyone thought at the time. To To restore Castanor, the first human empire and master of much of Canor for centuries, our ruler must pass the trials of Castan, as every ruler of Castanor has done in the past. Starting from the gates of the North Citadel, the traditional starting off point for the trials, Akromar readies himself for what would surely be a long and arduous journey. So here we have the trials themselves. I assume there are going to be a lot of events, so I'm not going to read each and every one out, but we have a couple of options for taking our oath. They're all dependent on whether or not we actually pass these trials, but we can either get fort defense, gain the righteous personality for our ruler, or get -1 national unrest and plus 10% state maintenance for the rest of our ruler's life. For each of them, it says that our oath will be deemed sincere and accepted, so I don't think there's too much of a consequence for which one we pick, meaning I'm going to go with the bottom one. And we succeed with the oath now being branded onto Akromar's body. It's a little disconcerting, but I guess it's what you have to do. With the first trial completed, we have quite a few left to go. In the trial set forth by Castan, the 36th dragon friend, we have to confront a wyvern and we get to choose what we should do. We could just shoo it away, but I think I'm going to try and appear as non-threatening as possible and let it approach you. We're gonna have a how to train your dragon moment, hopefully. We can shoo it away for a chance of becoming a bold fighter. Offering it your lunch doesn't seem to do much, but we can lose 100 crowns to give it some exotic treats, and we do have some decent money, so I don't see why not. Seems pretty happy with that, so we can either try to immediately jump on its back, maybe not a good idea, likely going to startle it, or we can try to communicate, which also seems fruitless, but okay, we'll try that. There's no way that worked. We really do have our how to train your dragon moment. Okay, next trial. For Beastbane's trial, it looks like we have to go kill a beast and make something out of its body. So we're going to try and track down a basilisk, either on our own or asking the local forest spirits. And I don't even know what to pick here. I assume we should try our own tracking skills. Okay, never mind, he's completely lost. Okay, we'll ask the Fae. They do seem to eventually lead us somewhere, presumably the den of the basilisk, except actually it's just a mountain lion and we're gonna have to fight it, which seemingly doesn't end up being an issue because we're able to end up killing it. Now, we could end up using this for the trial. Screw it, we gamble. Remember, of course, that basilisks are mythical creatures that can turn you to stone if you look at them. So, do we want to try and shoot it full of arrows, or do we want to sneak up on it and attack a weak spot? And I would say probably a better idea to try and attack a weak spot. Seems a little risky to try and shoot arrows at it because you have to like look at it the entire time when you're trying to line up your aim. So we'll try this. And he does it, managing to kill the basilisk in the very same moment that they lock eyes. And for that, we get 10 prestige. Let's go. Okay, maybe I spoke too soon. We can also get an additional point. That's pretty good. I think in that case, we're definitely looking for Diplo power.
Akromar has returned from the trial mount, lips quiet of the ordeal that happened above, but also with eyes shining of triumph and authority. It is clear to all that Akromar has passed the trials and will be anointed as the new Castan. I pledge to defend my land and my people to the end of my days, but will not bring unjust strife onto the world. I pledge to hold back corruption and sin, both worldly and divine, and speak the truth evermore. I pledge to remain steadfast in Castanor's darkest days, for I am its guardian. May the gods listen to my words and deem me worthy of their divine majesty, and that it may bless Castanor long after I am gone.
Okay, so we become Castanor. A bunch of all of our primary culture provinces become Castanorian culture, as well as a few other provinces it seems. The North Citadel actually becomes the new capital. We get the question of succession, so another event right after this. We get permaclaims on all of Castanor, of course. I mean, you had to have all of it to form Castanor, but anyway. We get new ideas, we get 50 prestige, which unfortunately does not get converted into points. Naturally, we get more missions. Akromar gains another point at random, as well as 50 admin and 10 prestige, and until the king dies we get free war taxes, yearly legitimacy, prestige decay reduction, and monthly war exhaustion reduction. On top of that, I see we have something called set dominion cap to 2, but I have no idea what that means. Presumably we are going to want the new Castanorian ideas, but just in case I don't, I am going to save. How are these looking? Let's see, we have our prestige decay, our discipline, national unrest, morale of armies, core creation cost, and governing capacity. Caravan power, it's alright. Port maintenance, Port defense, it's okay. 20% land force limit modifier, actually not the greatest, because usually I don't fill my entire force limit. Stability cost reduction, yearly legitimacy, 15 maximum absolutism is quite good. Some part of me says I want to keep the old ideas, but then I see the max absolutism, and I kinda like it because it means I can keep some of my privileges. I'll just keep the ideas, it's fine. Now for the question of succession, I think it would be an amazing idea for us to immediately pull the ladder up behind us and not let anybody except for my heirs attempt the trials. Great that we didn't have to be part of that dynasty, but now that that's over, you have to be part of my dynasty. From a gameplay perspective, I'm not sure how this plays out. I don't know which one is better than the other. They seem to be pretty similar, except we're not allowed to have royal marriages or heirs with the top one, which would, in a strict sense, make it worse, because it means if we can't get royal marriages, then we can't get personal unions. But from a somewhat historical and also kind of roleplay perspective, we would probably have a lot more stable of a succession if we left it to just the dynasty. So I'll take the bottom one, and hopefully I won't regret it. And so we begin the real Castanor run. A long, contiguous series of conquest missions, some development, some other things here and there, and no real stopping point. At least not until the very end. We have two real starting points, one, invading Corvuria, and two, trying to fix the country up a little bit. After all, we do still have a lot of devastation. We can peacefully vassalize the Forge Master Union, and the reason I would do that is because I could invade and release Kugdir, but unfortunately they have some provinces over here, which makes that pretty much impossible, because I don't have a colonist, so I can't colonize this province, meaning I can't even take that stuff. So if I'm going to need a dwarven subject in the Serpent Spine, I might as well make my own. It's not our top priority, but it wouldn't be good to allow our aggressive expansion to decay too much, so we should invade Corvuria. Okay, I'll be first to admit, I forgot war wizards exist in this game. I did get kicked in the teeth a little bit, not gonna lie. But I'm just gonna go ahead, grab the institution, and pick up the next few texts. Now, I do have on my list here either religious or some kind of military idea group. It wouldn't be bad to go with religious, because that would give me a lot of CBs to use, but frankly, Coronite is spreading a lot further than I thought it would. And I don't really have much to convert right now, so I think we're gonna move on to my backup plan, which is just going with a random idea group, and of course, it's never random, because I always pick offensive. We're having a bit of factional infighting in Castaner. The patricians, of course, having ruled the city for centuries at this point, are not too pleased with the idea of having their privileges and wealth curtailed by imperial power. Although that's just one side of the patrician factions, whereas one of the others thinks that working with the crown is in the best interest of all parties. And while I personally think it would probably be best to try and root out the power that the patricians hold, our only two options are to either say nothing about their infighting, or try to push our influence and quell the dissent, which we are going to do. Oh shoot, I forgot to join the League War. I did actually want to do that, I just completely forgot to. From Corvuria, we'll be taking these things, mostly because I need to snake towards these highlighted provinces over here. These provinces are necessary to form the Dostanorian Dominion, and the coalition itself is not that bad. As I mentioned, we do need to work on building up this dwarven subject, and Kugdir seems to be having a bit of an issue with goblins. An issue which appears to be actually tougher than fighting Kugdir themselves. It's just a lot of goblins. Also, why am I not Defender of the Faith? Okay. I guess I will take that back. We did just reach the tech necessary to build a level 4 fort, which is what we had to do for our first mission as Castanor. Basically, it's a good idea to restore the castle. Not much else to say about that. It does change the culture to Castanorian. We gain a base tax and a base manpower, along with a little bit of prestige, and the option to construct a continuous legion way across West Castanor, whatever that means. It's so many goblins, I should have waited. Yeah, I definitely should have waited. I've lost 108,000 people. The enemy side's lost 32,000, and I've lost so many just to goblins. I think I've slaughtered 300,000 goblins at this point. They just keep coming. And not getting a 92% siege. Maybe this is a sign. Maybe the Castanor video was a mistake the whole time. The stars are aligning to turn the Serpent Spine into my own personal Vietnam. This is really not great. And the patricians are plotting against me. They've created a new loose society to push their interests against the crown. So that's great. Certainly this won't lead to anything. Yeah, okay, so because our ruler is just short of being God himself, the patricians seem to be upset. Okay, I'm gonna take full money and war reps from Tarakar. Then from Kugdir, I will take some money and all of these provinces. And then my subject may have them. Oh boy, okay, so we have the death of a matriarch. I do wonder if this has something to do with the fact that we're about to have a civil war in the next month. But anyway, as she has died, and I think she was actually one of the ones, well, if it's related to the previous event, one of the ones that supported the crown's rule and didn't want to try and further the interests of the patricians. Now, by law, her land goes to the crown, but apparently this would upset the patricians, which I guess makes sense because they want the patricians as a whole to have more influence and power. If we do follow the law of inheritance, the patricians lose a bit of land, we gain some prestige. On the other hand, if we give them 5% crown land, we can get 3,000 ducats, which is a pretty significant amount actually. And I kinda do need the money. Just think of it as a more efficient sale of titles. Sort of. Besides, who knows how much money I'm going to need for this civil war. We do have another event, a disturbance at Trial Mount. It seems like someone is looking to scout the trials themselves, which is interesting. Now, we can lose a bunch of manpower to reduce the uprising progress by half, which would delay it by several more months, or we could gain a free stability. I don't know if there's much to gain from pushing it off, but at least thematically it would make sense to try and guard the patrols, because I have a suspicion that someone is trying to undertake the trials themselves. Okay, Civil War time. Not just a civil war, actually, but also a lot of rebels. Nice. That's really, really cool. The Edhardrakon Uprising. For Akramar, away from the main Castanorian court on a provincial visit, the day begins unassumingly. The sky is perhaps just a little hazier and off-color than expected. The sun just a little hungover. And was that just a hint of a smoky smell in the air? Enough to leave Akramar on edge, perhaps. But there was work to be done that day. Documents and edicts to sign, decrees and orders to give. Best to put it out of mind. Unable to shake a feeling of unease several hours later, Akramar leaves his makeshift headquarters, and right into confusion and commotion. Half a dozen couriers and messengers in various states of disarray are talking over one another to one of Akramar's advisors, the poor hapless man trying to piece the story together. Without question, the Edhardrakon have chosen a member of their own to take the trials of Castan, finally having the confidence to declare Akramar an illegitimate Castan. What happened next has been interpreted 1,000 ways by 1,000 different people. Some say that the Edhardrakon chosen succeeded and the trial mount itself roared its approval, shooting ash and fire a mile high. Others say that the trial mount rejected such a blasphemous act out of hand, filling the air with smoke to prevent the Edhardrakon chosen from sullying the trials while the previous Castan was still alive. No matter the truth, the Edhardrakon apparently has much more power and influence than previously thought. To support their new leader, they have quickly taken control of Castanath and are even now fortifying its formidable walls, ready to fight for every last stone. The battle lines are drawn as the people of Castanor wait with bated breath. Who will end up the true heir and successor to Castan and his empire? Okay, this can't be that bad. I mean, what do they have? 100,000 troops and a bunch of rebels? It's not that bad. Plus, wait, can I bring in my allies maybe? I hope. Oh, they're already brought in. Of course, it's a defensive war. That makes sense. Yeah, okay, this is not going to be that hard.
Foreshadowing is a narrative device.
We do get a special set of missions until we're done dealing with this uprising. Or we could decide if we wanted to play as the Edhardrakon. I'm not going to, but I would like to see what that looks like. So I've saved the game, and let's take a look. Do you have any missions? You do have missions. That's surprising. And what happens after this? I assume they just reform Castanor, but with a different set of laws or something? It's not like they're trying to create a new country. It's just about a civil war for who leads Castanor, pretty much. Wow, there is a lot to this. Okay, we have to bump up stability. We have to do a whole lot of stuff. Increase the national unrest. The morale of armies needs to return. Yeah, how bad is this, by the way? Do we have a mechanic for this disaster? That's crazy. And yeah, during the whole thing, we have increased stability cost. Lovely. Yearly legitimacy reduction. Monthly war exhaustion increase. National unrest. That's great. Let's start by dealing with a couple of these rebels because they are behind my lines. We'll wait for our allies to come to our aid. With them, this shouldn't be too difficult of a war. And also, I need to embargo you. Also, I like how the Emperor's name is Castan. Castan the Castan. Anyway, by embargoing the Edhardrakon, they should have absolutely no trade. After all, they can't even get through the Serpent Spine. We have a loyal subject in there, so they are entirely isolated. We will lose 100 blow power, but we gain a significant amount of money. Unfortunately, it looks like they have some unique generals. Castan the Castan is an 8352 general. Genuinely insane. Oh yeah, where's my current capital, by the way? Because it's no longer where it used to be. It is in Ardent Keep. Yeah, okay, that could kind of be a problem. I don't have a fort there. That's 200,000 people. That's a lot more than I thought we were going to be fighting. Okay, well, let's start off by paying some of these smaller loans that I've had for a really long time. Actually, okay, I have the merchant guilds back. I was gonna say, all of my loans were tied to the patricians, and now they're trying to kill me. So you can take out new loans from these guys and pay off some of the old ones. Was that a good idea? I don't know. I'm probably going to use it for mercenaries, so we're just going to keep this. Also going to ask the mages to cast a spell for me. The capital is so important, I might actually just go with a narrow ward, maximize the defensiveness in the capital. I have a feeling taking the capital is one of the worst outcomes that could happen to us. It pains me to do this, given the hits to professionalism I'm going to take, but we do need to hire at least one mercenary company if we're going to win this war. Fortunately, that also completes the adventurer's agenda, which means nothing because they just gained some more power. And that's because of the army we literally just hired. Right, okay. Actually, what's interesting is you don't have any morale right now. What did you do? Swapped every single unit type, maybe? Interesting. Interesting gamble. We'll see how it plays out. Okay, we have stack wiped one of their armies. Really lucky for us that they decided for whatever reason to swap the unit type that they're using. That is an AI classic, because that should mean, actually, that we can probably kill off their generals as well. We have to do that for a mission. And so, if I can just really quickly go in there and destroy a whole bunch of their armies, that would be lovely. Yeah, the peasants aren't super happy. Okay, we're gonna send in the army to increase our claim strength. So because of the current claim strength, every Edhardrakon-owned district of Castanor gets increased defensiveness like crazy. Okay, that's really neat, I guess. Okay, adventurers, I'm going to need to take this away because that is increasing the stability cost by way too much. Then we can bump it up twice. And we're also going to want more legitimacy. I might as well just bump that up while I have the mill points. We can finish off this mission, essentially securing the loyalty of the home front so we can actually fight properly. Really just gives us morale of armies into national unrest. Yeah, we do have a bit of an issue with the way that this war is fought, and that is that the AI doesn't understand the priorities. I'm trying to fight them. They have a far superior army, by the way. Like, it's not even a contest. But the issue is that we need to make sure we have all of our provinces first. Then we can push this to get more siegeability, discipline, and manpower. Then we need to occupy the walls, which will collapse a lot of the capabilities of the Edhardrakon. Meanwhile, we need to build the spy network to create the uprisings. Then we have to drain the war exhaustion to decrease the defensiveness. And then we need to make the estates loyal to increase our claim strength and to be able to actually push this war to its conclusion. But the AI is like, nah, let's just siege the capital. Which is great, but I'm kind of dying over here. 60,000 manpower to increase the claim strength. I mean, at this point, we don't even have manpower. Just give me that free claim strength. Okay, we're having our little shuffle over here. It's actually turning out pretty well because I'm starting to recapture my forts. Gawet is here to help me fight. And hopefully we can get a stack wipe or two in here. We've retaken all of our territory. So now, all together, we're going to push to take the western white walls. It gives us additional manpower, siegeability, and discipline. Seeing as these are rather tough to crack, I'm just going to barrage them. Ooh, that could be bad. Hold on a second. Good thing I just finished these sieges. Oh, never mind. Oh, I didn't even notice the enemy gets insane discipline. Okay, that's why all the battles are so hard to fight. Hold on. Dude. Yeah, no, that's crazy. That makes sense. And the morale? Oh yeah, plus 20%, of course. And I think they also get, what is that, like significantly more army tradition to begin with? No, that's cool. That makes sense. That actually explains a lot. We have our 50 spy network. We can use that to secretly support the loyalists within the enemy-held territory. Lose 100 Diplo power, but they do get a couple of rebels. Honestly, that is not a lot of rebels. Anyway, and that should be the decisive blow to the enemy. That was their entire army in that last battle, and they just lost, leaving them with only 82,000 troops. Our claim strength is not too great though, they have captured a pretty large amount of territory. But anyway, we should be able to recapture some of the provinces we need from the White Walls. Ooh, yeah, we're probably gonna seize some of the nobility holdings as well. Kinda need everything we can get. We just stack wiped the army that Castan is in. In fact, we should only need one more battle against the Castan for another mission. If only we could actually reach them. But their capital should suffice. Let's go, we have captured one of the enemy generals. And we could actually decide to gamble it and see if they're willing to fight for us. But I don't think we actually need them at this point. Would have been nice to have them earlier on, because that is a 2660 general. Not bad. Unfortunately, their only atonement will be through death. And with them gone, we get additional cav combat ability and land leader shock. This is the last stand of the usurpers, left with an army of 38,000, one of their generals captured, and the Castan beaten for the 5th time. It is a really, really good general though. Okay, maybe we can have you. We get land fire and artillery combat ability, and we have beat the Castan, so we can increase our own claim. We've shattered their aura of invincibility, and it's safe to say that not just doubt is cast upon whether he's worthy of his supporters, but everything is crumbling around him. The war exhaustion of the traders is rather high, and I reduced my own completing this mission. Let us see the patricians still deny our legitimacy when our legions are marching through the streets of Castanor. The whole city gets minus 100% defensiveness. We've taken the whole of the White Walls of Castanor, leaving no escape for these traitors. Honestly, the penalties they get are not that bad. Not at this point anyway. Why am I fighting Grombar? I think they just intervened in the war because it's a war between great powers technically. So I'm the #1 great power, and Gawad is a 2nd great power, which allows Grombar to move in if they so choose. Now, I don't think that actually matters very much. Grombar is nothing compared to the whole alliance they just decided to fight, so good luck with that. We've taken South Castanor, finishing this mission off. North Castanor has also fallen. At this point, the penalties are not too severe considering just how close we are to ending the civil war. And that's the end of the city itself. We've finally done it. Except, of course, that the war itself is actually not done yet. Okay, the enemy has done a full, complete surrender. It's actually very funny that they've done this because it means I can just go ahead and take more stuff. And for some reason, Gawad really wants this, otherwise they're going to hate me if I don't give it to them. But anyway, we can enforce our authority over the Edhardrakon, get a bunch of money, placate Gawad. Sounds good. It is a somber scene in Castanor as the sun sets on the end of the peace summit. Castanor still stands as it has for millennia, yes, but all around are reminders of yet another war, yet another conflict, yet another mark on its weary surface. Only just recovered from the Iskani Wars of Consolidation. A new set of scorch marks to join those made by the Dragon Wake, a new collapsed building to join those stripped by the Green Tide and destroyed by Mage Fire during the Wars of Consolidation. But at the least here was a chance for a reprieve from destruction, a chance to move forward again. Representatives from both factions are present, the energy a mix of disappointment and fear from the Edhardrakon side, while the Castanorian contingent emanated tired victory and satisfaction. The terms were unconditional. Castanor was to take full control of Edhardrakon territories, with the society disbanded and their upstart Castans stripped of their title and shuffled off to a quiet retirement. The few loyal patricians were to be rewarded, while the traitorous ones were stripped of their titles and belongings. Castanor stands united once again, but for how long? The patricians represented the last remaining vestiges of true Castanorian culture and its legacy. The Edhardrakon uprising, the last gasp of an ancient dragon, once powerful but waylaid by age. The advent of a new generation was at hand, but only time will tell if it can reclaim or surpass the legacy of Castanor. Regardless, Castanor stands united, and the world trembles in anticipation. We get 100 of each monarch point, a new Tier 2 government reform which gives us reduced advisor cost, reduced national unrest, and reduced liberty desire from subjects development. We, of course, inherit the Edhardrakon, and one of our missions will be easier to complete. Well, wasn't that fun? You know, it wasn't too bad though. Not a single disaster in this game feels worse than the Am I On one. We do get the Castanor patricians back. They've replaced our burghers once again. I will give them a couple of things. For example, I'm going to take out some more loans from them. At this point, it's funny because I have 15 1% loans. I'm probably going to pay off the smaller ones though. Throughout our mission tree, we have the ability to establish different legions. One for the north, one for the south, one for the west, and I don't know about the east. I guess we'll find out. All we have to do for that is bring 60 units of infantry into a particular province, and I just confirmed that mercenaries do count, otherwise I wouldn't have enough. Now it says I'll lose 60 units, but one of those is a mercenary company, so I don't know how they're going to do that. We'll see. Anyway, as mentioned, we're just making a legion to crush all resistance in the north. We get a subjugation CB on Vrorin March, and Balmeyer gets the Castanorian Legion base until the end of the game, giving it additional supply limit. We get yearly army professionalism, really good to get that started as early as possible. We also get that yearly army tradition and reduced local unrest, plus an event. Oh my god, it actually just takes the infantry out of the army. It just steals it from the mercenary company. That is hilarious. I guess we don't need that anymore. So we get to choose one of these legions. Okay, wow, we have a lot of these. Dragon Flame, Sword, Shield, Giant's Bane, etc., etc. Ooh, Giant's Bane? You know we're gonna have to use a Giant's Bane one for the north. It's only reasonable. Apparently, these legions also don't cost any professionalism to hire, so that's nice. Oh, is that a whole mercenary company that is, in fact, entirely free? It does reinforce very slowly, though, so maybe that's kind of the drawback. Nice to have, though. The only downside is that it literally can't stand anywhere. Nice. Okay, and now that we have a legion, we can get the Legion Way. I see. So what happens if we decide to build the West Castanor Legion Way? Okay, we can see that a bunch of these end up getting surveys, okay. And then we wait and then it works, I guess? Supply limit, trade value, 50 crowns per section of the Legion Way. That is expensive. Okay, I guess that's what I'm spending my money on for now. Legion Ways aren't bad, actually. I thought it would just be additional movement speed, but you do get supply limit and trade power and province governing cost reduction. That's pretty good. It was kind of a toss-up between either invading Ordia or vassalizing them and integrating them in 10 years. I'm just gonna vassalize them because I can't really be bothered to go to war with the dwarves, and I don't think it makes that much of a difference. We're probably going to have to wait 10 years anyway. Now, the Civil War may still be fresh in the minds of our people, especially considering the devastation I don't think has actually disappeared completely yet, but still, I feel like we've been at peace for too long. So we're going to start invading the Deep Woods. Not really because I need to invade the Deep Woods, but mostly because I need to be at war with Grombar so that I can pry them away from Vrorin March, who is perhaps the most well-defended country on the planet, with both Grombar and Laurent, the second and third greatest powers, pretty much guaranteeing their independence. And these guys are super behind on tech, which is why I don't really mind fighting them. It did take a lot to get Grombar out of the way, but we can get full money and we'll break that guarantee. As punishment for their previous transgressions, Tugund Darak will be sentenced to unlimited suffering. I don't actually need this territory, but I do to send a message. However, this territory isn't really stuff that I can actually use, so we're going to give the Wood Elves limited autonomy under the Castan. And so of course my friend Gawad here has decided to do the funniest thing imaginable and guarantee Vrorin March instead. I am at a loss for words. I don't even know what to say to that. You know what, actually, I do know what to say to that. I'm gonna request relative as heir, and we're gonna see what happens at the end of that. So, new plan is gonna go something like this. I'm going to declare war on Corvuria, which of course is allied Grombar because that just makes life super convenient for me. Anyway, we're gonna call in Gawed. I do have to invade these guys anyway. At the very least, when I'm close to finishing this war with Grombar, I should get the opportunity to finally declare war on Vrorin March for subjugation. I won't be able to call Laurent in, but I don't think that's too big of a deal as long as I manage to beat these guys up in the south. I think it's probably best for us to grab dynastic administration. We do have our espionage ideas, so the corruption will be completely nullified. Yeah, that's great. Well, this heir is about as good. Less balanced, but we can fix that. At the very least, we do get the chance to give them additional stats. Diplo and a chance of admin, hopefully. Just the Diplo. Okay. Before I forget, I actually do need to break my alliance with Ovdal Tungur, because I need one of their provinces for the Dostanorian Dominion, and they're probably not just going to hand it over. We'll ask for some money, of course, and then we just have to break the alliance. I'll go with a short truce with Grombar, just a little bit of money. I actually need them to keep their alliance with Corvuria. Okay, now we have our perfect opportunity to subjugate Vrorin March. Did a little developing to finish off this mission because I was kind of tired of waiting for enough prosperity to build for me to just move on with the entire mission tree. It does also give me extra crown land, which is nice.
Castanor, the first and greatest human empire, the bearer of civilization to Canor, the most stalwart of defenders against beasts and fae, and all who otherwise threaten humanity, is reborn. Before Castanor was all of those, however, it was a motley collection of peoples and tribes led by Castan the First, the progenitor himself. As Castan and Bulgar the Builder set out to build the great stone city of Castanath and the white walls of Castanor that would protect the fledgling nation, the Castanites started making the land their own, carving civilization out of the uneven soil and wooded hills. As we set out to live up to the legacy of Castanor, we must do the same. The Castanorian heartland, nestled within the white walls of Castanor, must become the thriving center of a great empire once again.
We get 20 prestige, which will translate into 20 of each point, and we also get an additional 50 admin. We've long since finished this mission, the legacy of Castan the Third Dwarf Friend. That's what this subject was for. During Castan the Progenitor's reign, that's the first Castan, Balgar and his dwarves helped Castanor. Balgar, I believe, is actually a god on the Pantheon, maybe. Pretty sure he's one of the Region Court guys. The dwarves helped make a bunch of stuff like Steel Hill, Balgarton, the Dragon Forge itself in Castanath. So there's a long history of the dwarves and humans working together, and we should start a new chapter in that friendly relationship with the dwarves. We get a small minority of dwarves in South Castanath, and our dwarven friends get the same effects, but with humans. Now, Aranan, I don't think I'm looking for a super long truce. I know I'm looking for these two provinces, and I want them to... Actually, do I want them to break that alliance? No, you need to keep that alliance, in fact. Never mind. Because if I do that, then I can also ask for money and war reps. You'll see what I mean. Alright. So, the question becomes... Oh, I actually can invite you into this war. Okay, that's perfect. I was gonna say, wait a second, they're still guaranteeing the independence of Vrorin March. And unfortunately, we're not at like the 25% war score that disqualifies them from joining. But they're just totally cool with joining the war anyway. Alright, sure, why not? I don't think that's how the game is supposed to work, but I'm not going to complain. It went from guaranteeing a country to immediately declaring war on it within the span of a day. Master of diplomacy. Okay, Dame's Crown, just gonna ask for money, war reps, and break a few alliances. That's cool. That's gonna let us finally finish the war with Corvuria. It's very unfortunate that the capital itself is incredibly expensive to take, but fortunately it's not a huge deal because of what I have planned. Oh right, I actually forgot there's a really important mechanic I have to use. See, we don't really care for goblins all that much, so we're just gonna kick them out. Yeah, that's it. It saves me points on culture conversion, and that's pretty important considering just how much we have to culture convert in this run. Incredible stack wipes happening here in Laurent. Sheesh. That was, I think that was 41,000 stack wipe right there. Very nice. Okay, so the legions are requesting a bit of a break. Okay, I suppose we could probably do that. Could have peaced out a long time ago with Laurent, but I felt like they just hadn't really suffered enough. So I had to, you know, go ahead and fully occupy them. I will be demanding war reps as much money as possible, break their alliance with Wex, of course, and humiliate on top because I'm a little bit afraid of expanding faster than my rivals can. And so just in case I don't have any more rivals in the next 10 years, at least I will have a little bit of power projection. And finally, after all that, we can get our subject. Exploited a little bit of tax dev so that I can start upgrading Bal Dostan to the 2nd tier. It's necessary for a mission, unfortunately. The truce with Grombar is up and they could join the coalition, but I don't want them to. So we're gonna declare war. This time I might even go with Reconquest, because my aggressive expansion could use a little cooldown. Corvuria, I really just want a white piece with, actually. I've been fighting on borrowed manpower this entire time. I could hire mercenaries, but the problem is I kind of want to keep my professionalism. We do have a mission for which I need at least 40% army professionalism, but according to the reward, the more professionalism we have, the less harsh the modifier we get will be. And since it lasts 10 years, getting minus 10% discipline kinda sucks. But on the bright side, I did just pick up this next admin tech, which gave me me a whole bunch of governing capacity, so who knows, maybe I can actually finish stating the entirety of Iscan. Ooh, hey, you know what? I actually don't mind that previous heir dying anymore. That is totally okay. Yeah, we'll take that, thank you. We're now in the Age of Witch Kings, which is good because, yeah, I'm gonna need that extra absolutism. And that admin efficiency, of course. Speaking of absolutism, yeah, we're gonna have to fix that. Okay, let's do something about that. If you can believe it, this is a full peace deal from Grumbar. A full 100%, including the reductions you get from the Reconquest CB, of course. I'm not really complaining, this is everything that we need for a mission. Not much flavor text for this one, just gotta restore Castanorian influence to the north. That's what all this stuff is for. We just lose a little bit of unrest and a little bit of separatism. And of course I will hand them all of the stuff up here. And we can convert Vrorenmarch into a Castanorian dominion. Vrorenmarch is a cold, inhospitable, infertile wasteland. There's no but, it just sucks. However, despite how terrible it is up there, it should still belong to us. We get 50 of each power point, 10 prestige, which will be converted into splendor, and a few permaclaims for our subject. Also, I personally think that the color of Vrorenmarch should change. I think it should become white, because that would be cool. Kind of like how in Victoria 3 that kind of happens. When you have a subject, it becomes the color of your country. That's a pretty sizable coalition, actually. Could always invade the orcs, I suppose. Our subject does have a couple of claims, and just today, actually, I learned that you cannot fabricate claims adjacent to your subject's territories. I think you used to be able to do that with espionage, but now you can't, and that was probably changed a really long time ago. I just don't take espionage ideas very often. Oh, right. So, I was supposed to get a CB on Corvuria, you know, before the truce ended so that they couldn't join a coalition. And here we are. Well, actually, I might be able to salvage this. We just need to bring this to level 2 so we can finish off this mission. Bal Dostan was named after Dostan the Explorer, the one who led the Castanites out of the deep woods and into Iscan after many years. After the arrival of the elves and the subsequent fall of Castanor, Bal Dostan was elvenized as Arca Corvur, or Castle of the Corvurians. And the mission mentions in recent times there are rumors of corrupted blood and unnatural darkness within the Citadel's depths. If you want to learn more about that, you should play Corvuria. We unlocked the ability to construct another Legion Way. The province itself also receives a base tax and a base manpower. We'll also end up getting 10 additional splendor because we are at the prestige cap. I've just grouped up my army here to get at least 60 infantry in the south. That should allow us to finish off the following mission, the Legion of South Castanor. There now lies nothing between a legion and the battlefield other than the official approval to deploy them. Now we get our permanent claim on Dostanor and Daravan's Folly. The province our troops are gathered in gains a Castanorian Legion base modifier, same as the one that we got up in Balmire, and we get to proclaim another Legion. I assume they all have different effects based on the last Legion that we got, and I don't know what the effects are, but let's go with something maybe somewhat thematic. The marshes in the south are actually a consequence of flooding that happened from a magical disaster, so maybe Magebound would be a reasonable one. And while we have our opportunity and Corvuria is not yet in the coalition, we should probably declare war. I didn't read the flavor text for the previous Legion. I probably should have at least put it on screen. It is actually an interesting read. It goes into stuff about like how the mages actually fight. But the gist behind the whole thing is, you know, the mages were kind of an issue back with Black Castanor and the Lich King and all that. But maybe through their service, they can redeem themselves. The Magebound themselves are a really large legion. They receive 10% less damage, get additional infantry shock, get 5% discipline, but have reduced morale and just like the other legion, have a rather slow reinforced speed. On the bright side, they are free. Ooh, free War Wizard, hell yeah. And we're getting it because of the Magebound Legion. Forgot to mention the Emperor did actually die, and our new Emperor is a powerful mage, or will still have to undergo the trials of Castan. If he refuses, we get national unrest, he loses prestige, and we lose legitimacy every year. Except, actually, the prestige hit is not that bad, the legitimacy's barely even noticed, and the national unrest also does not matter that much. But there's no way we're going to have the son of the first new Castan, decide to not take the trials. We have 3 options for our oath. We can go with the top one, which gives us a truce with one of our rivals. It's also the most likely. The second one is the least likely, but could give us the righteous personality. Not too useful, because that just gives us, I think, +1 yearly legitimacy. I do like the last one, but it's more of a gamble than this one. And we love gambling, let's go. Easy. We're back to the dragon encounter. Hopefully the thing we did last time still works. Be as non-threatening as possible, and we'll give it some exotic treats. And then we can either use hand motions or a simple spell. Well, the hand motions worked last time, but it would be funny to see how the spell works out. No, wait, maybe it spooks it. Okay, we'll just use the hand motions. That's not as spooky. There you go. We're gonna have to kill an immortal golem. Okay, it cannot be killed, but it can be disarmed. Let's scout the area first, and maybe gather some resources. And then if we make a trap, it could be easy enough. Couldn't be any harder than trying to go at it with just a makeshift weapon. Oh yeah, what do you know, it actually worked. But not that well. Okay, we do have to fight it then. Actually, funny enough, maybe this will work. Redirect its attention. Oh my god, that worked. Okay, yeah, sure, why not? Coronation of a new Castan, let's go! We do get the oath, we do get an additional point, along with 50 admin, 10 prestige, which doesn't really give us anything, and then free war taxes until he dies. I actually forgot about that. I'm pretty sure we had that the whole time, and I just didn't use it. From Aranen, we'll take full money, war reps, and these 2 provinces. With Grombar, we want a relatively short truce. I'll just go ahead and ask for a bunch of money. Not even war reps, because I suspect we will be declaring war on them before the war reps will even be done. Plus, they actually don't make that much money. Our ruler is quite good at illusion, and there is a magical project for it. I don't actually know what most of these do. Now, I know at some point someone would say, hey, just go necromancy and make him into a witch king, and we absolutely could do that. It just feels entirely against the idea of Castanor. Or at the very least against the idea of not having a second sorcerer king. We absolutely could, it's just more of a role-playing thing for me. If I wanted to play Lich King Castanor, I would just play the Black Domain. That is quite the coalition. I may have bitten off more than I can chew, but it could always get worse. To restore the Dostanorian Dominion, we are going to have to go to war with Ovdaltungur. We don't have a lot of manpower, but we can call in our ally Varamhar. Guess I can call in Gawed as well. Sure. I mean, it's not like they want anything. We get our admin efficiency, that's nice. Oh, I just realized that the legions are in fact not free. They just take from your taxes. We are getting negative money per month in taxes, let's go. Taking all this from Ovdaltungur is considered a little bit aggressive. You know, it will add like 15 countries to the coalition, but let me just see where my mission tree takes me. Ooh, yeah, that's unfortunate. See, I actually need pretty much 1-to-1 exactly what I'm going to take here. I guess we don't need Gem Mile, they can keep that. That should be everything we need. Okay, we'll just core this then. New heir, and we do already get to see that he is a powerful mage. Lovely. He's a little bit lacking in mill power, so we'll bump that up and hopefully get a Diplo. Yeah, we've never gotten the second point on that, but whatever. With that province now cored, we can recreate the Dostanorian Dominion, which tragically does take all of our land in this area, thus significantly weakening our economy. But at the very least, I guess they'll help us with governing capacity a little bit. Besides, we do have to do that for a mission anyway, so it's not like it's optional. The truce with Grombar is up and we can't have them joining the coalition. I'm actually just too broke to embrace the institution, but I do want that technology still, so we're gonna go to our divination and scry general affairs to get 3 years of 10% power cost reduction. And then with that, the technologies are actually not that expensive. For our 5th idea group, I have on my list here that I'm going to take diplomatic ideas. We can pick up our extra absolutism. Although we only have 35 max right now, I'm gonna have to start taking quite a few privileges back. Verkal Kozanad was quite the pain to siege down, but they can give us a bunch of money. Then from Grumbar, we're gonna take everything we need for this mission over here. I could try to get started on this one, but I feel like this can be done in its own war, probably. So instead we'll take a bunch of money and war reps, because I have a lot of loans and I need a lot of things built. According to the missions, we do actually need to give all of this stuff to Vrorenmarch. It's not enough to simply reclaim Vrorenmarch. The old Castanor was nearly brought down by the giants, and so we need to claim more territory in the north if we are to get sufficient warning in case they come back. We just get a permaclaim on the northern pass. I'm going to temporarily swap away from dynastic administration, and we're going to go for... let's go with meritocratic recruitment, actually. And we're going to summon the Diet. Might have given these guys a little bit too much influence, but I can probably live with that. Then we're going to go to the mages and say, hey, do you want to help me with construction? Because that would be really nice. Because we have a lot of manufactories to be building. I bumped up the North Citadel to level 2. It's actually a really good monument, giving us up to 15% governing capacity. But anyway, apparently the old Northern Citadel used to be linked to Castanor through a massive aqueduct, which we should, of course, rebuild, especially since nobody bothered to rebuild it since the Dragon Wake. And that was, I think at this point, like several thousand years ago. Anyway, it's going to take us a year to build. We've also gotten to 100 trust with the Forge Master Union, our dwarven subject. Just as Balgar helped the Castanorians in the past, we should repay our debt by helping the dwarves now. For the next 20 years, we get trade efficiency, inflation reduction, and regiment cost, as well as a historical friendship with the Forge Master Union. I've had this completed for quite some time. As we deepen our friendship with the dwarves, the Dragonforge district also grows in size. We have yet to rebuild the actual Dragonforge itself though, and our legions are in need of new weapons constantly. So we can unlock the ability to rebuild the Dragonforge earlier than normal. And all we need for that is literally 0.07 of a ducat, which I'm going to get just by exploiting some tax. Of course, why not? Yeah, sure, alright. Hey, at the very least, this is a pretty good heir. This is acceptable. We can give him more mill power. I don't know why every single heir is called Acromar by default. I've never changed the name, but it's always been Acromar. I could change it, but you know what, at this point, Acromar is kind of iconic. Okay, and of course he's also a powerful mage. It does mention the Crimson Deluge. I'm wondering if this is permanent until, I don't know, maybe the final age. Kinda weird to have it so consistently though. We've rebuilt the aqueduct. You can pause and read this if you want, but it's just mentioning reopening the aqueduct for the most part. The Citadel gets local development cost reduction and increased defensiveness, and the city of Castanor also receives a little bit of local development cost reduction. And some prosperity. I do have quite a bit of aggressive expansion with the actual Empire of Anbennar that I'm gonna try to work on, but for the time being, until I can take these last two provinces I need for a mission that's, locking everything else behind it, we can just invade the orcs. Because nobody really cares about the orcs. Oh, it turns out we had to actually clear the Dragonforge ruins first, that makes sense. Then rebuild the whole thing. Anyway, somebody thought it would be funny to sort of block me off from being able to take the stuff that I want, so instead we get this incredibly awkward peace deal that actually still kind of works. Yeah, it's not pretty, but it does give us the main area, Amaldir. And of course, I can just give all of this to my subject. We do clear out their trophy pile, which should give us a bunch of money. There we go. I brought our professionalism up to 60% by using our mill points and hiring a bunch of generals. It didn't need to be 60% for this, but because it is, instead of losing 1 yearly army professionalism, we're going to lose half of a yearly army professionalism. On top of that, we would have lost 10 instead of 5% discipline, so this is a lot more manageable. When we look back at the past in Castanor, it's clear that their military had some kind of exceptional qualification to be able to conquer and defend such a vast territory. This was, of course, because of their legions, which we will replicate. Presumably, once the 10 years are up, we will probably get some kind of event about army reform or something. I don't know, we'll see. Now, we don't really have to expand at the moment, but we do have an opportunity to claim more of the Deepwoods from Argordstun. Of course, we have practically no aggressive expansion with these guys. And on top of that, we can also use that as an opportunity to shorten our truce with Grombar. So it's probably a good idea. And our Emperor here is now legendary in Illusion, meaning we could try to produce the Simulacrum. I don't actually know what it does, but it sounds cool. We've gained enough favor from the adventurers to help us investigate the ruins of the Southern Citadel. The South Citadel actually served as the capital for much of the Greater Castan's Empire period, but over the millennia since the Day of Ashen Skies it has since fallen into ruin, and could potentially hold some useful artifacts. If you're wondering, this island was actually where the Citadel was. We lose 100 admin and 1,000 crowns, and we can either send in the adventurers or the mages, and I'm feeling more inclined to send in the mages. We haven't really finished exploring the South Citadel, but nonetheless, we can apparently begin its reconstruction. We can get Grombar out, we'll break that alliance, of course. The Dragonforge is finally complete. We get 20 prestige. One of the first production lines in the Dragon Forge has already sent out its first batch of mass-produced weapons ready for use by the armies of Castanor. The Dragon Forge gives us half recruitment time in this province, minus 10% regiment cost, and +1 monthly military power. And here we go, we've completed the simulacrum. Oh, I see. So whenever we want to study magic, we can just use the simulacrum to attend to our duties. Okay. Well, now I know what that does. I get a lot of military points each month, especially with that Dragon Forge now, so I think it's worth it to go into Evocation, because then we can get actual siege magic. Having restored the South Citadel, we can choose to move our capital there, or we could choose to move it back to the North Citadel. I actually forgot that it had moved to South Castanor after the Civil War, but I think I like the modifiers for the North Citadel better, because that gives us minus 10% province war score cost, whereas the benefits for the South Citadel are not nearly as good, and if you split your time between the both of them, it is actually better than going with the South Citadel, but then I don't get the province war score cost. I wanted to wait until I had enough points for this before I pieced out with Arg Ordston. That brings our province war score cost down to minus 40%, and so we should, in theory... Oh, hold on. Okay, so for some reason we can't take that. Okay, whatever. Thank you. That's really cool for Amhar. But anyway, we're going to take all of this stuff for our subject. Also going to take a bunch of money and war reps. That's it for the West Deepwoods. I'm going to create another subject over here in the East Deepwoods. Probably this one. And we just finished culture converting a province, which actually allows us to complete this mission. Just a little standalone one when you have over 2,000 development in Castanorian culture provinces. With the rebirth of Castanor comes the need for a rebirth of its culture. By fostering the revival of Castanorian, we can start to grow into the state we are destined to be. And it's quite a good modifier as well. We get another minus 5% province war score cost, 2.5% admin efficiency, minus 5% liberty desire in same continent subjects, plus 5 vassalization acceptance, and minus 10% culture conversion time. Also, when you click on it, it gives you the level 2 version. Okay, nice. So the more culture conversion you do, the faster actually you can culture convert. Also got a level 3 military engineer so we could finish off this mission. We're going to invest in the Dragon Forge to make sure that we don't just produce weapons on a massive scale, but also do research and development in our brand new Institute of Metallurgy to keep up with the rapidly changing landscape of modern warfare. For 100 military power and 1,000 crowns, we get 10% land fire damage and 0.1 infantry fire for the rest of the game. As we delve deeper into these South Citadel ruins, the adventurers have found a door that they can't open since it's been reinforced with abjuration magic. Instead, the Castan himself will have to directly lead the expedition. And we do have loyal patricians that will assist us in this endeavor, but I think our advisors are probably skilled enough. We've also successfully gaslit the coalition, which is perfect because I do need to declare war on Ashenient and basically declare war on the Empire itself anyway. I'm going to quickly take out another loan so that we can embrace the institution in a month, I suppose. It did kind of take a while, but it's not that bad. Okay, Ashenient, let's get this over with. Man, Gawad is actually not that strong, are they? 100,000 troops? Kind of feels like it's not that much. But anyway, actually, I've changed my mind, and I've decided, Gawad, you're going to get another heir from me. Thank you. You did get rid of the old one, but that's okay. I can forgive you for that. Now, let's take this stuff. So the thing about this peace deal is that I actually don't want to take very much. In fact, what I should be doing is allowing my aggressive expansion to tick down so that I can ally some of the electors and then go to war with the Emperor. So to do that, I'm just going to have to take what I came here for. One of the longest runs you can play for any campaign in EU4, and definitely one of, if not the longest mission tree you can possibly play. We fought for the soul of Castanor, fighting the patrician-led Adhardrakan faction, during which we were able to successfully cement the power of the new Castan and the Black Tower dynasty. And subsequently, after setting aside our internal politicking, we were able to establish the dominions of Roranmarch and Dostanor in the north and south respectively, as well as further our wars against the orcs in Garudia, the Serpent Spine, and the Deepwoods. I think we're interested in trying to dismantle the Empire of Anbennar so that we can make it easier to conquer them later on. After all, each time I take another province from the Empire, it does cost us quite a bit of aggressive expansion. For us to do that, though, we're going to have to try and refrain from taking stuff in Castanor for the time being, just that we don't get too much aggressive expansion with countries that matter, like Silverforge and Benon. So we'll temporarily turn our attention back to the Deepwoods, first by declaring war on these guys. Oh, here we go, Revelionism. I intentionally made sure that the Revellions could not host any lodges in the country, but it seems that my subject had a different idea. Fortunately, it is relatively easy to convert them back because it is a heresy religion, not a heathen one. If you remember from last time, we were exploring the ruins of the South Citadel. We have stumbled upon the treasure room, which would give us, oh my god, that is actually like 30,000 crowns. That would more than pay off all my loans. But on the other hand, if I can get this much money, the alternative, surely it has to be better, right? By the principles of gambling, by not taking the easy stuff, surely that means you're gonna get something better later. Yeah, this seems pretty important. The Silver Crown of Castanor, not seen for centuries. You have a 78% chance of success. We take that, those are pretty good odds. A shiver passes through the room as Castan takes the crown in his hand. Instinctively, he feels the initially unstable magic in the room become as silent as the onlookers. As he places the crown upon his head, he feels all the lingering pain and scars of the Southern Citadel dissipate. It is as it should be. He is worthy. Okay, we get 10 maximum absolutism for the rest of the game. Yeah, I'd say that's probably worth more than 30,000 crowns. That is amazing. We'll go ahead and take that. In the background, we've been reconstructing the Marhold Tunnel, not only allowing us to enter the Serpent Spine from the Marhold province, but also actually allowing us to redirect trade into Castanor from the Serpent Spine. At least I'm pretty sure that's a dynamic change, which is interesting because I don't think I've seen that before in any game of EU4. And not only does Anbennar do this once, they actually do it twice, because the Deepwoods are actually not a starting node either. I think with Sarenvar you can actually discover that yourself. Anyway, Marhold gets the Marhold Gate for the rest of the game, giving us increased local trade power. It also creates a level 1 center of trade in Marhold. And of course you can pass between these two provinces. It also means we've finished a mission all the way up here. All roads lead to Castanar. In antiquity, Castanar was the center of trade and commerce on the whole of Castanor. But with the arrival of the elves and the rise of the western part of Castanor, especially the Empire of Anbennar and the area around the Dame's Head, our importance in the world's commerce has been dwindling over time. To truly become the hegemon on the continent again, we're going to need to rectify the problem by re-establishing our trade routes. We get 25 power projection, which I suppose we don't really need too much, but I'll gladly take that because we also get 20 years of trade efficiency and merchant trade power. It also lets us finish off the next mission, which in my opinion is a lot more important. We just have to make sure that everybody has relatively low influence, except for the patricians, which need to have over 50 and over 50 loyalty as well. If we want to fully embrace the legacy and history of Castanor, we're going to need to gain the loyalty and support of the patricians in particular, even at the cost of our other estates. We get 1 base production in Castanar, and because we've granted 4 privileges to the Castanar patricians, we will gain actually an additional 2 production and 2 tax per province in Castanar. And then we get our new Tier 7 government reform, where patrician privileges that previously only applied to Castanar will now also give countrywide bonuses. And then on top of that, we gain more global trade power, reduced advisor cost. The nobility are a little upset, but the Castanar patricians are a little bit bolstered. We've already done quite a bit of development in this area, allowing us to finish off the next mission. We're going to encourage the patricians to live in new retreats on the side of Lake Silvermere, mostly to keep them away from the government and out of our hair. For 20 years, we get -1 national unrest, plus 10 loyalty, and minus 10% influence for the Castanar patricians. To finish off this mission for Vroren March, we're going to need to build a couple of buildings in Bal Vroren. So firstly, while we're not at war, I'm going to go ahead and bump up their trade center to level 3, because this will give them an additional building in this province. And then we're going to use that to build a barracks, I suppose. Next, we need to continue our war against Grombar. Also weird that they're guaranteeing Tarakar. Very funny actually when you consider that Tarakar is guaranteeing Kugdir, so If I want to invade Kugdir, I'm going to have to invade Taurakar so that they don't have a border with them, and to do that I have to invade Grombar so that they don't have a border with them. Well, we'll see if that works out. I'm also going to drop 1 admin power in here so that we can get another building spot which will be used by a regimental camp. The army reform is complete, and naturally we're going to have to find some suitable leadership for these new legions. For 20 years we get 10% morale of armies and +1 leader without upkeep. The leader of Grombar is quite annoying. They are a fierce negotiator, which means even if you've pretty much 100% of them, you're at 99% war score, you still can't take a 100% peace deal because reasons. So we'll just take all of this and then we'll come back later. I reformed the army a bit in hopes that being a large enough threat will force Ibavar to back down on this one province we need, and fortunately they will, which is actually the last thing we need for this mission. During the Dragon Wake, the old Castanor was forced to withdraw from Dostanor, after which a so-called Raven King besieged and seized the empty fortress around Baldostan and established the Kingdom of Corvuria. Of course, that means we never actually gave up our claim over Dostanor and should reincorporate its territories and people back into Dostanor. Every province in the Dostanor region loses 5 years of separatism and 3 unrest. We also get a couple of permaclaims. Of course, Dostanor is already a dominion, so this mission is already done. It mentions how the original Castanites fled from Catarata with the help of Dostan the Explorer, eventually bringing us to Castanor, for which the province of Dostanor was named in his honor. And although it's been a while since then, we should honor his memory by re-establishing Dostanor. So we get 50 of each power point and prestige, which will actually turn into splendor. Expanding the army to force limit has also allowed us to finish off this mission. We've arrived at the point where we need to decide our doctrine for the legions, where seemingly we're going to get 2 options and we'll have to pick one, which is exactly what the mission does. We can either go for the citizen army, which is a sort of mass recruitment doctrine. It would give us increased force limit and increased manpower, while reducing the cost of infantry and increasing our national supply limit, with the drawback of slightly less morale. Our second option is the professionalism doctrine, where land maintenance is increased and reinforced speed is decreased, but we gain 10% infantry combat ability and 5% discipline. Honestly, the worst part about this is actually the reinforced speed. Kinda crippling actually, especially for the actual legions themselves, like for example the Magebound Legion, since they already come with a minus 50% reinforced speed. But nonetheless, I think I do prefer the infantry combat ability and discipline, simply because I don't think we're going to need the manpower. While we're here, we might as well also go ahead and just clean these guys up. Mages do also have a pretty decent amount of power right now, so I'm going to ask for some more help with construction. I haven't really had a good angle to attack the Empire of Anbennar. I don't really have that many CBs to use, so unfortunately I had to let my aggressive expansion tick down a little bit while we wait for this truce to be done in 4 months. But in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and ally every country that I need to ally. So to dismantle the Empire of Anbennar, we just need to occupy the capitals of Dame's Crown and Istralor. Should be done pretty easily because we just have to go to war with Aranan, our next target in the Empire, which will of course call in Istralor and their ally Dame's Crown. It should prove to be a relatively easy war. Dame's Crown has fallen and the capital of Istralor is, I don't even know where to be honest. Over here, okay, so it's gonna take a little bit to get there. And there goes the capital of Istralor. I'm really hoping there's no point in the middle of this mission tree where it's gonna say, hey, try to become the Emperor of Anbennar, because that's just not gonna happen anymore. And there it goes. With the fall of the Istralor, Duke Elector Adrien had to accept his ultimate defeat at the hands of the Castanorian forces. In the year 1645, the once prestigious Duke Elector signed his abdication from the throne of the Empire of Anbennar and released all imperial states and officials from their oaths and obligations to the Empire. The Empire of Anbennar is no more, and Emperor Akramar shall forever be remembered as its destroyer. We get 100 prestige, which will be translated into 100 of each monarch power. We also gain 200 splendor and 25 power projection. I'm going to start suing for peace with a couple of countries, since the war is practically over at this point. I also don't really need these alliances anymore. Because we're Coronite, we can actually release countries from Istralor for free. We do actually need this one island here, so I'm going to go ahead and press some ships from Dostanor. Start with some galleys. Oh, here we go. Castanor's in for the fight. We'll bring in our galleys, even though they don't really help that much. But finally, we can step on this fort. So we'll hand this over to Castanor. It actually allowed us to finish off this mission. The mission talks about the history of the region, mostly about the southern citadel of Bal-Ord, which similarly also created a kingdom just as Corvuria popped up. Nonetheless, with a little bit of convincing, we can still get these inhabitants to recognize themselves as Castanorians and bring them into the fold of the nation-state of humanity, as it says. So we get Ordi, Cardesti, and Castanorian as accepted cultures. We also gain 4 max promoted cultures. Castanar gains a couple of promoted cultures as well as the +4 max. Same thing with Vorenmarch getting a couple of accepted cultures. And apparently every owned province gets, 50 years of local missionary strength plus 5% and minus 25% culture conversion cost, which seems rather strong actually, if that is the case. But it actually doesn't seem to be the case. Not finding any provincial modifiers, nor am I actually seeing any cheaper costs. So I'm not sure. Well, in any case, we can finish this mission off as well. Finally, we get to learn what happened to this area and why it's called Daravan's Folly. Daravan the Malignant cast a dark spell on the Gnollish host of the 3rd Jaz. The Jaz is like a super Gnoll that whips up the rest of the host into a frenzy because they're like possessed by demons. So Daravan summons a bunch of water in this area, accidentally turning the coastline into a bunch of marshes, drowning a lot of his own men and a bunch of Castanorian forces that were helping him, and also killing Castan the... I don't even know how to read that. I think that's 50th? No, 40th. Anyway, the area is important for us to control so that we can expand beyond it. Speaking of which, we get permaclaims on the Outward Gladeway province group. That's all of these ones over here. All the ones that lead out of the Deep Woods, I think including this stuff. And of course, we do already own 1 Gladeway, so we can finish this off. We must finish what Beastbane started and unfortunately never had the chance to finish. We have to bring civilization to the Deep Woods. Civilization and a lot of fire. We get our permaclaim on the West Deep Woods, and I'm actually going to begin the annexation of our subject here because it's already going to take several years. We also don't really have much else to do, so I might as well hand over a bunch of claims to my subject here. And then of course we're also going to invade Arakar. The truce with Arg Ordston is up, and we need to take this opportunity to push them from the Deep Woods. To make that work out, we also have to declare war on this guy because they are currently occupying a province that I want. Just had to wait a little bit to get more absolutism so that I can take every province that Arakar has in the Serpent Spine. And then of course we're going to fully annex these guys as well. And once this battle is done, we should be able to peace out with Argordston for the stuff we actually care about, which is all the stuff in the Deep Woods. And I think that's actually the only stuff that we can take, so that's convenient. That's going to allow us to infiltrate the interior of the Deep Woods. With the outer gladeways secure, we now have a clear path into the tangled interior of the Deep Woods that our legions can march through. This gives us our claim on the East Deep Woods, which we haven't quite taken all of, but we just need 1 more war pretty much. Okay, maybe 2 wars, because there's this guy. Of course, I'm just going to hand out all of this territory to my subject. They should have no problem warring this stuff by the time I need to integrate them. We've restored Balvrorin to its former glory. Despite how difficult it was due to the orcs' failed repair attempts, the province becomes Castanorian. It also gains 2 manpower and 2 tax. We get 10 splendor, and we get the option to build a legionway across to Balvrorin. By putting 60 infantry, mostly part of the Magebound Legion, into this spot, we can finish off this mission to proclaim a Western Legion. The mission doesn't have much to say other than the fact that we get a lot of military talent from the Western provinces. We do get a new Legion base, we lose that 60 infantry, we get some permaclaims on the Forlorn Vale, and some regular claims on the Hellenic frontier. Plus, we do get to proclaim a new Legion. Let's go with the Dragon Flame. Now, we will head into Ibavar fairly soon, but to start with, we do have a couple of missions and just other general things we want to do. So first, I want to declare war on these guys. They are apparently I don't know what that is, some kind of subject of Magarma, which apparently calls in every subject known to man, but seemingly they don't have a lot of troops, so I guess it doesn't really matter that much. Then of course we also want to finish cleaning up Kugdir. And then we have Verkal Kozanad, who owns quite a bit of the Deep Woods. Oh, what do you know? The Dragon Flame Legion was actually the first Legion of Castanor. Okay, let's see. Are they any good? Okay, that's pretty solid, actually. 5% discipline, 20% land fire damage, increased infantry fire but reduced infantry shock. Not too bad. By upgrading all of the forts and putting a soldier's household in each of these White Walls provinces, we've modernized the walls to defend against modern artillery and gunpowder weapons. And since all of the White Wall of Castanor provinces fulfill the mission conditions, the above values will double. So we'll get 20% local development cost, -2 unrest, and plus 30% local tax modifier to all of the inner Castanor provinces for 20 years. All of the White Wall of Castanor provinces, I believe, also gain 4 manpower, if I'm reading that correctly. Once for fulfilling the conditions, and secondly just for being part of the province group. And then by developing a little bit with that reduced development cost, we can bring all the provinces to 15 development and solidify the walls themselves as a wonder of the ancient world. Each White Wall of Castanor province will gain 6 yearly tax income, plus 20% local tax modifier, and we get +1 monthly splendor for the rest of the game. With a few buildings added to the province of Wardenal here, we can re-establish the Wardens of the White Walls. Originally, they were just a dedicated garrison for the White Walls, but over time their duties also expanded into being forest patrols for Inner Castanor. This lets us hire them as a mercenary company. The province itself also gets 2,000 additional manpower, plus 100% local manpower modifier, 20 supply limit, and 5% fort defense. We can also now rebuild the Dragon Road, a former main trade route that went straight from Castanath down into Dostanor around this area and then into Bulwar. We lose 50 admin and Diplo, and we unlock the decision to rebuild the Dragon Road. Okay, I was a little bit wrong. It seems it just goes straight from Castanath down into here. But surely it expands. I don't think that's all of it. Anyway, we start straight from Silver Docks. Alright, Crackdom Vroor, we're not very interested in taking anything, so just money war reps. You can leave, it's fine. Actually, that's pretty cheap to get an extra 6 development. I will take that. Okay, we'll just fully annex this guy. We'll take as much as possible from Verkal Kozanad. Unfortunately, because I actually don't have a border with any of this stuff, it means I can't core it, and if I can't core it, that means I have to give it to my subject in the peace deal. Tragically, I'm the one with 41% admin efficiency, and they're not. That does make it a little bit harder, but it is what it is. We have to ask for a little bit of knowledge just so that we can move into the Forbidden Plains. And once we're in the Forbidden Plains is when I think we can actually siege somebody somewhere. There we go. There we go. We've integrated Sirenvar. Ooh, that's a big name. Let's go. Okay, I know they had units somewhere that I'm going to have to get rid of. Also, yeah, I did forget the integration policy. It is what it is. There we go. War with the Ogres is over. Well, these guys are actually centaurs, so it's kind of weird that they made their way over here, but I guess their name is Northern Wind. Anyway, that lets us finish off a couple of missions. First, this one. Ironically, the mission says that the centaurs are a long-lost legend at this point, except we literally just went to war and took territory from the centaurs to complete this mission. But anyway, we're going to set up a fort over there, both to provide warning should the centaurs arrive, and also to function as a forward base of operations. So in 2 years, we'll get an event. But hold that thought because we have another mission complete here. We just have to be at peace and have a pretty decent ruler. This one's actually worth a read if you want to pause the video and do that, but essentially we're going to have Akromar take the same pilgrimage, so to speak, as the Castanites took when they were taking their exodus from Keterata, with the objective being to discover how much of the founding myth of Castanor is true, or at the very least, to learn as much as we can about that history. We get the event Journey's Beginning. This lore actually is pretty important, so I'm going to go ahead and read it. The exodus ended when Castan the Progenitor finally reached the apex of the Trial Mount, where he sought wisdom from the mythic Silver Dragon of Castanor and returned after exactly 1 year, issuing his famed proclamations and laying the groundwork for the mightiest empire of the ancient world. How fitting that the journey begins here with Akromar seeking inspiration from retracing the 2 large steps of his fabled predecessors. According to legend, the Castanites were led to Castanath and its current location under the Trial Mount by the Way Guide, who encouraged Castan to seek out a new home, quote, under the eye of the Northern Twin. And who was the Way Guide? Many scholars think that this mysterious stranger was the Silver Dragon's foremost servant, as it was the mysterious Way Guide that the Castanites were brought to after 10 long years astray within the Tangled Deepwoods, and the mysterious Way Guide who took Castan the Progenitor up to finally meet the Silver Dragon dragon atop Trial Mount. Whomever or whatever the way guide was, it was clear that the first step of retracing the Exodus would be to find the South Mount itself, the fateful location where the way guide first made an appearance. Akromar would be the expedition leader, of course, and would be bringing his best trackers and historians to navigate and connect the snarled fragments of the Exodus myth with the expedition. There was still some limited room still in the caravan to bring a few others as well, though maybe it was best not to show favoritism. Except that we will, because it's very useful for me to get that plus 10 clergy loyalty. On top of that, we do lose monthly admin, diplo, and military until whatever triggers that to end. But at the very least, I'm gonna go ahead and start exploiting some attacks for some free money, especially while I have that temporary modifier from that previous mission. And with that money, we can finish this mission off. If you remember from the last part, or maybe it was the previous one, we learned that Castellos has actually been dead the entire time. Well, ever since the Day of Ashen Skies, which at this point is 1,654 years ago. That was allegedly because he sacrificed himself to spare the world from doom on the Day of Ashen Skies. I don't remember if that's actually true. I know he did die because of the Day of Ashen Skies, but I don't remember if that's because he actually sacrificed himself. But anyway, he clearly did not get a proper resting place, and so we should at least build him something token. Can't really be a proper burial since his body is very much long gone, but it's better than nothing. Okay, maybe it's more than just something. Looks like we're going to build an entire statue to Castellos in South Castanor, and then organize a proper mourning procession. Having completed those 3 missions and just having a bunch of prosperity, we can move towards a bright future. Castanor has been the most important part of humanity's past. In recent years, we have strived to reanimate our former glory and succeeded. The White Walls stand guard around Inner Castanor once again. Many citadels of old have been restored, and we have rekindled our friendship with the proud dwarves. The lands within the walls are beginning to prosper greater than ever before. Now is the time to look forward and lay the foundations for what is to come. A feel of great destiny is in the air, and Akromar has the will to act on it. So every province in Castanor gets reduced construction cost and time and reduced development cost for the next 30 years. We also get 30 years of reduced Great Project upgrade cost, which is quite nice. Retracing the steps of the Exodus, it seems our first stop is in the Deep Woods. Good thing we own practically the whole thing. Even then, time and space still warp in weird ways in the Deep Woods, which made finding the South Mount quite challenging. And just when they think they've found the South Mount, a heavy fog starts to blanket the area and separates different sections of the expedition. Now Akromar has a strange light appearing in front of him, and we can choose to follow it, which gives us a 50% chance of being injured, or we can decide not to follow. But of course we love gambling, so I'm gonna take that. Okay, he did get injured, but it's just for 5 years, it's not that bad. Okay, so that wasn't great. We got captured by a roaming band of gnolls who haven't quite realized that they've captured the Castanor yet. You can choose to organize revolts, try to escape at night, or just wait and pay 4,000 crowns. We're gonna gamble and see if we can get the 67% chance, which does appear to have worked. Okay, not bad. And of course, instead of going home, which might be the smart thing to do, we're gonna continue on to Bulwar. I'm gonna go ahead and exploit some more development to be able to pay for this one event. We've arrived in Bulwar, retracing the steps of the Exodus, and we have a choice. We can either travel as quickly as possible for I wouldn't say low cost, but just 850 crowns, or we could double that and do a grand tour of Bulwar. It'll take longer before we get the event, but we do get some prestige, and presumably something interesting will happen, hopefully. Or we could just spend no money and follow the journey as closely as possible. I don't know if this makes it count as like a purer version of doing the journey, but we're gonna do a grand tour. We do have our next reform, and it would be nice to take Cameron Rain. However, we do care about aggressive expansion still for the time being. It's excellent to pick up later on, but for now we're gonna pick something else. Probably the balance of power. This war is probably going to upset the former Empire states quite significantly, but unfortunately the elves here have not seen the light of Corin or of the entire Regent Court for that matter. So if you really think about it, we're just doing them a favor. At last we've arrived to the origin of the Castanites, Keterata, the in-universe version of Egypt, more or less. Now we have 3 options. We can either visit the palace, which won't really do too much for us, since we're not actually friends with the Keterata themselves, more so with Elisna, who is a Sun Elf country. Could spend 10 prestige and 2,000 crowns for something, who knows, or finally we could get a 50% chance of a new heir and 15% increased average monarch lifespan for the rest of Akromar's life. I assume spending money in prestige will give us something better later on, so I'm just going to make that investment. We just had to build a whole bunch of workshops and temples to finish off this mission. The idea is to move intensive farming to the outer parts of Castanor in the west and south, and allow the population in inner Castanor to spend their time doing other things, like gathering materials. So for every prosperous province in inner Castanor, we gain 50 ducats, which you'd think it would be all of them, but actually there are a few which don't have any prosperity, although I think I'm only missing out on like 150 ducats. I guess I could just wait a few months. Alright, here we are back in Castanar. We have a bunch of new field knowledge, new experiences, and I guess we'll have to wait and see what we've found. But for now we get 10 prestige, 50 admin power, and we remove our debuff. We can quickly piece Vern out, not much we need to take from them. There we go, now I can get the most money out of this. We can also finish this mission just from having a bunch of trade centers. If we take advantage of the many rivers around Castanor and build a bunch of dikes and canals, we should have better access for shipping goods around Castanor. And so all the trade centers do get minus 10% development cost and plus 10 local trade power. Plus Castanor as a whole gets 20 years of 10% increased goods produced, and a half-cost level 4 natural scientist. Here we go, this must have something to do with the northern mission with the centaurs. There's a lot to read here, but TLDR, we have a General Andrel. He volunteered himself to lead our expeditions into the Forbidden Plains, and he discovered the ogres that we actually fought, the centaurs, who we also fought, and some humans, which we haven't fought. The humans that he saw, though, are the ones that are actually up here, and so, like, they might not actually exist anymore. Oh, no, they do. Okay, nice. Most interestingly, though, is when he brings back some of these humans, the Kukatotic, who tell us that there are actually more humans further to the east. A whole civilization with cities and tens of thousands of humans in each one. So naturally, we have to learn more. We've already discovered most of these areas, but now Calcito gets to discover us, and we get more missions. Yippee! Because we didn't have enough of those, right? Okay, what do we have here? Oh, that's not too bad. Okay, it could be worse. It's just like an extra 3 missions. Alright, so first we need to improve our relations with Calcito Sojdal. That is the Lake Federation over here. These guys always have like insane development. Well, they usually have more insane development if they form later in the game. Because if they form early, then they become centralized, and so they can't like develop as much. But anyway, let's try and be friends with these newly found humans. Now, from Ibavar, we are going to be taking everything. It's surprisingly not that bad in terms of AE, only 62 is pretty solid, especially when it's 200% overextension. The worst part about this actually is that we just have to eat the overextension. There are no releasables other than Ibavar themselves, but I don't think we're looking to release them as a country. I mean, I guess there's Silent Repose. Oh no, never mind, they don't even have a core. In any case, being over 100% overextension does allow us to complete this mission. We figure the biggest problem with Old Castanor was its government, namely how centralized it was. If you could take the city of Castanath, you could pretty much cut the head off the empire. So the idea is that we should have strong dominions, not too strong that they'll try and destroy us and gain their own independence, but strong enough that if something bad is going on in Castanor, they can come to our aid and help get us out of the situation. This allows us to make any human vassal a Castanorian dominion and gives us 4 additional possible dominions. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. All those royal marriages for nothing. Because they became a republic. I don't even think this is unusual for Gawet. I'm pretty sure this is like the standard thing that they do. I just forgot. Yeah, there you go, Northern League. Okay, well, maybe the personal union was doomed from the start, but that's fine. Oh yay, Serpent's Rot and Castanor, that's cool. That's really cool. Yeah, and that's because I own provinces in the Serpent's Vine, but I only own those provinces because I've been waiting to hand them out to my subject. But they have too much stuff, so I can't give it to them. So it looks like I'm gonna have to pay 4,000 crowns to not have it affect my entire country, which is honestly probably a good idea, even though the loans do kind of suck. In any case, I can go ahead and pay off that 1% loan that I had left, that I can take out the new ones. and then at the very least we're paying low interest. And now that I think about it, I should have paid off the 1% loan first and then taken those out. Oh well. We're gonna do a quick war with these dwarves so that we can grab one of the last few pieces of the Deep Woods. Also just had to take this from Silent Blade. At first I thought this was part of the Obsidian Legion and I was like, oh boy. But no, for some reason they just got popped out. Really wish he hadn't done that, but that's fine, I guess. See, the thing about them getting rid of Vertesk is that I'm gonna have to bring Vertesk back anyway, so I really don't know how to feel about that. Anyway, this is pretty much everything we can possibly take from these guys right now, at least until I deal with the Obsidian Legion. We do actually have quite a bit of money, so we could start working on the Grand Bazaar and or the Splendid Court. Looks like we can do both. Finally, the tribute to Castellos is complete, and we get to choose what it will look like, or at least what the ceiling of the memorial will look like. The first option is -1 national unrest and plus 0.5 yearly legitimacy, or instead of unrest we could get yearly prestige, or improved relations, or 2.5% morale of armies, and +1 missionary strength. I think it's a pretty solid idea to keep on stacking missionary strength, so we'll take that. While the Northern League is doing their thing up there, I think I'm just gonna quickly clean up the Order St. Aldrizia. Shouldn't take very long at all. Now we can also embrace the institution on the exact day where I need to pick up the next tech. Oh yeah, it's also the Age of Artificery, of course. I had some helpful discussion in the Discord for what I should pick for this, and the suggestion was to go with both artificers and mages, because the Emperor is a powerful mage and so is the heir, which allegedly means that if we go with artificery we're going to get like -50% capacity or something. So in that case, we might as well keep both. And I think we'll go with the Brillites, just to spam out as much research as possible. We're also definitely going to need that governing capacity. And we'll take the techs here. Might as well also research something. I'll be taking that. Right on time, the Northern League is done with their war as well. To try to use that opportunity to see if I can pay favors to have you break your alliance with Arborin, except it's not an alliance, you're guaranteeing them. Because of course you are. Okay, well, what if I actually sabotage your reputation? I think that's the first time I've ever used that for something actually useful. Alright, next war is going to be Arborin. Realistically, I don't think I have to take everything, but I probably should. It depends on the aggressive expansion. I decided to ally Calcito Sojdal to make this as easy as possible. TLDR, it's very exciting to us to find another lost tribe of mankind, originating from lands other than Bulwar. And funny enough, it seems like it might actually be a permanent friendship. I don't think I have to stab these guys in the back. Anyway, we get trade steering, -1 diplomatic relations, and 10% caravan power for the next 30 years. And then for the next 10 years, we get a little bit of trade power in a few places. Okay, I feel like this war is pretty much done. So we'll just start piecing out with people. Okay, now, should I fully annex Arborin? That seems like a pretty bad idea. Okay, how about this? You can keep that stuff. That seems fine, because we only technically need this stuff here. And then we'll come back and annex you. But that should finish off one of our missions. Apparently the Forlorn Vale is considered cursed. I had no idea about that. It doesn't look cursed to me. No modifiers. Well anyway, even if there is a curse, it doesn't matter because we're him. We're humanity. That is pretty much what the mission says. We lose 5 years of separatism in the region. We also get -3 unrest in there. From a claim on Dame's Crown and a subjugation CB on Vertesk, which actually doesn't exist anymore. In fact, this might be the grand betrayal, as retribution for the magnates overthrowing our dear cousin, the other Black Tower dynasty member that was supposed to set up our personal union on them. We're going to have to first ask them to break their alliance with Moonhaven, and then break our own alliance. Here we go, we've also integrated Sirenvar a second time because the other subject decided to form them. That'll allow us to finish this mission, the third Great Cleansing. The second Great Cleansing, initiated by Castan II Beastbane, rid Castanor of many beasts and dangers to civilization, chief among them the Centaurs. Beastbane was distracted before he could finish the job, however, as Nolish incursions drew his attention to Bulwar and the chaos there. We will not leave our job half done as Beastbane was forced to do. Our march will only end when we reach the end of these accursed woods. So we're going back in a third time, presumably to burn down the whole of the Deep Woods this time. Oh yeah, we lose 200 mill power and 100,000 men power. From the sounds of it, it seems like it's not going to be so easy to burn down the Deep Woods.
The arbiters of the Third Great Cleansing set off with clear minds and light hearts, resolute in their determination against the Fae that have for so long made the deep woods their domain. A quarter of that proud multitude will not survive the year, for the Fae will not relinquish their homes easily. Those not trampled by satyrs or mangled by forest beasts driven into unnatural frenzy will start to silently question their involvement in the cleansing, and another quarter of the host will slip away amidst the chaos of fire and Fae trickery. For the rest, the Third Great Cleansing is a crucible, and the deep woods the heat that shapes the reborn legions of a long, dead empire.
I think that's probably every single province in the Deep Woods, if I had to guess, is going to get 4 unrest, 100% local development cost, 50% production efficiency reduction, -1 goods produced, -33% goods produced just in case, and then +1 monthly devastation. Okay, it doesn't seem to be every single province actually. It might be starting in the north and then kind of like moves into the south maybe. That would make sense. I haven't reduced autonomy in a while because usually it's not worth it if you're not going to take a lot of land at once. I'm actually going to go ahead and decrease the autonomy in the entirety of the Deep Woods. It'll help us get more money for the courthouses that we're going to need for all that land we just integrated. We were also able to set up a few trade posts in the north, which should help us conduct some trade between ourselves and Alcito Sojdal. It's difficult for us to do trade given the occasional raids by centaurs and ogres, but at the very least we can try to better supply merchants to survive the journey, and maybe establish a few permanent garrisons if we can. So we get 10% trade efficiency for the next 20 years, as well as a few buffs for those 2 provinces we built trade centers in. Completing that will let us finish this mission off. We fought long and hard against the remaining beasts of Halan, both in the tangled deep woods and the infinite reaches of the Forbidden Plains. From these wars, certain regiments in particular have proven their worth many times over, whether by standing stolid against a centaur charge or showing quick adaptation to endless Fae ambushes. It's time to reward them, to create an elite unit out of the best of these, the Beast Slayers. We lose 10,000 manpower and get a new mercenary company. It has 15% more infantry combat ability, -5% discipline, 10% movement speed, and 30% shock damage received reduction. Although it's not a very large company and also reinforces quite slowly. 2 more missions have actually finished off. First, fold in the Eskani. The people in Escan, which is the main part of Castanor, are a very diverse group of people, of course coming from a bunch of adventurer bands that set forth during the Green Tide. But as time goes on, it should prove useful for us to try and promote a unified Castanorian identity. So all of our owned Escani cultured provinces will receive 25% cheaper culture conversion cost for the next 50 years, along with missionary strength, but everything has already been converted. So now it should be cheap enough for us to go in and start culture converting all of these provinces. And then for that second mission, we have restored Bal-Urd. That's this one down here. Bal-Urd was instrumental in guarding against Gnollish incursions many centuries ago, but much like the other citadels, needs to be repaired to become useful again. The province becomes Castanorian, it gains 2 manpower and tax, and we will get 10 splendor. Having secured all of Dostanor, we get the opportunity to proclaim a new legion. We get permaclaims on the region of Bahar over here, and temporary claims on the borders region of the former Empire of Anbennar. Then, of course, the province we have here becomes a new legion base, giving Dostanor some yearly army tradition, at least until we annex them. This time we'll go with the Sword Legion. I don't actually remember what triggered this, but we now get direct rule from Castanath. North Castanath becomes the new capital. Might as well spend that prestige even if it doesn't mean much, because it doesn't get converted. I noticed that there's no actual Legion Way option for the Deepwood, so I'm going to create a custom one with a Legion. Move them around and make sure that we have a continuous Legion Way that can go all the way from Castanor or Escan all the way to here. The Sword Legion is now back. Supposedly it never even lost a single battle, which makes you sort of wonder where it went. I guess the Empire was simply too broke and had to disband them at one point. The Grand Bazaar has finally opened, giving us 20 prestige, which we can't really use for anything. But the bazaar itself gives us monthly Diplo power, +1 merchant, and 10 local trade power. And I just realized, I'm pretty sure the Splendid Court is what allowed us to move our capital to North Castanath, which would have been finished around the same time as the bazaar, of course. because we did start them at roughly the same time, and so that gives us +1 Diplo relations, 10 maximum absolutism, and +1 monthly admin. I've also been preparing to declare war on Ovdal Tungur, since we do of course need to move into the Bahar region, and I think I'd like to turn Castanor into a dominion. It just kind of sounds like it would work as a dominion, you know? Castanor, Castanor, Dostanor, ignore them. As we're doing the third great cleansing of the Deep Woods, we sort of have to deal with the fact that the Wood Elves are still around and we kind of respect them for the most part. After all, they aren't part of the beasts we're trying to rid the Deep Woods of. Now, we're going to have a bit of a break in the continuity between what the event wants us to do, or rather what we want to do in the event, and how we consider the Wood Elves. After all, they were our subjects for quite some time. So I am going to take the bottom option, which would give us a large tolerance decrease of the elves. We lose 100 mill power and 10,000 manpower. Whereas the top option would give us a large tolerance increase of elves, but we would lose 9,000 crowns, a stability, and 100 admin power. So the top option is frankly too expensive for us to want to take it, and the bottom option actually doesn't decrease the tolerance level of the elves. They will remain integrated even after this event. And then funny enough, the only thing we can really do with Ovdal Tungur is to try and steal their subject from them. Now there are two options here for Castanorian vassal, and I have no idea why one of them costs Diplo and the other one doesn't, but I'll take the one that doesn't, obviously. Because these provinces are actually in a different continent, I cannot core next to my subject, so this really is pretty much the only thing we can do. And actually, I want a short truce with them so that we can go back to war and take the stuff that I actually want next time. Okay, so here's the thing. I've been trying to commission ships from my subjects for the past, like, 10, maybe 20 years, and for some reason, it just doesn't do it sometimes. That's like the 4th time I've tried to make some transports, and then the game just says no. So as much as I don't really want to do this, I actually am going to go ahead and seize at least one province somewhere. Like, this one would be fine. I just need one province that I can build a couple of ships. Our truce with the Northern League is up, and we can commence our revenge. Symbolically, we're going to go for the Vertesk province. After all, that's the one we need in order to create the Vertesk Dominion for one of our missions. The first phase of the Third Great Cleansing has completed. The outer glades have been turned to ash and dust, and every mangrove and swamp has been burned to the ground. As the land heals, we've been able to send Castanorian settlers to begin farming the now richly fertilized soil. Thus begins our second phase. Oh, they weren't kidding. Okay, so it turns out actually it does also culture convert a good part of the Deep Woods directly to Castanorian. On top of that, it seems we actually gained a bit of money from that. The League's armies are frankly embarrassingly trivial to fight. The whole war has been going very smoothly so far. The only question that remains is how much do we take from them? Because we could take a lot, and I mean a lot of territory. This is only 63% war score, and even then, that's a lot of aggressive expansion. I think we can get away with something like this, where I'll take these myself, because I'm pretty sure they're part of... yeah, they're part of the area that my subject was originally supposed to get. I'm just gonna keep them because, again, I need to be able to build more ships. Other than that, I will be seizing everything we need for the mission. I'll also be taking this trade center and this trade center. I'll leave their capital alone for now. But after that, of course, we'll be taking war reps and money. Speaking of which, I forgot I was about to shuffle my loans around. I waited until the 12th month, of course, just to mitigate the effects of that aggressive expansion. In the past, the Vertesk Dominion took a particular liking to the cruelty and tyrannical practices of the Sorcerer King Nishmer. So by setting up a new Vertesk Dominion, one that is notably more just than that old one, we can use that opportunity to show the world that a new, true Castanorian Dominion isn't as bad as those old ones. Vertesk will become free and will immediately become a Castanorian Dominion. Also gonna grant them a whole bunch of cores so that I don't have to. Well, actually, hold on. Seems we finished another mission. There's some irony in the fact that Castanor's greatest security comes from its freshest conquests. The dominions must be strengthened. If Castanor proper is suddenly toppled, these dominions must be formidable enough to survive the immediate after effects and re-establish the empire. The rulers of these lands must be honored for their status, and their loyalty must be without question. This will doubtlessly allow for Castanor proper to focus on prosperity, rather than being forced to focus on their basic security. For the next 50 years, we get 20% income from vassals, 20% vassal force limit contribution, and minus 20% liberty desire in same continent subjects. Well, there goes the old Emperor. Guess that means I've lost all of my magic as well, but that's not too bad since we do have another powerful mage as the Emperor. Actually, what are you good at? Oh, you're good at a lot of things. I guess we should wait to see if he actually survives the trials. We have to smith something for the Dwarven contingent that will be present at every coronation. This one is pure RNG. I might as well take the one that's a little bit safer. I could go with a guaranteed success, but we want them to be satisfied with the gift. No idea if I succeeded, but anyway. Here we have this one again. We can give it some exotic treats. And we'll use the hand motions. There we go. And we have to hunt a beast again. You know what? We can actually ask the local forest spirits. I imagine maybe being more magically inclined will allow us to get something good out of this one. Here we have the basilisk again. Let's see if we can grab an old molt. Hopefully that works out. Oh, what do you know? We can actually use that to increase one of our stats. Let's go with Diplo because we need to do a lot of culture converting. And we have the coronation of a new Castan. Because of our performance with the Dwarf Friend Trial, we do get some trust with the Forge Master Union. And then of course we get the usual stuff. We have a chance of improving our stats again, free war taxes, all that stuff. So interestingly enough, actually, the Emperor did not gain any stats at all. Like, he was supposed to get at least one Diplo, right? But no, he's still 644. Interesting. Here we go. We have another heir. Oh, heiress, actually. Edith. She looks like she could use a little bit more mill and maybe a chance of Diplo, which of course never actually fires. And she's a powerful mage, as everyone has seemed to be for some reason. I wonder if it can have to do with lineage. Third powerful mage in a row. Surely this can't be a coincidence. Anyway, we finally built up our navy, allowing us to finish this mission off. A long time ago, Castanor was once actually usurped by the Ebonfrost dynasty, a family who ruled the land up here in the north, roughly speaking. And they were able to do so by slowly increasing their raids, enriching themselves, and eventually making a move for the throne. Which you can actually do yourself. I think if you play Urviksten, you can invade Escan and form Black Castanor. I don't remember how much content they have, probably not as much as Castanor, unless they share the same tree. The main point is that having a fleet for the north is incredibly important. Try and prevent that from happening again. We get permanent claims on Olavlund, Garudian Frontier, and the Hellenic Reach, as well as 20 years of 20% morale of armies, 20% movement speed on and off ships, and minus 20% naval barrage cost. That gives us what we need to actually invade Grombar once again, now that we actually have decent claims. And so of course we are going to do that. Now for this next idea group, I do have written down that I'm going to take religious ideas. Now that I'm really thinking about it, I'm not so sure if that's what we need right now. We are converting at a reasonable pace, especially because we have subjects and our subjects can help convert for us. Speaking of subjects, actually, Castanor, I need to convert them. Instead, in this might seem a little odd, but I think I might go ahead and actually take infrastructure ideas. And that's mostly for the state's governing cost minus 10%. Our usual state province is minus 25% governing cost. Of course, now we have our town halls, so we can make that minus 50%. And then the additional minus 10% actually reduces it by essentially 1/5 of what's left. It seems our memorial is finally complete, and at last we can give Castellos a proper farewell. You can pause to read that if you'd like, but for now we look towards the future. Akromar gains an additional mill and diplo, and we gain 100 admin power. The second phase of the third great cleansing is complete. The forest is resisting all attempts to clear it, spurting a facsimile of blood when dug into with a blade and refusing to catch when put to the torch. Still, the third great cleansing continues into what I assume is its final phase. From Grombar, we're going to take a vast portion of their remaining empire. In fact, this is everything we need for our next mission. The coalition will expand, but not too drastically. Also, because of course we expanded the Castanorian culture into the Deepwoods, we can finish the second part of this mission. For the first time in centuries, Castanorian is a living, breathing culture, and with it comes the true rebirth of Castanor. Even so, it is not enough. The domain of Castan must be the haven for all that is good and righteous in the world, and the humans within must exemplify this virtue wherever possible to truly be considered children of Castan. Spread these ideals and grow in strength as they do. Looks like this doubles the effects of Castanorian Pride version 1, and in fact I should have taken this before piecing out, but oh well. For level 3 we're going to need another 2000 development with Castanorian culture. It actually shouldn't be too difficult because if we can just convert our subjects to Castanorian culture, we should be able to do that quite easily. Now Bjarnrik we will simply fully annex because I plan to release them as a subject, but we can't. And that's because they exist in one province over here. That is amazing. That is really, really cool. Okay, listen, I had a whole theme I was going to go with here where I would give Roran March everything up to a certain point, and then I would release Bjarnrik and give them everything up to a certain point. So you're gonna have to forgive me here, but I am going to tag swap and let Rosemeyer annex Bjarnrik. Anyway, we've defeated the Reavers. Our advanced technology has entirely outclassed their capabilities, and a legacy can only go so far. As we raise the flag of Castanor over their land, hopefully they will see the error of their ways and the futility of their resistance. We get a permanent claim on the Dalar region. As mentioned, I will release Bjarnrik. It will of course become a Castanorian dominion under us, and I'll give them all this stuff. You know what, actually, I think I'm going to do the same kind of thing that I did up here in Roran March, but in Dostanor. I'm going to seize one province, and I'm going to core that, which should, in theory, give me additional coring range so that I can actually take Ovdaltungar properly without having to feed my subject. Speaking of which, I am going to annex Ovdaltungar, but the main concern I have is that it will be 318% overextension. The coalition really isn't so bad. It's just trying to figure out how to assign all this stuff. I think it would make more sense to have Akatbahar be the one in this area, mostly because they are part of this culture group. It just seems to make sense. I'm still going to give Castanor quite a bit of this stuff, but unfortunately my two subjects here can't quite handle all of the land that I'm trying to give them. I will make these guys into a dominion, and I also want to release Ovdaltungar again, but just with this hold and these provinces here. This isn't exactly ideal, but we are going to have to release Ovdaltungar as a subject. There's actually like no downside to keeping them like this other than the fact that it looks absolutely terrible. Well, I will of course have to take a few provinces and assign them to my dominions so that they can actually get started on doing some culture conversions at some point eventually down the line. But for now, it's not a big deal. Looks like the third great cleansing is nearing its end. A lot of provinces gain devastation, but we also get money from them, and some of the provinces also seemingly get a little bit of development. You'll notice I did go ahead and pepper the area with forts to help reduce the devastation. They aren't max level though, so they're not clearing a lot of devastation, but it's better than nothing. Looks like the Serpent's Spine has recovered from the Serpent's Rot, which I was kind of waiting for before I go ahead and conquer this guy. Previously, there was like no money here because of the rot, so I figured it wasn't worth much until now. By upgrading the monument, we can actually finish off another mission. It talks about how Bal Vertesk was not nearly as defiled as, say, Bal Hill, and this black tower that floats around it was added recently, which is something. The culture in Bal Vertesk becomes Castanorian. It gains 2 manpower and 2 tax. We get 10 prestige, and that's 5 additional splendor. And then the ability to construct a continuous legionway from Balmire to Bal Vertesk. We'll transfer everything here to our subject. I think I'd like my subject to get started on integrating Arboran, since of course I am going to be feeding them more land from the Northern League at the earliest possible opportunity, and we don't want to give them too much at once. Let's start piecing out each of these small independent countries. I just want to break all of their alliances for the most part, and then come back and annex them. If there were ever a time for Pearl's Edge subjects to try and rebel, which some of them would very much like to do, then the time would be now, but I know they're not going to. Anyway, I am in fact going to ask for 1 island from them, just for a decent base of operations for a fleet. From Arboran, we will do that full conquest. The only issue is figuring out how to give my subject all of the stuff that I want to, because I'm pretty sure that's going to be more than 100% overextension for them. And the coalition looks a lot worse than it is, I promise. All of the Iskani culture provinces have finally been folded into Castanorian, allowing us to claim the legacy of the Iskani. It talks about the mixing of the traditions of the old and new Iskani, the old being those such as Castanor and Marhold, and the new being the mostly adventurers that arrived here. This gives us -5 years of separatism and -5% culture conversion cost for the rest of the game. Oh, interesting, looks like we aren't done the third Great Cleansing. We're going to try and seal off the verdant links as best we can. This should prevent the Fae from being able to spill out into the deep woods from now on, or at the very least make it manageable. So the whole deep woods gets -10 unrest, -5 trade power, -0.05 local goods produced, +3 attrition for enemies, -40% friendly movement speed, -45% hostile movement speed. We get 50 admin, 25 power projection, and 10 splendor. It also instantly converts all of the verdant links to Castanorian, so all of the deep woods is now Castanorian, except for the center. With all of the deep woods now fully settled by humans, we can finish what Castan II Beastbane started. He was a very straightforward man, or so the records indicate. Indeed, he was the Beastbane, slayer of the satyrs, scourge of the Fae, and having such a profound hatred for Gnoll kind that he descended into hell itself to slay more of them. While hating gnolls this severely is admirable enough as a character trait, it is better to consider why. Everything Beastbane killed, he killed for a reason. Most importantly, he burned the deep woods, for if their habitat was not entirely destroyed, then the spawn would come back as surely as day turns to night. Yet that shall never again be an issue. All the foul spawn that infested the deep woods have been rooted out and destroyed, and now nothing remains but a vast yet placid forest. That is not enough, however. How will we know that the spawn will not reproduce, tainting the woods once more with their corruption in some dark, shadowy corner? The deep woods must be destroyed fully. Evil cannot take root in the farmlands of Castanor, and so that is exactly what the woods must become. We really just get 50 admin. I assume this would normally be a stability, but because we have 3, we instead get the admin, and then of course another 20 splendor. This one's a little more difficult to complete because we have to win another 13 wars against monstrous, beastly, and evil nations. And there really are not a lot of those left, unless we consider the orcs to be monstrous, maybe? Well, not Grombar, they've definitely demonsterized, but most of these areas, except for Kobold-Zan actually, are not beastly at all. Or evil, in fact. Seems the Northern League is a little bit preoccupied at the moment, so instead, we're going to focus on invading Celiand. We've recently gotten the Imperialism CB from Tech 23, and so it seems fitting, actually, that we previously destroyed the Empire of Anbennar, but didn't consider it to be under our purview just yet. The inhabitants of the Empire of Anbennar were no better off with it than without it, and we couldn't risk a potentially unified empire on our borders. But now, with or without the Empire, we see that war still rages in Canor, which is in theory what the Empire of Anbennar was supposed to stop, and yet failed. So our rising nationalism suggests we should step in and offer the humans protection from each other. I have plans for Wex which require them to have, well, they don't need to have no allies, but I need to have a short truce with them. Unlike how we've treated the other dominions of Castanor, the region we call the Borders were actually once under the control of Castanor proper, and given our desire to bring them into the fold as quickly as possible, partially for gameplay reasons, we will be bringing them under direct control of Castanor. We have our new Empress, Edith Blacktower, and an heir to the throne who I think is probably going to have to be disinherited, tragically. Even his improved stats are not going to be enough. In any case, Empress Edith is a 5/4/3 powerful mage. She will take the Trials of Castan. We'll go with the bottom option. There's an 80% chance of it being accepted, and if it is, she will gain a +1 in a random stat upon being crowned Castan. She was unfortunately rejected though, but it's probably nothing to worry about. Anyway, we do need to declare war against the Northern League to continue the expansion of the Vertesk Dominion. The Northern League will be nearly destroyed in this peace deal. We'll be taking everything up to the western coast of Canor, leaving them with a little bit in the north, and giving us nearly everything we need to complete a mission. Now, the Vertesk Dominion can't actually hold very much. We're going to end up releasing the Westmoors, which have quite a bit of territory, and of course, once we have an increased cap, we are going to also turn them into a Dominion. This stuff up here is actually stuff I want to core personally. We're actually not quite done with this area yet. We need to annex Adshaw. The Monastery of the Silver Moon has been annoying for no good reason, so I'm just going to annex them. We're going to hand all this stuff off to my subjects. And I actually made a little bit of a mistake when I didn't take these provinces from Gawed. Fortunately, they are allied to a country, and they are only 33% war score, which means I can just do an Imperialism CB and annex everything. We're going to wait a few years for that, though. First, we're going to move up into Grombar and finish what we started. Now, I could do a reconquest. However, that would make everything else more expensive, and at this point, aggressive expansion is not really one of our concerns. The coalition is attempting to form, but we're going to have to put a stop to that immediately because I kind of want to conquer all of Anbennar in the next, I don't know, 30 to 40 years. We have a new heir, 331. Not excellent. Okay. I think we're just gonna go ahead and, yeah. I actually held off on finishing this mission because I felt like maybe I could get more money out of it, but at this point it's like 1, maybe 2 months of income, so I'll just finish it off. We're gonna do more trade with the Lake Federation. I guess it is thematically appropriate considering that, you know, we do actually have a border at this point. Mostly we're going to trade in iron and glass because those are the things that are non-perishable. So we get about 400 ducats, 20 years of +2 Diplorep, and 20% reform progress growth, and Calcito Sojdal gains tech cost reduction, regiment cost reduction, and a little bit of money. I'm also going to take this opportunity to proclaim myself the military hegemon. We are invading the Empire of Anbennar. I feel like it's a good time for it. First, I will actually annex the Revellian state, although I don't think this is full annexation because they're accepting it. But either way, it is the 5 provinces that I need, and does give me a rather short truce with the rest of the countries we were at war with. We want to finish that one because, of course, we can finish a mission. As I mentioned previously, the Empire of Anbennar was supposed to encourage cooperation between the countries in this region, and should another sorcerer king like Nishmer appear, they were supposed to be able to present a unified front against such a colossal threat. Although in the state the Empire was in, it's hard to imagine they could have presented any kind of unified front at all. And so, for their own good, we shall bring these countries under our protection. We get a permanent claim on the Borders region, we get into Anbennar for 20 years, which gives us +5% morale of armies, and -20% aggressive expansion impact. As for Grombar, we will be annexing everything in the Dollar region. Oh, can't forget about this. We need that too. And of course, most of those provinces will actually go to our subject, because they have a lot of cores here, actually. You know, for some reason I thought they'd be able to core more. I don't have much of a choice but to core that stuff, so I'm going to. But for the sake of borders, I might give them a couple of things, we'll see. Anyway, we have conquered Duller. By bringing the North into the fold, we should prove to the world that piracy will not be tolerated. We lose 5 years of separatism and get -3 unrest in the Dollar, Olavlund, and Garudian frontier regions. The soul of Castanor hangs in the balance. With the Empire of Anbennar consigned to the dustbin of history, will the remaining powers of Castanor be able to present a unified front against Castanor, or will they fall like dominoes one by one into the hand of the Empress? We seek to conquer all of Castanor. We burnt down the Deepwoods and settled it with Castanites. Finished our conquest of the northern part of Garudia. We still have a little bit left here in the Northern League, whom we of course destroyed over their treachery and deposing of our cousin. We also began our push into Bulwar and our reconquest, in quotations, of the borderland provinces of the Empire of Anbennar. And to end things off, we declared our intention to rule the world, essentially, by declaring ourselves military hegemon. To start off with today, we're going to give ourselves a brief respite from our previous wars. Ooh, powerful mage heir, alright. Just another one added to the list. 243 leaves something to be desired, but we can work with this. As is tradition, he will be named Akromar, and he's going to gain 1 admin, since for whatever reason the 50% chance never actually fires. It took some time, but I was eventually able to build 40 regimental camps and develop these areas enough. Both western and southern Castanor have large stretches of fertile land, which if developed properly could feed an empire. If only we could reorganize the method of food production, scale the farming beyond its feudal origins. So for the next 20 years we get 10% morale of armies, and all of our provinces and subject-owned provinces get minus 15% local construction cost and time, and minus 10% dev cost for the next 10 years. We've also reformed our tax system, centralizing and streamlining the process to more effectively root out tax evasion. For the next 20 years, this is going to give us 15% national tax increase, minus 33% state maintenance, and 5% admin efficiency. On top of that, every Castanorian citadel owned by either us or our subjects will be upgraded, giving them 20 supply limit, minus 1% state maintenance, and minus 50% state maintenance. I imagine the first one is global, plus 25% local defensiveness, 25 governing capacity, and minus 50% province governing cost, as opposed to the default modifier, which is simply 10% local defensiveness. Over time, the expansion of Castanor has led to an eventual emphasis on the border regions rather than the stable imperial core. That, of course, opens the core provinces to neglect. So the solution is to provide a new administration to the core provinces of Castanor, one that can focus on the affairs and needs of our core lands over the rest. This gives us a Tier 3 government reform, the provincial system. It gives us minus 1 national unrest, 100% national tax modifier, minus 0.02 monthly autonomy change in exchange for 100 governing capacity. Our truce with Dinesk is up just in time. It'll allow us to declare war and annex Gawed, or the Northern League, at last. In this war, I will simply fully annex everybody involved. Except, of course, Bjarnrik does get their core over here. Just as Castan the Great conquered the Hellenic frontier, so have we. It says, of course, that the Hellenic peoples long for unification, and in fact need it, because of their violent religious and political division. So of course we should step in and stabilize the area. We get a permanent claim on the Dragon Coast, as well as 20 years of minus 20% aggressive expansion and plus 10% land fire damage. That brings our current aggressive expansion impact to minus 85%. And we will be using it. I'm gonna go ahead and change the adventurers to licensed adventurers to get more maximum absolutism. I've been waiting to finish this mission off because it gives us some pretty useful bonuses that we're going to need. Ismaria is at the heartland of Anbennar, one of the more developed regions, and of course infamous for its riverboat parties on the river Esmarena. And so poetically, we're going to use that river to actually lead our assaults, by using flotillas to seize control of the river and then to bombard their fortresses. We get a permanent claim on the Esmaria region. We lose 50 military power, but for the next 20 years, we get 10% siege ability and 20% national supply limit. North and South Ibavar will have their woods cut down to make these flotillas, so they will gain 20 years of local construction time plus 100% and minus 50% local production efficiency. But those flotillas will give our enemies minus 33% defensiveness for each of their forts that we're sieging as long as the modifier lasts, or until we conquer all of Esmaria. Our first target is actually not Esmaria itself, but instead Wex. At last, all of Dostanor has been converted to Castanorian culture, well, all the human provinces at least. Although the Dostanorians have to some degree mismanaged the rich legacy they were left, they still managed to survive through great disaster, and their perseverance is something to aspire to. So we get First and Final Empire, Dostanorian plus 15% fort defense, and 4 max promoted cultures for the rest of the game. The Dragon Road is complete at last. It stretches from South Castanor all the way down into here, following the same Legion way as it moves across, and then down into Daravan's Folly. We just get 10 prestige from this, but the road itself actually gives quite a few bonuses. More local trade, local tax, supply limit, friendly movement speed, and institution spread. With a few buildings in this province, we can finish another mission. Gerudia is a borderline uninhabitable province. because of how difficult it is for our garrisons and patrols to assert our control over the area, we should build a new center of power, the Citadel of Konungarhaven. We lose 50 mil power, but our Dominion cap increases by 1, and we're going to begin the construction of a new Castanorian Citadel. With that Dominion limit, we're actually going to give Westmore's Dominion status. Didn't take very long at all to build that Citadel. Konungarhaven is the greatest city in Garudia, of course, trading extensively with Elantir. And with so many merits, how could we not honor Konungarhaven by rebuilding it in our image? And so the Cold Gate Citadel, Bal Eldisgat, is built. Of course, it becomes a Castanorian Citadel. We get the option to build a continuous legionway from Balvrorin to the Citadel. Now, this may seem harsh, but I can't exactly allow Wex to rally the rest of the former Empire together. They are, after all, the strongest power in the region. Well, you could argue Vern is quite strong, but that's not the point. For the low cost of 73 aggressive expansion, we will fully annex them and Estalin. But before we do that, I think I want to build up a few more admin points just to make sure we can core everything at once. Okay, perfect. Oh, okay, if I try to integrate a Dominion, it gives me minus 10% admin efficiency for 10 years. That is quite drastic. Okay, maybe not yet then. With our newly acquired access to much of Esmaria, it seems fitting for us to build yet another legion. The Esmaria Legion will be made up of a variety of races and cultures that now owe allegiance to Castanor. Old Passage becomes a new Castanorian Legion base, and we get to proclaim a new legion as well as getting a permanent claim on the West Dameshead. We'll create the Bridgeburners Legion. We've just finished coring all of our freshly conquered lands, but of course we still have more to do. From Willair, I'm just going to break an alliance and take one province. This should remove them from being the defender of the Revelian faith. And then of course we will simply annex all of this. And while those are coring, we're going to see what other small conquests we can pick up. So we'll just take all this stuff as well. There are a few more that we should be able to easily clean up, including the Magisterium, Conwell, Emerin, and the Revelian state. Tragically, the Magisterium does own a province which we cannot annex, but it's not a big deal. We'll just come back in a couple of years. It's not super important that I take Blueheart right now, but I do want to take all of Easterlore's provinces, just fully annex them, get them out of the way, and their capital is right here. We'll have to come back later to annex Moonhaven, so we'll just break some of their alliances. But then that'll be a full annexation of these guys. Then that'll just leave Telgair, who is a personal union under Exwes. Exwes is allied with Wesdom, but I think Wesdom is actually... yeah, they've been Exodused. I do actually own this though, I should probably take that. At last, the Deep Woods have been cleared of all devastation, and now that the dust, or ash in this case, has settled, we can turn the Deep Woods into a more South Castanor. Now every province in the Deep Woods is going to get minus 20% local development cost, minus 20% build cost and build time, and minus 0.05 monthly autonomy for the next 30 years. We cannot fully annex Exwes, since they've inexplicably somehow gained a few provinces in the Ruby Mountains, but that's fine because we can take everything that we need. I just realized that Bal Hill can give you another minus 10% aggressive expansion impact, so I went ahead and upgraded it to level 3, which brings us back down to 85%. I guess I had something that expired. Well, anyway, it seems Benin has gone ahead and allied Moonhaven, which is a poor choice. So I'm going to ask Moonhaven, since we already have a truce with them, which is like 6 years long, sort of? 7 years, yeah. I'm going to ask you to break your alliance with Benin, thank you. And then we can take the rest of Esmaria. From Vern, I am hoping to take a little bit because, at least in theory, these guys are 113% total war score. And part of that war score reduction is because I have 53% admin efficiency, which is actually going to disappear pretty soon. And in theory, I should be able to give all of this stuff to Crathanor, but I'm honestly not so sure. Maybe I'll just keep it like this. Okay, we should be able to annex everybody now. That would be Benon and Anbenkost. Then if we go over to Crathanor, surely this stuff can't be too expensive, right? It is getting a little dicey. Yeah, okay. I wanted to give them this stuff because at least it's in the same culture group, but Dominions, they really just can't hold that much territory. Well, that's a shame. On the bright side, we have finished off our conquest of Esmaria. It has always been a matter of some debate if the lords of Esmaria were capable of warfare on the bitter scale necessary to guarantee their livelihoods should they be put to the test. Of course, we can't provide a useful answer to that debate, since our armies are more powerful than anything that they should reasonably have to face. But in any case, simply seizing control of the river will be enough to shatter their resistance. The whole region loses 5 years of separatism and 3 unrest. We did just have another war declared on us, but frankly, it doesn't matter too much. My subjects are more than capable of handling this. Although I'll probably have to peace out early anyway just because there's Byzantius, and we do sort of want to invade them ourselves. But for the time being, I'm going to actually invade Kobilzan. Pretty surprising that Kobilzan actually exists. Most of the time they don't. In fact, the mission tree doesn't reference Kobilzan, it references the gnomes, a hierarchy that's normally supposed to be here. Our truce with Wellair is up, and I think I would like to declare war on them, while also bringing in Sugamber and Tuarnen, just so I can get all of them at the same time. Here we go, the Age of Artificers. Been a while since I've played this long into an EU4 campaign. I'm going to divide Kobilzan up like this so that I can give the Westmoor something to work on while I can core at least some part of it. You know, for some reason, when I fully occupied all of these guys, I kind of expected that the war would just be done at this point, but it is not. And that's because Buzalar has provinces all around the world, and I really cannot be bothered to go siege those. Anyway, for the low cost of the entire world's GDP this year, we can embrace the Enlightenment. That gives us minus 25% culture conversion cost, which is quite useful at this point, and also that allows us to finish a mission. The new generation of patricians are a little bit different than the previous ones. They're not quite satisfied with staying in Castanor and would prefer to look at opportunities outside the walls. So as long as we can secure their loyalty, we should have no problem with allowing them to do as they wish. This gives us the Patrician Administration Edict, where each state it's applied to gives the Cassanath Patricians 0.1 additional influence. It also gives the provinces 33% local production efficiency, 50% trade power, and 10% culture conversion cost reduction. There we go, now we can actually finish this war off. It's only going to be around 422% overextension, not too bad. The funny part actually is that I completely forgot that the Magisterium existed on this island. They blended in quite well, and I kind of forgot this island existed. Anyway, I'm gonna see if I can actually hand over a few things to Vertesk. I imagine I can't hand over very much, but I'll do whatever I can to ease the burden off myself. Having rebuilt all of the important structures in Castanor and having way over 40 innovativeness at this point, we can finish this mission off. Castanor was built when human civilization was still in its infancy in Canor, and despite its troubled history and the scars that mark its walls, it has stood for centuries, as it was designed to do. Under our guidance and ownership though, Castanor is once again at the center of an empire, the greatest one on all Halan. This just gives us an event. That is a lot of text. It describes the experiences of who I think is an artificer, coming back to Castanor after a while and realizing just how much it's changed. Which makes sense because I think it implies that she is a gnomish artificer. And so I'm pretty sure gnomes are long-lived, maybe. Anyway, Castanor, for the next 5 years, gets minus 50% construction cost, minus 50% construction time, minus 150% dev cost, in exchange for minus 50% goods produced and minus 50% manpower. The whole city also additionally gains a permanent minus 50% local development cost and plus 50% local production efficiency in exchange for plus 4 unrest. And we do actually get the artificer from the event excerpt, who is a double cost skill 2 advisor, but additionally, each level she has gives minus 5% development cost and minus 5% build cost. So if we hire her and bring her to level 5, I don't actually know where that modifier is shown, but in theory it does exist somewhere. Anyway, we can see just how cheap it is to develop in Castanor at this point. Should also probably upgrade all of the walls just because that's incredibly cheap to do. Literally 20 ducats to build a fortress. But anyway, we should probably develop it quite a lot. Before I do though, I'm just going to go ahead and bump that up a little bit. And I think I'm going to try to go ahead and make the capital a level 3 center of trade. There we go. I went ahead and developed all of Castanor to 60 development, just because we can. That truly makes it the city of the world's desire if you consider the fact that it is 3 different provinces that make up one city. That is technically 180 development there. Notably, that makes each part of Castanor actually a larger city itself than Anbennar.
Anbennar, a city rife with messy slums and sprawling tenements. Having spilled out of and outgrown its natural limits many times over. A city with a pathetic culture and a pathetic history compared to the great city of Castanor. For all its unrefined nature, many still call Anbennar the greatest city in the world, as the crossroads of Anbennar with the riches of Divenhall and Elantir both flowing through, a city where one can find any race selling anything from anywhere. That it may be, but Castanor can be, and has been in the past, all of that. With the resettled Dwarva and open deep woods as our own Elantir, Castanor shall reclaim the moniker of greatest city in the world.
So because each sector of the city actually outclasses Anbennar, we gain 75 prestige, which will turn into 75 splendor. We can actually use that immediately to pick something, and I think I'll go with anti-revolutionary zeal, just because Ovdaltungur has not liked us for a long time, and it's sort of a pain to try and figure that out. I think it's also important that we just go ahead and take over both Indlebury and the, what is this called? Revellion State. Taking over their stuff isn't going to be much of an issue to us. And we just want to make sure we can finish off that one mission because it does give us a reduction in unrest in this region. There we go. And we'll take that. Back when Castanor was the domain of 3 great powers, the land that is now called Anbennar was split between the Castanorian holdings and those of the Demarians. Okay, I actually don't know that history. Hold on. Oh, okay, so you have the Demarian Republic, which is like kind of up to here-ish, sort of. That's actually where we get East Demarian from. That makes sense. Oh, and of course, Demarian refers to like the Dameset, like Dame Arian. Right, okay. And apparently the Third Empire was the Gnomish hierarchy. What do you know? Anyway, the borders used to actually be under the control of Castanor, which is why I used the, quote, reconquest of this territory, even though we have absolutely no real claim to it. But in any case, we're going to reintegrate them so that they can recover their place as the borders of the Empire. And then, if I hadn't already gone ahead and conquered everything, we could have used that for a staging ground. Which I guess we are technically using because we will invade Busanor, who we do get a claim on. We also lose 5 years of separatism in the borders region and lose 3 unrest. Next, there are no more Gnoll provinces in this area. That was already pretty much done, so we can finish this mission immediately. Much like the Harpies, the Gnolls also have a habit of kidnapping innocent people, but in this case, the Gnolls typically sell people into slavery or sacrifice them for rituals. So if you didn't know, and it's pretty important to learn about these guys. Okay, so these are the Dovesworn Gnolls, but they don't start Dovesworn. They start off, I don't remember what they're called. Some kind of like hill gnoll that exists here. You can actually play as them at the start, and they might be getting a mission tree if they don't by the time this video is out. I don't quite remember. So funny enough, these gnolls are actually kind of cool, but we don't care. So we lose 100 military power, we get a large tolerance decrease of gnolls, and every Gnoll province in the borders, Busalar and East Dameshead, become Coronite and gain 50 devastation. Those in the borders convert to Wexenard, those in East Dameshead convert to Varnman, those in Busanor convert to Busalari, and then we gain a little bit of money. Really not much. As for this mission, it's pretty easy because we just need to have 4 Castanorian dominions with at least 200 development each. Not much to say other than if we are complacent with our dominions as we continue to conquer, they will become unruly and restless. So the idea is to install our own nobles and patricians in their governance, and make sure that each one of our dominions has a loyal core. In practice, this upgrades our strong duchies into the nature of dominion, which increases the vassal force limit contribution and reduces the liberty desire in subjects by another 10%. Lastly, we've restored Balhill and taken it back from Wex. And despite their misuse of the Citadel, the foundations remain as good as ever and can easily be rebuilt into its true purpose. So it gains 2 base manpower, 2 base production, it's renamed and becomes a Castanorian Citadel. On top of that, it'll also allow us to build another Legion Way from Baldostan to Balhill, and if we would like to, from the Forlorn Vale to the Haverhill Divide. I think it would also be wise for us at this point to finally cut ties with Laurent. After all, even this mission just requires one province from them, and they're not going to give it to me. So they were useful to me, but unfortunately all good things do have to come to an end. Finally, we can enact our last reform, which will be political absolutism. At this point, it's not super important, but I will just go ahead and clean up these tags in the north. After all, they do hold a pretty decent portion of the trade power in this region, and I would like to eventually move my trade capital to Anbennar. But before I do that, I have to make sure my trade can actually get there. Okay. Yeah, no, we can do that. Sure. Oh no. Right, forgot this was a mechanic in the game. Honestly, the country is so big, I don't think it's going to make a huge difference. Probably won't be a revolution. Hopefully. I wasn't really interested in having New World colonies, but you know what? We might as well grab at least one. We have our two choices between either Moonhaven or Vern, and I think we're just gonna go with Moonhaven. They have no allies, they should be easy enough to invade. We can also establish a new legion in the Border/Buzelar region. Fortunately for us, the former Empire of Anbennar already has quite a bit of infrastructure set up to support a new legion. So of course, this province becomes a new Castanorian legion base. We get a permanent claim on the East Dameshead region, which is what we're currently invading. And of course, we get to pick a new legion, which I think will be the Thundersworn. Mostly because the name sounds cool. Oh shoot. Well, I mean, he actually was pretty decent. That's unfortunate. Alright. On the downside, Moonhaven has a bunch of colonies in other places, which means that we can't actually full annex them. But on the bright side, we don't need that territory, and so it's not really a big deal. With Moonhaven dealt with, we'll also go after Vern. Oh, the Thundersworn Legion is cavalry. I guess that kind of makes sense. I think I expected, like, Thunder Mages or something. I don't know. I love fighting colonial powers. This has been really nice. Really cool. Anyway, Vern, we're going to ask for all of their mainland territories, just a couple of islands outside as well, and then hopefully their dominions decide to break free. Not that it matters, I just don't like them. Now, how much can I actually hand over to Castanor? I'm going to assume maybe 3 provinces on a good day. Surprisingly, it's not that bad. That's most of the culture group that I can give them. You know what, I'll be nice enough to give them all of their culture group, why not? I did core these, but I don't really care. At last, we have conquered the Dameshead, considered one of, if not the most important place in Halkan, which does kind of track if you can get all this money into Rebirth and then straight into Anbennar. You do get pretty much infinite money since this is an end node. If the invasion goes well, as it has, then perhaps we should rename the crowns of old to Castans. Crowns, of course, being the name for ducats in Anbennar. Now, we lose 5 years of separatism and 3 unrest in the East Dameshead region. With all of Anbennar conquered, we have to turn our sights to the west, and our biggest single war of today's video against Laurent. They have a lot of colonies. They have a pretty sizable army, many colonies, support from Ravaria, Portnam, which doesn't really matter, the Vanbury Guild, and Rebirth. Rebirth has a really big navy, larger than ours by a significant amount, especially when you combine that with Laurent's and the Vanbury Guild. So frankly, we're not going to be doing a whole lot of naval combat in this one. But that doesn't matter too much, because all we have to do is really occupy all of Laurent, and then, well, sit on it for a little bit, really. Within the first few months, we've managed to take multiple forts, and crossed into here. Just looking at this fight real quick, we might maybe be able to win this, but only because we haven't brought in the heavies yet. I've been doing so much micromanagement, I actually forgot to show most of the war. It hasn't even been a year yet, by the way, and all of Laurent is pretty much occupied. I think they have like 2 forts left in total. The real problem is more so the fact that they have a bunch of allies, which will make it kind of annoying to piece them out. We're gonna do this conquest in a couple of steps, starting with Ravaria. That's actually going to allow us to fold in the Gerudians. The Gerudians are an odd group because they're mostly up here except for just Ravaria. The Gerudians may already speak Common, but they do not live, breathe, and die Common. Much like the Ascani and Dostanorians, we will take the best parts of the Gerudian cultures and then slowly spread the Castanorian culture from our newly built citadel. Many of them will probably object to this change, but it's not like they have much of a choice. So we and all of our dominions gain Reverian, West Dollar, East Dollar, and Olavish as accepted cultures. Tragically, we are going to have to begin invading Elisna at some point as well, which means we're going to have to break this alliance. Now, we have occupied the Eberthiel mainland. It's not a very large mainland, but this is where their capital is. And for now, we're just going to ask them to break their alliance with Laurent and give me the rest of the isles in here. Might as well take these, and then we will be back soon enough. We're going to be waiting a little while yet for this war to complete, just because we have to wait for the Vanbury Guild to leave, and then for whatever maximum ticking war score we can get. So in the meantime, I think I'm going to want to begin invading Birzar Tanshes. We'll give all of this stuff to my subject, Akad Bahar. The rest of this will go to me, of course. Now, the Vanbury Guild is willing to leave, thus giving us free reign in Laurent to do whatever we want. Of course, that means we're going to bring that to its natural conclusion and take all of this. It's really just a mere 683% overextension, but fortunately we don't have to core all of it. Now, what to do with all this territory? Well, I guess it would make most sense to actually start with the missions that we finished off here. Starting with Squash the Hierarchy. In the classical period of Castanor, the Gnomish hierarchy served as a rival, although instead of directly fighting us, they decided to fund rebels in our lands, which did at some point succeed in creating the Demarian Republic, which served to also rival the Gnomish hierarchy. But while the gnomes are still reeling from the Dragon Wake, we must strike and make sure they can never build their hierarchy ever again. Fortunately, we never actually had to worry about that, since the kobolds somehow managed to beat the gnomes. But in any case, we get the sack of nothing. Nimskad is the island over here, serving as the temporary capital, I think, of the Gnomish hierarchy, or rather of Nimskad itself. Anyway, we're going to steal their riches and technology, giving us some additional tax and production in Castanor, and we gain 5 innovativeness. Next, we did spend some resources building a new Dragon Coast citadel right here. This will of course allow us to secure our conquests just like we did in Garudia, and in theory this should help us keep the kobolds in the Dragon Heights, because what's supposed to happen is the gnomes are supposed to win and then repopulate the Dragon Coast with gnomes, but because the kobolds succeeded, it kind of breaks the lore continuity, but whatever. We lose 50 mil power, we get a +1 on the Dominion cap, and then we're going to go ahead and build that citadel. Next, we can also fold in the Lennox. That is all of the cultures over here. So we and our dominions gain all of the Hellenic cultures as accepted cultures. That actually reminds me, this is Gawedi, so I'm going to hand it off to the Vertesk dominion. Then from, let's say, south of Visual, we will create our client state. The rest of this stuff is surprisingly not that bad to core. In fact, because the small dominion took so much of the overextension, we had just enough admin to core everything. For us to finish off another mission, all we really have to do is build 5 supply depots in this area, and we do have 5 armies, so we can do that immediately. The idea is that the lands around here are not particularly well suited to stage an invasion from because they don't have a lot of supply, so in theory, building the supply hubs would have helped with that, but of course the supply problems were negligible, so it didn't really matter too much. Anyway, we do get 10% morale of armies, minus 10% land attrition, and 25% national supply limit modifier for the next 20 years, as well as a permanent claim on the small country region, which we actually just gave over to our dominion. Speaking of which, we now own all of it, which means we can finish this as well. Now that there's no chance that the hierarchy will come back, we shift our attention to the Demarian Republic, which I suppose also includes the Laurentish lands. That gives us a permanent claim on the Lensnor region, which of course would have made coring cheaper, I suppose. In any case, we now control Westport, Sorn Bay, and Wineport. That's going to allow us to build some enclaves for the patricians along the coast. As the colonies in Aelintir begin to flourish and trade between the new continents begins, it becomes even more important to ensure that we can receive this trade by building up these western ports. And of course, the most loyal Castanorian patricians are going to play a key role in facilitating dependable monopolies. So we get a permanent claim on the Lensinor region, that is all of Laurent, I believe, all of this stuff over here. So it just turns our claims into permanent ones, and those 3 ports become patrician enclaves, increasing the Castaneath patrician influence and their loyalty equilibrium, while also providing more trade power at the cost of a bit of unrest. We've been getting quite a few of these City of Stone events. They're typically just giving us a bunch of temporary stuff, but I figure this one is worth mentioning because for 50 years years, it looks like we get minus 5% culture conversion cost, which is pretty cool. Next, I think I'm interested in finishing off this mission here, which just requires the rest of the West Dame's Head. It shouldn't be too difficult, although Pearl's Edge does have several colonies and is allied with Corin's Field, which isn't going to make it a tough war, it's just going to take a long time. Kind of like Laurent. New heir to the throne, except he's a 3-1-2, which means he is definitely not going to be the heir to the throne. Although, I mean, the Empress is 55. We might not have a choice at this point. While we're waiting, we might as well just grab the rest of X-West. Assuming, of course, that's everything they own, which may or may not be true, we'll see. Bro, what on earth is this thing? Got some special ships over there in Pearl's Edge, I guess. Now, for this idea group, I'm actually thinking I will go with religious. Only because the speed at which we are conquering is actually now outpacing our ability to convert, and all of this territory over here is not Coronite. So we have our work cut out for us. This should be everything that we need, and I don't care very much about the truces with the other countries. In fact, that's going to allow us to finish off this mission. The Western Dame's Head region is a gateway to the rich lands of Lensinor, and during the ending phases of the Lilac Wars, many of these small countries in the Western Dame's Head actually defected to the Laurentian side. Now, it says, let us see if their allegiances are still where the wind blows or if they shall grow a spine, but as we've just seen, it's actually neither. They just folded like a lawn chair, and nothing happened. We lose 5 years of separatism and 3 unrest in the West Dame's Head region. Now, we've long since conquered the Dame's-Ear, allowing us to finish this off. The ancient Dame's-Ear, the island at the core of Anbennar and Castanor itself, holds a history every bit as rich as the land upon it. Once, many ages ago, it was the core of Castanor's greatest rival, the Demarian Republic. Now it holds one of the greatest cities in the world, Anbennar. The city has slowly expanded over the years, and its city limits increasingly grow to match the limits of the Dame's-Ear itself. To seize the riches of Anbennar and the rest of the Dame's-Ear would be to enshrine our names forever in history, for we will be the ones to succeed where the previous Castanor failed. Capture the heart of the ancient Demarians and tear out any last resistance from the modern Anbennarians. And so, of course, to do that, we sack Anbennar. Although the city itself has already fallen into disrepair amidst the quagmire of contemporary imperial politics and corruption and its sack during the Lilac Wars. Not to worry though, we can still give it 50 devastation, drain 2 tax, production, and manpower from it, and relocate 3 tax and production to Castanor. And with that, we have officially conquered all of Anbennar, allowing us to finally fold in the Anbennarians. The former Anbennar was, though governed in part by half-elves, undoubtedly a state that fostered humanity. Many groups, from the opulent Esmerene to the mercantile crownsmen to even the Hellenic Wexenards, all lived within Anbennar. All are distinct, yet one would be wrong to call them all Anbennarian. The division of Anbennar is a truly interesting one that we might do well to learn from, if not replicate, as we see all humanity embrace their destiny as Castanorian. We and our dominions gain every Anbennarian culture as an accepted one. In order for us to truly secure our dominion over Anbennar, we must, of course, build yet another citadel. We lose 50 military power, increase our dominion cap by 1, and of course it'll take some time to construct the citadel. Let's not forget to fully annex X-West as well. In this case, I'll actually just release Rubyhold, except actually you don't get to keep that. To secure our dominion over Lensinor, we of course had to build yet another citadel, so we'll lose another 50 military power and increase our dominion cap once again. Ooh, this is more than just a simple citadel. Of course, it does become a Castanorian citadel and gets renamed and of course Legion Way stuff, but it also gives us, for the next 20 years, a culture focus, which makes it 50% cheaper to expand administration, gives us 20% reform progress growth, and minus 10% culture conversion cost. We might as well also go ahead and abolish slavery, just because we're cool like that. Although we literally only had 3 provinces that were affected, but still it counts. I decided to go ahead and actually integrate Ovdaltungur, and the reason I wanted to do that is because I want to rearrange these borders and give this stuff to my subject. After all, these are human provinces, and taking them one by one would be pretty much impossible. We're going to do one quick war against Elisna. We're not looking to take too much. and it seems the bonus you get from being in a war together with my subjects is enough to finish this mission off. The autonomous dominions of Castanor require some level of central administration, so we're going to set up a permanent assembly, which will not only command their loyalty, but address their needs and allow us to further integrate them into our revitalized empire. This gives us the Dominion Assembly Tier 6 government reform, making dominions cheaper to integrate while also giving us minus 20% Diplo annexation cost, minus 10% liberty desire in same continent subjects, and minus 5% loyalty equilibrium and influence for the nobility. We call together the Dominion Assembly and we can choose to tell them what to work on. I think we're going to ask them to work on administrative capabilities actually, because I do need my dominions to core faster. Fortunately, it looks like the forts of Elisna melt like butter with minus 94% defensiveness whenever we siege one, so this war should be over within literal months. Not to mention it's pretty easy to wipe their armies too. Elisna should consider themselves lucky though, since I could conquer them on a whim if I so choose, but we're only going to take a few of the things that I need. Such is the infinite mercy of the Castan. For almost 4 centuries following the wars against the Gnolls, Bahar lay under the influence of Castanor, but in the millennia since, the arrival of the Sun Elves and more goblins in the area sparked a new era of human oppression. For far too long, the humans of Bahar have labored under the yoke of their opportunistic oppressors. We get our permanent claim on the Harpy Hills. And now that Bahar is Castanorian once again, we must rid the area of the Exodus goblins. It's interesting because it says all the goblin provinces are going to change to Coronite and change their culture to something regional. However, we do have an Exodus goblin province right here, but the area around it is Castanorian, so it is a little bit thematically odd. Anyway, every human culture province in Bahar will lose 5 years of separatism and 3 unrest, while the whole area also receives minus 2 local unrest, plus 20% local tax, and minus 0.01 monthly autonomy. So yeah, it's a little weird that this province becomes essentially a dead culture, but that's just how it is. It'll probably get converted pretty soon anyway. Now, we do have a little bit of a problem here with Varamhar. See, they're guaranteed by my good friend here, Calcito Sojdal. That's why what we're going to do is actually declare war on Sariend, and we're going to bring in Calcito Sojdal. And then in a month, we're going to declare war on Varamhar, and of course they cannot join because they are now fighting on our side of a different war. I'll do a separate piece with these guys because I don't plan to invade them yet, or rather I just don't plan to annex them yet. All of Varamhar and their subject will be annexed, and of course we will take all of Sariand as well. Now, for us to actually finish off this mission, we are going to have to additionally go to war with the Obsidian Legion, which will not be too difficult. Or actually, I should be able to threaten them for that one province, as long as it is just one province, which it appears to be. Okay, I'm just going to ask them for that then. Thank you. The Harpy Hills have always had terrain too rugged and poor for any humans to permanently settle. And beyond that, the Harpy population has made any permanent settlement unwise, lest they be raided. But for us to take control over Bulwar proper, we must quell the major Harpy clans much as Castan the Progenitor did. We will gain 10 prestige, which will turn into 10 splendor, and because we have built the Dragon Road, we will receive 20 years of 33% trade range, 20% caravan power, and minus 50% center of trade upgrade cost. As for this territory, I think what we're going to try and do is start off, well, I went ahead and decided to get rid of the temple in here and expand the administration, or rather the infrastructure, so that I could build another building in here. In theory, that should continue working even if we create a subject in here. Since, of course, we have a direct pathway through here, we can create client states, no problem. First, I will hand over some additional territory to our subject here. I can't really find any good names for what this area was called when it was ruled by Castanor. We don't have anything like Dostanor for this region, or like Vorenmarch, or Vertesk. No special names, really. So we'll go with something generic like Bulwari Dominion. Of course, we will actually turn them into a proper Dominion. I was also thinking I'll probably set up another Dominion over here in the Forbidden Plains. Not that it'll necessarily be very large, nor do we actually need to conquer this area. It just feels like it makes sense. Even if the more civilized of the Harpy clans have submitted to our rule, for us to truly cement our power in Bulwar, or in the Harpy Hills specifically, we're going to need to build a new citadel. Naturally, we will build one in the capital of our new dominion. It just costs 50 military power, and we do get an increased dominion cap. Even with the new citadel, which is technically not built yet, the Harpies continue to menace the peoples of Bulwar. Kidnapping, slavery, and acts too horrible to mention. So long as they are allowed to exist, these beasts will always resort to evil, leaving us with no choice but to scatter their population from the Harpy Hills. We lose 150 military power. Every Harpy province in the Harpy Hills becomes Koronite and Galkali culture. They'll also gain 50 devastation. Then every human culture province in the Harpy Hills will lose 5 years of separatism and 3 unrest. Additionally, the whole area will get -2 local unrest, plus 20% local tax modifier, and -0.01 monthly autonomy change for the next 20 years. In preparation for our war with Eberthiel, I have gathered an armada of 200 heavy ships, 246 galleys, and 100 transports. It should give us naval supremacy against Eberthiel, if not being a little bit overkill in the process. But you can never be too prepared. We have also done enough culture conversion to give ourselves Castanorian Pride level 3. As the years go by and the children of Castan grow plentiful, so too follows our state. We are the protectors of the Castanorians, and through the sweat and tears we enable them to shed, they are our legacy. Common has always been Halan's shared language, but now it truly is the mother tongue of every human on the planet. The arts flourish, and a most particular pride grows ever more common in the plays and tales of our citizens. Every day it becomes more and more likely that the next piece of art created is of distinctly Castanorian identity, and this is a pride that is more powerful than any other. Mother tongue of every human on the planet is a little bit much, maybe, considering, we have all of Calcito Sojdal, and all of these humans, and all of these humans over here, and of course, the entirety of Sarhal. We get another 5% province war score cost, 2.5% admin efficiency, 5% liberty desire in same continent subjects, another 5 vassalization acceptance, and another 10% culture conversion time reduction. Next, we're going to need 7,500 development to be Castanorian, which seems like a tall order, but actually is not too difficult considering if we decide to integrate Dostanor, that should give us at least another 1,000 right off the bat. Our new citadel has been constructed in Galkalis. You know what, if it's going to be called Bal Hefun, and we have Bal Dostan over here, maybe I'll rename this. Oh, never mind, okay. They're not actually a client state anymore, so I can't do that. Oh well. Now, Arg Ordston, we actually do want to conquer at some point, so for the time being, well, you're actually guaranteeing them. That sucks. Okay, well, we're gonna break the alliance that they have, which they actually don't have anymore, never mind. I could actually vassalize them, but I'm sure they hate me. Yeah. Okay, I'll actually just go with a white piece then. That's cool. From Eberthiel, for now, we're only going to take the stuff we need, which is their main territories. The rest of their stuff isn't actually that hard to annex, and I could take everything right now if I felt like it. I just kinda don't. We can now integrate the Buzanori, who broke free from our dominion and defected to the Phoenix Empire during the War of the Sorcerer King. We and our dominions gain a bunch of accepted cultures. And one little thing that doesn't really show up because it's at the top always is that every time we finish one of these, Castanorian culture begins to slowly spread from our borders, citadels, and dominions. Which is why, for example, we have Castanorian culture beginning to spread over here, a lot of it over here as well. But anyway, I'm hoping that Castanor should be able to take, hopefully, all this stuff. Yeah, that was wishful thinking. Okay, that sucks. At this point, I think I'm willing to integrate Dostanor. It will, of course, cost us 10% admin efficiency, but it'll only be for the next 5 years instead of 10. And ultimately, I don't think it's going to interrupt our conquest of Laurent, which is really the only thing we have on our radar in the next 5 years. Also, it's really only -8% because, of course, when we get rid of a dominion, we get 2% back. Having built a few forts in the area, we have secured the passes. For us to strike directly into Bulwar, we must ensure that our flanks are fully protected and reinforced. This will, of course, also make the region safe for our merchants. So for the next 40 years, because we have built the Dragon Road, we will get 20% trade efficiency plus 1 merchant and 20% global trade power. That mission was also a prerequisite for us to begin our proper conquest of Bulwar. This of course requires us to build a proper navy, and I'd say we have definitely done that. We get a permanent claim on Bulwar proper, and 20 years of 20% morale of navies, 20% movement speed on and off ships, and minus 20% naval barrage cost. The patricians maintain long-standing trade connections with many Bulwari merchants, and we can use those to smuggle in some of our own agents. By placing merchants in both Brasan and Bulwar, we have done just that. Now, honestly, the effects are not that crazy. It decreases the trade efficiency for a few countries, lifts the fog of war from some of them for 6 months, which ultimately does not matter, and then gives some of them additional unrest. Our truce with Laurent is finally over, and of course, we will be annexing them completely this time. Well, as much as we can before, of course, they have too many islands and random places that I don't really care about. Boy, I sure do love fighting colonial empires. For my trouble, I will be demanding a couple of additional islands. Now, of course, if we try to fully annex Laurent, they're going to be a little bit upset at that prospect. So I will have a little bit of mercy on them, and they will be exiled to a singular island in the middle of nowhere. Have fun. This will let us fold in the Lencori. Known for appreciating the finer things in life, they should still not be underestimated, as they did prove themselves in the Lilac Wars. We get all these accepted cultures, and of course Castanorian will begin to spread. The Garudians are finally ready to be incorporated. The Garudians were many things. A communal people that produced pillagers, warriors, and heroes. Yet despite the unbridled avarice that saw the Ebenfrosts destroy old Castanor, they are still a virtuous people. And we, of course, wish to incorporate those virtues into the Castanorian culture. For the rest of the game, we get 10% infantry combat ability and 20% movement speed on and off ships. Now, finally, before we can call Canor our own, we have one last country to invade. I'm actually surprised Venail even made it this far. Usually they get annexed pretty early on. And with that, the conquest of Canor is complete. Castanor stands as the uncontested hegemon of the world. Our dominion over all Canor grants us power and wealth, the likes of which the world has never seen, and the Castans could never have dreamt of. Yet there is still more work to be done. The Anbennarians and Lencori have yet to be convinced of the greatness of Castanorian culture, and our conquest over Bulwar is far from complete. Elisna cannot continue to exist. We do require pretty much all of their territory. I did have to bring my fleet over to the New World just for this, but we can fully annex them. They will give us their colony, even though we don't really care too much. Now, the downside here is that all of these territories count as overseas for us, which means we can't actually create a client state out of this area. And instead, I'm going to have to see just how much I can give to Akat Bahar, at least for the stuff over here. Because right now, our other dominion appears to have somewhere around 400% overextension. So that's going to have to go to this guy. Of course, I will actually release another country here, not Elisna, because they are Elven. But we can release Korashesh, and they should be able to handle some of the territory, maybe. They're not exactly the cleanest borders they could be, but what can you really do? Next, we're gonna do imperialism against Edus Vasin and Harklum. Just get both of them out of the way. In fact, that should allow us to create our new dominion here, which I would very much like to do. Just not gonna co-belligerent them because I don't feel like fighting the Obsidian Legion right now. There we go, pretty easy war. Now, because we have our path through the mountains here that I deliberately kept open, we should be able to create yet another dominion. Or rather, a client state, mainly. Oh, wait a second, that actually still counts as a client state? Like, I can do that. Oh, what do you know? Okay, so maybe I didn't need to make yet another dominion. That's kind of embarrassing. Here we have the Industrial Revolution. Wow, I wonder who happened to spawn that. Isn't that crazy? I actually am surprised where it spawned, though. That's kind of weird. But anyway, there's no more separatism in the Anbennarian provinces, so we can finish this one off. Anbennar's name comes from the Elven word for unity. Though a shattered alliance of fiefdoms, it is ever more apparent that there is truly a unity between the common peoples of Anbennar, that the many realms of men fostered unique and distinct cultures of humanity that could still be called one single group. Indeed, to learn from the legacy of these people would be a great boon for Castanor. We must make use of the people of Anbennar better than that old empire ever could have. Teach them the power of unity, not some sham pretending to be an empire, but an empire that protects and fosters them so that they may deliver the same. For the rest of the game, we get minus 5% all power costs. The cultures, of course, we already had. Industrialization has now spawned, allowing us to finish this mission as well. It's all about industrialization. Sawmills shall become factories, mines shall rival the Dwaravar in the Serpent Spine, and our draft animals shall become steam horses. Every province which fulfills the conditions, basically just having a manufactory in Inner Castanor, shall gain plus 50 support for industrialization. Now we could decide instead to wait until they already have industrialization, which would give each of those provinces plus 2 goods produced, but in case you haven't noticed, we've already reached the money cap, so it doesn't really matter. Finally, all of Castanor, that is the main regions of Castanor, are above 3,000 development in total, allowing us to finish this one. Castanor is our home, and one's home is their sanctum, their refuge, their place of most belonging. But it was not always this way, nor is it guaranteed that it will always be this way. Progenitor carved civilization out of nothing, and Beastbane scoured the land of civilization's enemies. The Dragon Wake, the Giants' War, the Green Tide, the Wars of Consolidation with all its unholy witch kings have wrung a scan of its people and its lifeblood, leaving naught but corpses in their wake. But humanity has always recovered here stronger than ever before. We have taken many initiatives to ensure Castanor's strength and prosperity, from industrialization to modernizing Castanar to creating a codified administration. Now it is time to reap the benefits from all our efforts and transform Escan into the true home of humanity. This will give us an event.
Escan blossoms. Indeed, if it were not so painstakingly recorded, it would be as if the green tide had never occurred. Through industrialization and careful land use, Escan has become a most peculiar place to be. Western Castanor has had its marshes drained to make way for vibrant farms, the produce used to feed the ever-growing population of Inner Castanor. Castanor itself grows ever larger, dwarfing its previous size even as other cities all around the region grow to match its former glory by the dozen. We have done well to invest in Castanor proper, for her dividends are truly vast. It is said that not a single frown might be found in the region, even as international embassies and visitors alike have been dazzled by the opulence on display. To those who might look at it, let them see, let them understand that Escan is the home of humanity. All humans shall be free to partake in its riches. We shall be, now and forever, the great core of all human civilization. A home for us all.
But essentially, developing our provinces in the Castanor region will have a 25% chance to give us twice the development. We also gain 100 admin points, and for the next 30 years, we get minus 5 years of separatism and plus 5% admin efficiency. Using that admin power, we can actually start rebuilding the Golden Highway in Bulwar proper. By developing Korveld, we can also restore it to its former glory. It becomes a new regional capital, giving it a whole bunch of bonuses. It also gets a whole bunch of additional development and a level 3 center of trade. We can also choose what it will produce, and I'm pretty sure glass is the most expensive thing right now. Not that it really matters, of course. Okay, so the Dominion system is really cool and all that, but I think we're getting to a point where it's just kind of annoying to have to deal with Dominions. Since you can't integrate them until every one of their provinces are Castanorian culture, it means you just kind of have to sit there for a really long time. Just now, Roran March has finished converting every human province to Castanorian. The Vertask Dominion still isn't done yet either. Grafenor as well. So there's a pretty decent chance I'm probably going to revoke Dominion status from a lot of the countries and then just integrate them. Of course, I'll wait until there's no separatism, but like, man, it just takes so long. And also, yeah, I will integrate these guys. Anyway, I'm going to jump the gun a little bit by invading Ketarata. We do eventually need their territory, but for now, the only reason I'm invading them is because these guys are a tributary of Ketarata, and I do need Jadari stuff. So we might as well go to war and just take all the stuff I need. Then, of course, we will also declare war on Jadari. We have now completed our conquest of Bulwar. Not much to say here, it's simply a necessary conquest along our path. We get some more permanent claims, we lose 5 years of separatism and 3 unrest in the Bulwar proper region. We've also built a citadel in the sun, that would be this one over here. The armies of Castan retrace the steps of their forefathers, marching south and east from Castanor into the lands of Bulwar as they've done ages before. Again, we construct a grand citadel, this time for Bulwar. The only question is where to build it. That's why we get two options. We already went with one of them. We lose 50 military power and increase our dominion cap. There are pretty much no requirements for this one. Across the sea to the south rests the origin of the nation of Castanor. Catarata enslaved our ancestors, and though they escaped to Canor, we will cross back, this time as liberators. With a great fleet raised and the steadfast legions prepared to march, we shall treat our ancestors' captors with dignity, saving them from the endless tide of gnolls who bite at their flanks and heels with no relent. We lose 50 Diplo and Mill, we get a bunch of permanent claims, we get a general and an admiral with 100 tradition each, and for the next 20 years we get 20% increased supply limit, 10% movement speed, and 20% movement speed on and off ships. I don't really need anything from Binwarji. We'll just take a few token concessions so that we can own the entirety of the Salahad, and I just need them to break this one alliance. From Catarata, we will ask for every possible province we can take, including their subjects, and I'm just going to core that myself. Now that we own all of the Catarata region, we can finish this one off. It mentions how ironic it is that we've returned to Catarata, considering Castan I was a slave in Catarata. But in recent times, these guys haven't been doing too well, with the gnolls and the elves threatening their existence. We should bring them into the fold, and in doing so, protect them. Catarata loses 5 years of separatism and 3 unrest. It also receives 30 years of local missionary strength. It did take us a while, but we can finally also fold in the Ellenics. A true triumph for Castanor, the Ellenic peoples, once unconquerable, have bent the knee. Rather than violently destroying this proud race of man, we have cultivated their best attributes and developed their national spirit into one befitting a ward of Castanor. Our respect for them is without parallel, for how else could we view a people who proved indefatigable even to our own forefathers? 10% goods produced, that's great, except we don't really need it, but thank you. Our new citadel is complete. We get reduced national unrest and liberty desire for the next 20 years. It also gets renamed to Bal Lenksar, so I can do the thing that I wanted to do in the last part, which is to rename our subject in accordance to the new citadel. Also went ahead and just slapped this in here. It reduces the years of separatism by 10 in this state, which will allow us to finish the legacy of the Buzanori. The Buzanori people are known for their flexibility, and this in turn has caused them to drift from their old identity. But it should also make it easier for them to find a place in our empire, and we are all too happy to absorb their naval expertise. For the rest of the game, we get 10% heavy ship combat ability. For us to integrate the Bulwari, you might be surprised to hear that they have a bunch of provinces over here. And honestly, I was also surprised and a little bit dismayed, because the command is invading the Obsidian Legion, which means if they take any of this stuff, we're going to have to fight a command. Now, to be fair, they're actually not that strong, especially compared to us. But I do find it funny that inevitably I always have to fight the command. First, we're going to start with these guys though. We don't actually need that much. We now have 7,510 Castanorian culture development. Castanor shall live on forever. The Great White Walls shall never be destroyed. The name Castan will never be forgotten. For the mark the Castanorians have left on the world is truly irreversible. Through countless contributions to the arts, many, perhaps even most, works created in this day and age are quite overtly Castanorian. The world speaks common and knows it is speaking our language. Our citizens, now innumerable, are proud of the influence they hold over the trends and fashions of the world, as they should be. We get an additional minus 5% province war score cost, 2.5% admin efficiency, 5% liberty desire in same continent subjects, and another minus 10% culture conversion time. Unfortunately, there is no Castanorian Pride 5, so for us to get even faster culture conversion, the only thing we can really do is wait until we can get ourselves another invention. If we can get lucky enough to roll the Rune Thought network in our next invention, we can get another minus 33% culture conversion time. Now, I don't really need to take all of this stuff. I only need a couple of provinces, and I do actually need to take most of Duarkani. But we have plenty of time and not really much to do with it, so we might as well engage in a few side quests. We have finished all of our buildings necessary in Ahmet Pora to finish this mission off. Catarata is very far away from Escan and even further from from Castanor. Surely the Catarotans will object to being ruled directly from Castanath, and so we shall rule them indirectly through the Citadel. We build a new Citadel, increase our Dominion cap by 1, and lose 50 mill power. Next, we're going to go after Rebirth to grab everything they still own in the old worlds, or at least most of it. Oh, there goes the Empress. Despite not passing the Trials of Castan, she actually did quite well anyway. If you think about it, that should kind of delegitimize the Trials of Castan, but who really cares? Let's see if this new Castan can pass. Oh, that's interesting. So for this one, we have to get claims on something and then vow to conquer it. Well, we do actually need this province because it's a Catarotan culture, so we will actually be taking this. We have the dragon one again. I'm pretty sure we know what to do with this. There we go. We've already seen all this stuff before. There we go. He passes, and he gains 1 Diplo stat. Okay, he's still really not that great. And the air is actually worse, so bye-bye. While we have the opportunity, we will also fully annex Argordston. And then, because we are so kind, we will exile Eborthiel to a few islands over here, mostly because I can't be bothered to siege them down, and I don't care about Elendir. Fortunately for Argordston, their map color is close enough to ours, so we can allow them to maintain their possessions in the Serpent Spine. Except, of course, that actually belongs to me. Thank you very much. You can have this stuff, though. I'm actually going to annex both Koroshesh and Shazura. And then we're not actually quite done with this area. We do need to take this stuff. That finishes off 2 missions, actually, which is kind of weird, because it requires both the Akasi and the Catarotan groups, but the Catarotan group is a lot further than what we own. It probably has something to do with the fact that the Castanor tree is kind of ancient, and anything south of the Salahad just wasn't around back then. So when it says Old World, it probably just means South Salahad, and anything below that, which is in the culture group, does not count. Okay, that makes sense. It also makes sense because it calls them the Divinori, but I'm pretty sure that group got split up into the Akasi and the Catarotans. Anyway, despite the poor relationship between our ancestors and the Kingdom of Catarata, we recognize that the human population of the Divinori was not to blame. Now that they are liberated from the yoke of the Cat, they too have something to contribute to Castan's legacy. Mostly their impressive level of cultural fortitude. We fold in the whole group, gaining a bunch of accepted cultures, and then we're going to have to wait for a bunch of unrest and separatism to take it down. But in the meantime, we finish this off as well. The Akasic region is rather poor compared to Catarata, and they suffer from constant raids by sea. So naturally, if we bring them under our protection, they should begin to prosper. The whole region gets 30 years of 3% missionary strength, and this one is actually really easy to complete. If we want to deal with the Nolish piracy, we just have to build our own navy, which surprisingly doesn't actually need a navy to complete, but whatever. We lose 500 crowns and 150 military power to get 20 years of 10% morale of navies and +1 yearly naval tradition. With that, our military control over Divenhal is absolute. Not only have we smashed the Sea Scourge, ever a nuisance, we also control all major ports and shipyards, from sun-drenched Brazan to Black Bal Vertesk to the ruby-red cities of the Wine Bay, but our task is not yet done. Old loyalties and old rivalries still smolder. The Dame's Crown men still balk at sharing trade lanes with Vertesker, while the Wine Bay merchants bristle at even the suggestion of allowing their rivals' varietals ride on their ships. This is the factionalism that we wish to end. Are we not all humans, after all? All Castanorians? For the next 30 years, we gain a merchant 20% trade steering and +1 naval combat bonus off of owned coast, plus another -20% culture conversion cost. Plus, each of those provinces here, which actually have to be Castanorian, also receive -20% culture conversion cost for 30 years. That's kind of odd. Well, anyway, this mission is the one that's going to take the longest for us to complete. All human provinces representing ancient Castanor's greatest alleged sphere of influence are Castanorian. As you can see, that's quite a lot, and I've been making good progress in Anbennar. Everything is being culture converted except for the stuff just over here. But the real problem is dealing with my dominions. I have been making some progress by forcing Akatbar to encourage assimilation, but it's still taking quite a long time. And for it to spread from the Citadel, we're going to have to take more territory from these guys. Admittedly, that's actually not that hard. In theory, I think this will actually be the last war. For us to integrate the Bulwari, we just have to take these 2 provinces. Of course, we will take more for the purposes of border gore. That should do it. Finally, we can integrate the Buzanori. Of all the cultures we have conquered, the Bulwari are perhaps the least like us, being a continent away divided by land and sea, which would make a lot more sense if we hadn't just conquered the Cataratans. But anyway, they look and speak differently from us, but they are human as we are. They are the eldest of humanity, but not the greatest. Through their assimilation into our culture, it shall enrich us and elevate them, so Bulwar can be the home of humanity as it shall be, not merely humanity as it once was. We got all these promoted cultures, of course, and that actually does bring up an interesting question, because with the addition, I feel like it's the addition of Hellas, I don't quite remember, but the Castanor tree is so ancient that since it was created, I'm pretty sure all of Hellas, maybe, or most of it, and most of Sarhal have since been added. So if they go back and they change the Castanor tree to require you to conquer all of humanity, that's going to be a massive pain. Now, that does conclude all of our necessary conquests. We do have to do a couple of other things in the meantime, and maybe I could clean up the borders. Like, the Obsidian Legion doesn't need to own this stuff, and it of course looks terrible right here. But anyway, we can also integrate the Lenkori. We just had a little bit of devastation to get rid of. They have much to offer us. In a way, they are similar to our patricians, but with a more martial edge in their commitment to the ideals of honor and chivalry. We get an additional 2 diplomatic reputation for the rest of the game. At this point, we might as well start integrating some of our other dominions. So we'll go ahead and just grab the Vertesk Dominion. In terms of our subjects, I don't think it's even worth it to keep the Bulwari Dominion as an actual dominion. In theory, Castanorian culture can now spread from the Citadel, but I just don't think it's going to be very fast. And ultimately, if we just stockpile a whole bunch of Diplo points, we can get the whole thing done within a couple of years. I might as well just pick up this admin tech. It'll get us to 100 innovativeness. And you know what? For this last one, I think I'm going to take Tolerance Ideas. That's just because it gives us minus 10 years of separate, and then at the very end, we can actually stack it with offensive ideas to get another minus 5 years. I don't know if it'll ultimately matter at all, though. What does matter is that I annex Lensinor so that I can take their provinces and start culture converting this stuff. Also, in theory, the culture is supposed to begin spreading from these areas. But when it says a slow speed, it is not kidding. I'm just going to go ahead and annex Lensinor so we can do it ourselves. It is going to take 10 years before we can integrate them once I revoke their dominion status, so we might as well do that. Here we go, now we have exactly what we need, the Rune Thought Network. That'll make culture conversion time much quicker. Did take us quite a few tries to get there though. It is literally the last society invention on tier 3. Finally, we can get our Bulwari legacy. They no longer suffer the wrath of the Knoll and the decadence of the Sun Elf, instead flourishing as people of Castanor. People have begun setting up shops and rest stops along the path that the ancient Castanites took from Keterata to Castanath, and ultimately our reign has allowed the best parts of this old culture to flourish. We get monthly splendor and legitimacy for the rest of the game. I wonder if doing this will make it easier for them to culture convert, because surprisingly, Akat Bahar actually isn't doing too poorly. I might not even have to remove them as a dominion. Speaking of dominions, we can integrate Crathanor. It is going to take us a little bit longer to integrate the Bulwari Dominion, but that's not a huge deal. It should take about as long for us to finish culture converting in our other dominion. While I wait for that annexation, I am going to do just one last war. Right, there's also this mission. At long last, the sons of Castan have returned home, and shaped it for the better. No longer embittered by our differences, the Divinori and Castanorian are one on this day. We shall defend our brothers and sisters to the last, pressing back the scourge of the Knolls and the ambition of the haughty Sun Elves. All the while our brethren prosper and provide. Never again shall they be oppressed by the Cat or otherwise. For the rest of the game, we get minus 10% development cost. I think I'm just going to take this stuff. I'm not sure exactly how much I can even give to my subjects, but at the very least, we're going to clean this up, make it look a lot nicer. But yeah, we also took Kraktumfor. But yeah, what do you know? Okay, we can just integrate Akat Bahar, that's pretty easy. Now that we've integrated our final dominion, we can do something a little bit special. First, we have to state everything. But once we do, we can go over here and click this button, which will give us another minus 25% local culture conversion time. And it is a little bit expensive, but you only have to do it once per state. Now that we're done, it actually only takes us a handful of months each time we want to convert a province. It's very ironic that the last province I need is actually all the way up here. It's not a super big deal. I'm pretty sure I can just ask for that one province. Might have accidentally created a whole mess here, actually. Yeah, you can have that back, actually. Okay, and it immediately converts, of course. Okay, anyway. Though the land is drenched in blood and widows might be heard lamenting from miles away, the old Castanor is ours. A greatness which it was never able to top. Not only that, this new Castanor has exceeded the old. From the deserts of Bulwar, the Keteratan Delta, the icy shores of Garudia, and all land in between, we have triumphed. Castanor has outlived both the Demarians and the hierarchy, and our rule over the lands is secure. Even now, the humans of Castanor mix and mingle with their brethren, and their strengths become ours at an exponential pace. Castanor is becoming the genesis of something truly great. Let us encourage it. We get legacy fulfilled until the end of the game, giving us -2 national unrest, plus 5% morale of armies, and -10% culture conversion cost. It's funny, actually, that Terminus is easier to finish than Genesis, because it just requires you to have 50 promoted cultures. That happens automatically if you just lay the tree, and 500 Castanorian provinces. Likewise, to finish Genesis, you kind of have to do that. But anyway, the idea of a nation has begun to develop within our proud country. Though none would ever contest that Castanor was the nation of the Castanites, as we approach a zenith that not even the Empire of old could have ever dreamt of, the Empire of Castan becomes something else entirely. In our greatness, we have nearly forgotten our promise to humanity, that no human anywhere shall ever be subjected to the whims of another race. It is for this that we shall embrace the nation we are becoming, the nation of humanity. The Castanorians shall become more than the Castanites. All humans, no matter where, shall be able to turn to Castanor and embrace the culmination of their heritage. We are the nation of humanity if these past decades of labor have taught us anything. We must protect all humans no matter where they are, for all of humanity must become the Castanorians. There will be no more Catarata, where the people stand long deluded by creatures who seek only to exploit them. There will be no more Rahen, where the humans of the land are subjugated in accordance to a philosophy that preaches their oppression. There will be only Castanor, and humanity shall all become its Castanites. Sought out by a few, there is one wonder of Castanor that few can readily name, and yet it is the most important. Located within Pantheon Way is a particularly great monument, one of a large man surrounded by many lesser. It is known as the Monument to Humanity. Cloaked in the famous garb of the Castanorian legionary, the great statue stands watch over his children. Though each are a representation of their own people, the names remain for those who are unsure. A Garudian plays axe and sword with the Lenkori, the Cataratan slays a cat-headed demon as the Bulwari looks on in awe. Many more attend to their lives performing one deed or another. They stand upon a pedestal, engraved with peoples and their contributions. The Anbennarians for their ideals, the Ellenics for their ambition, the Dostanorians for their perseverance, the Vorin Marches for their resilience. Yet above them all stands one name, the name of their father. It is for Castan the First himself, the Great, the Father, for his greatest contribution to humanity, a land to call their own. There is much space still remaining on the pedestal. Fill it. Bring all the unruly children into line. Emperor Akromar is Castan the Great's worthy heir. We do still get more stuff. Firstly, Castanorian hegemony, giving us -20% province war score cost and +1 possible and free policies. And finally, we get a casus belli on every country with a human pop. That, however, concludes our mission tree, and so I could decide to start a war with, say, for example, the Command, and use this CB to take... I wonder if I could take everything, actually. It would only take 2 wars to annex the entirety of the Command. Alcito Sojdal would also be like 2 wars, pretty much. But at that point, that's just doing basically a world conquest, and frankly, I just can't be bothered. Castanor is by far the longest run, and gonna be the longest video for sure I have ever made for this channel. Crossing my fingers, I never make one that's longer. But if you've made it all the way to the end, I just want to say thank you. I know you've sat through several hours of Castanor gameplay to reach this point, but I hope it lived up to your expectations. even if it did take a while for me to get around to. And just as a little side note, I want to say thank you, all of you viewers, for supporting me so much. The fact that I was even able to take so much time to make this playthrough is a testament to how much support I gained, and it really does mean a lot to me. There won't be a like goal for this last part, but I'm sure by now you know how much I would appreciate it if you did leave one. And at this point, I do kind of suspect that most people will have subscribed, but if you haven't, hey, now's your chance. For now, this is Corbett signing off, and as always, have a fantastic day. I'd like to give a big thank you to all of the patrons for this month. Everyone who donates gets early access to videos for as low as $1 a month, so I'd like to give a special thank you to those who decide to donate more than that. So thank you Erica, Baby Cal, Born to Dunk, Gallo4, Le Quebecer, Mikhail Sample, Nick Steffel, Princess Rhea, Q Brute, AG Forero, Ben Mottram, Quiet Guy, Rosset, Torvalv, Ambient Cyan, Elysia Tatsu, James Levy, Luke78776, Stalin DLRP, and Robert.